refused, the offer had been tripled. Charles de Lesseps denied any knowledge of such an offer. But when it was charged that former Minister of Public Works Bayot, the man with the beautiful wife, had been paid 1 million francs to give the lottery bill his support, Charles de Lesseps made no denial. Adrien Hébrard admitted that he had entered into a secret partnership with Gustave Eiffel in Eiffel's bid for the Panama contract. Eiffel, moreover, had paid Hébrard 2 million francs and had paid de Reinach nearly the same amount for their influence. Then Andrieux, Hertz's lawyer, dropped the astounding news that Drumont's inside source in the weeks following the Micros articles had been none other than de Reinach. Indeed, had it not been for de Reinach, Drumont's despised Jew, the paper would have run short of material. The bargain had been that Drumont would keep de Reinach out of the columns of the paper so long as de Reinach kept Drumont supplied with incriminating Panama details. Andrieux knew because he had been the go-between. Drumont, called to appear as a witness, happened to be in jail. He had at last been convicted on a libel charge, and he refused to appear unless his sentence was suspended, a proposition the courts refused. But the thing that was most perplexing to the investigators was the gathering evidence that de Reinach, supposedly the arch crook in the plot, had been keeping nothing for himself. He who was bleeding the canal company of millions, to subsidize the press ostensibly, but in fact to pay off a great many others as well, he who was getting regular kickbacks from several other Panama contractors besides Eiffel, was in turn being bled by someone else. And the someone was Hertz. Hertz and the Baron had known each other since Hertz first arrived in Paris from San Francisco. De Reinach had been instrumental in obtaining government contracts for various Hertz enterprises. It was de Reinach who had brought Hertz into the arrangement with Istvan Thur and Lieutenant Wise. But at no time thereafter, not once in all the years the canal was being attempted, had Hertz lifted a finger to help the Compagnie Universelle. He had never performed a single identifiable service for the company, legal or illegal, to warrant compensation. Yet, as near as could be figured, he had received millions of francs through de Reinach, possibly as much as 10 million francs, or $2 million. In addition, the company had made at least one direct payment to Hertz of 600,000 francs. The arrangement had been this. At the time of Ferdinand de Lesseps' first campaign for a lottery issue, Hertz had persuaded the old man and Charles to advance him the 600,000 francs for the good he could do them politically. The expenditure was entered in the company's books under publicity, and to agree to a 10 million franc payoff if and when a lottery bill was passed. The elder de Lesseps had even blithely agreed to give Hertz a written copy of the secret agreement, which put the company pretty much at Hertz's mercy until 1887, when Charles recovered the incriminating paper and burned it. Apparently the final 10 million franc payment was to have been made through de Reinach, who was to take a cut for himself in repayment for money Hertz owed him. But Hertz had suddenly turned the tables on de Reinach. When the lottery bill was passed in June of 1888, the company refused to give de Reinach the 10 million francs to give to Hertz, the company's position being that Hertz had done nothing and so deserved nothing. Hertz, who was then in Frankfurt, immediately informed the directors by telegram that de Reinach must pay or be destroyed. I shall wreck everything rather than be robbed of a single centime. Take warning, the time is short. So it was then that the directors turned over to de Reinach the check for 3,390,000 francs, which de Reinach took to the bank and converted into the various checks to bearer, the two largest of which went to Hertz. From that point on, Hertz had been blackmailing de Reinach, and thereby the Canal Company, for everything he could get. What hold Hertz had on de Reinach remained obscure, although there were innumerable theories concerning various dark secrets in de Reinach's past, things so dreadful that he had been willing to go to any lengths to keep Hertz silent. A favorite theory was that de Reinach had committed treason in order to advance himself socially or financially, the sale of state secrets to Italy, possibly, or to the British Foreign Office, and that Hertz had made it his business to know the details. At one point, de Reinach had threatened to expose Hertz if he did not leave him alone, but it was a hollow threat. At another time, according to Louis Andrieux, de Reinach became so desperate that he hired an assassin to do away with Hertz, a charge that was never substantiated or denied. The story of de Reinach's last night alive was revealed by degrees, beginning with an article in Le Figaro. On hearing of Ricard's decision to proceed with criminal charges, de Reinach had rushed back from the Riviera, and on the fateful evening of November 19th he had gone to see Hertz at Hertz's home near the Bois. But he had not gone to see Hertz alone, the paper reported. There had been two others with him, Finance Minister Maurice Rouvier and Georges Clemenceau, whose mission was to plead for mercy in de Reinach's behalf. When this side of the story broke, the response in the chamber and in the cafes was a host of new theories about de Reinach's death. He had been poisoned by Rouvier, by Clemenceau, by Hertz. Rouvier resigned at once. It was true that he had gone with de Reinach, he told his stunned colleagues in an emotional speech. It had seemed the humane thing to do. De Reinach was being driven insane by the newspapers, and he thought Hertz had the power to silence the attacks. The explanation satisfied almost no one, however, and the fall of a figure of Rouvier's stature — he was the one brilliant financial expert in the government as well as a former premier — sent shock waves through Paris and set off a panic on the Bourse. Clemenceau told a similar story, and without so much as a trace of remorse. It was at Rouvier's urging, he said, that he had agreed to go along that night. Rouvier had thought it important. The conference in Hertz's study had been brief. De Reinach had been extremely agitated, his face crimson and his eyes popping out of his head. Hertz had said it was too late to silence the papers. He considered the subject closed. Hertz was perfectly cool and controlled, Clemenceau recalled, and wholly unsympathetic. Later in the evening, de Reinach went alone to see his nephew Joseph, then, still later, to see two young women whom he kept in respectable style in the Rue Marbeuf. Apparently he reached his own home about 1 a.m. and was found dead 6 hours later. The consensus in Paris was that he had taken poison, and probably that is what happened. It was Adrien Hébrard who informed Hertz of the death, immediately after Hébrard had been informed by Joseph Reinach. So Hertz knew before almost anyone, and Hertz departed for London that afternoon. That is, the afternoon of the Sunday before the arrests were made. On his way to the station, he called on Andrieux to report that Joseph Reinach was at work on his uncle's papers and could be trusted to leave nothing embarrassing lying about. Hertz was cause for torrents of invective in the chamber, naturally enough. But Hertz was out of the country, and would stay there, presumably, so in a large sense Hertz was a straw man. The real target was Clemenceau. How had such an individual as Hertz, a foreigner, a quack doctor, risen so far so fast? In back of de Reinach was Hertz. But who was in back of Hertz? Who was the powerful unseen patron of this little German Jew? Now this indefatigable and devoted intermediary, so active and so dangerous, you all know him, his name is on all lips, exclaimed Deputy Paul Déroulède, self-appointed super-patriot and fanatic boulangist. But all the same not one of you would name him, for there are three things that you fear: his sword, his pistol, his tongue. Well, I brave all three, and I name him. It is Monsieur Clemenceau. Instantly the chamber became a shouting mob. One deputy jumped up and cried that Hertz was an agent of the Foreign Office, a British spy. Yes, yes, Déroulède proclaimed, and Clemenceau had been his colleague. Clemenceau responded with cold fury, and looking directly at his accuser proclaimed him a liar. Monsieur Paul Déroulède, vous en avez menti. The inevitable duel followed, in a paddock at the Saint-Ouen racetrack outside Paris on a chill gray afternoon a few days before Christmas. Déroulède, tall and somber, stood bareheaded. Clemenceau, who was known as an expert marksman, kept his hat on. It was agreed in advance that photographers could be present, and that dying words would be faithfully recorded. They each fired 3 times. They each missed 3 times. After the final volley, Déroulède was seen to examine a corner of his coat with an appearance of apprehension. So, by the year's end, in the less than 4 months since Édouard Drumont commenced his disclosures in La Libre Parole, a government had fallen. 3 former premiers had been named in the plot, along with 2 former ministers and 2 prominent senators. More than 100 deputies or former deputies stood accused of taking payoffs. There had been 1 probable suicide, a panic on the Bourse, a much-publicized duel. The sinister Hertz had become a subject of worldwide fascination, and there was the growing conviction that France had been the victim of a diabolic conspiracy. About the only missing ingredient was a femme fatale, and the suggestion of prominent government officials involved in illicit pleasures of the flesh. But then, that also was added shortly by the Paris correspondent for the New York Times. In a long dispatch on the front page of the Times, January 15, 1893, appears a reference to the dazzling courtesan Léonide Leblanc. It's not very much, only enough to imply a great deal, and there is no way either to verify it or to enlarge upon it. According to the Times report, her house in Paris was the center of the whole Panama intrigue, and at her dinners these incriminated ministers, deputies, and editors met the cashiers of the rotten enterprise. She herself feathered her nest luxuriously out of the hall. She was also, according to the Times, so braided up on every detail of all that had gone on that nobody would dare say a word about her, and especially no one in the chamber, since more than half its members were guests under her roof in those lavish, hospitable days. And as it turned out, no more was said of her. Section 3. Ferdinand de Lesseps remained unaware of events unfolding in Paris. Though somewhat improved physically, he passed his days seemingly oblivious of the world at large, wanting only peace. He had been removed from the city to the seclusion of his country place, where Madame de Lesseps made certain that he saw no one who by some slip might give things away. Bundled into a double-breasted seaman's jacket, a smoking cap on his head and a fur-lined robe over his knees, he spent hours staring into a log fire. Only on New Year's Day, when Charles failed to appear for the traditional family gathering, did he become suspicious, demanding to know what had happened. He was told, and the effect was devastating. But then he lapsed into the slow, silent decline from which he was not to recover. The arrest at Charles' apartment on the Avenue Montaigne had been handled with such discretion by the police that his wife was unaware of their presence. But like Marius Fontaine, Coutu, and former deputy Saint-Leroy, Charles was to be treated thereafter as if he were a dangerous public enemy. They were taken to the Mazas, the old metropolitan jail opposite the Gare de Lyon, and were put in separate cells. No visitors were permitted other than their attorneys. The few times they were taken from the jail to testify in advance of the trials, they went handcuffed and under heavy guard, riding in the sort of van used to transport common criminals. For Charles, the ordeal was to be a long one. He would be tried twice, in 2 separate courts, on different charges. The first trial was for fraud and maladministration, for fraudulent maneuvers to induce belief in unreal schemes and to raise imaginary hopes of the realization of a chimerical event. The second trial was for corruption of public officials, political bribery. And since the elder de Lesseps was to be excused from appearing because of his health and advanced age, Charles would bear the entire weight of the defense. The first trial commenced in the Paris Court of Appeal on January 10, 1893, and lasted 4 weeks, 2 days. Since Ferdinand de Lesseps was a Grand Officer of the Legion of Honor, he could be tried only in an appeal court, that is, without a jury, and this meant that the others accused had to be tried in the same court. On the eve of the first session, the mood of the city was strange and unsettling. People of every political hue, were openly questioning the entire structure of French society. An atmosphere of general distrust pervaded the whole of France. "The situation in Paris grows more ominous day by day," reported Smalley of the Tribune. There was talk of a royalist coup. Military units near the city were kept on alert. The Italian ambassador informed his government that France was on the brink of revolution. Panama had become a universal term of abuse, and for many a battle cry. On the night of January 6th, La Libre Parole had staged a large anti-Semitic rally at the Tivoli Vauxhall. "Jews had created Panama," exclaimed the main speaker, the Marquis de Morès, and it was the Jews who were rejoicing now at the ruin of French honor. When several hundred spectators rose in angry protest, as the rest of the audience cheered wildly, a riot broke out. Chairs were smashed, people were beaten to the floor and trampled. This was not the real France, the still incredulous Smalley cabled New York. "The real France is the France of Monsieur Pasteur," he urged his readers to bear in mind. "It is the France of Baron Alphonse de Rothschild, who makes the New Year welcome to the poor by his gift of 1 million in charity. It is the France not of Panama, but of the French who rejoice to think themselves the one great republic of Europe." Large crowds gathered outside the beautifully wrought iron gates of the huge gray Palais de Justice, and an unmistakable air of apprehension filled the courtroom from the moment the prisoners were brought in. Perivier, the chief magistrate, and the 4 other judges and the prosecuting attorney entered in black robes and round, gold-encrusted black caps. They were seated, the caps were placed on the benches before them, pencils were picked up, Perivier nodded to the clerk, who then read the indictments. Charles, the first witness, rose from the prisoners' benches, a line of 4 folding chairs placed directly in front of the judges. Behind him, also standing now, was his attorney, Henri Barbu, who, like all others of his profession present, wore the traditional black gown and white starched bib and collar of the avocat. Charles appeared in good health, even full of energy, despite a month in solitary confinement. But he would remain noticeably circumspect, even a shade pompous. He showed, as one reporter observed, little of the élan that would have made him a more sympathetic figure. The others took their turn in due course. The grey, bookish Fontaine, who appeared frightened, and maintained that he had done only what he had been told. The impeccable Cotu, who nervously twisted a black moustache. Gustave Eiffel, vigorous in speech, handsome, nearsighted, whose lawyer was Pierre Valdec-Rousseau, a future premier of France. Eiffel, though not imprisoned like the others, had been charged with making ill-gotten profits from a contract by which he had been guaranteed, among other things, an enormous cash advance and an enormous cash indemnity should the company fail to provide the necessary machinery for his locks within a ridiculously brief time. In the aggregate, as estimated by the Deputies' Committee, the company had paid out more than 74 million francs to Eiffel, from which his profit had been tremendous. As an example, the indemnity paid on account of undelivered lock machinery was 18 million francs, whereas his own outlay for such equipment amounted to less than 2 million francs. It would be said in Eiffel's defense, however, even in the committee's report, that the famous engineer had done nothing dishonest himself. He had merely had the advantage of a curious contract. Moreover, had the entire project been completed, the locks built, his profit would have diminished greatly. In reply to questions from the bench, Eiffel said he had been deeply touched by Ferdinand de Lesseps' call for his help, but that it was with de Reinach that he had entered into negotiations. "Oh, I hesitated," Eiffel recalled. "I hesitated a long time." A decrepit old man from Nîmes, a witness for the prosecution, who was deaf and nearly blind, gave a moving description of how he had invested the last of his savings in Panama upon seeing Ferdinand de Lesseps at one of the lottery bond rallies. Then 4 other similar victims were brought in by the prosecution, and the last of them, after telling the court he had been ruined, recalled that Ferdinand de Lesseps had personally counseled him to hang on to his Panama shares. "It is terrible," remarked the chief magistrate. "Everybody here pities you." No witness questioned the good faith of Charles. Armand Rousseau pointedly dismissed all thought that Charles could have harbored fraudulent intentions. And since the political side of the scandal was not at issue in this trial, and no political celebrities were paraded in to testify, Charles remained the central figure. His intention from the beginning, he said, had been to serve his father to his best ability. He was proud to have played that role, and to have stayed at his father's side to the end. He affirmed that Bayeux, who also had been arrested by this time to await criminal prosecution, was paid to introduce the lottery bill, and that de Reinach had been too. "You wasted the millions of your stockholders intentionally," charged the prosecutor, a bald, fierce-looking man named Rao. "With as much intention as one hands over one's watch at pistol point," Charles answered. "And how did you understand that Baron de Reinach used these enormous sums?" Judge Perivier broke in. "In remunerating financiers and, without doubt, senators, deputies, and ministers. Others also assisted de Reinach," Charles said. He had taken care not to ask what was done with the money. That is, you gave them the dirty job which you preferred not to do yourself, but provided them with the means of doing." Charles made no reply. And as the trial wore on, he grew increasingly solemn and diffident. At times his voice was so low that only those in the first rows could hear him. The prosecutor talked of the greatest fraud of modern times. Addressing the bench, he exclaimed, "You will not hesitate to punish these criminals, who in order to attract millions have had recourse to every maneuver, every fraud. I demand the most stringent application of the law." The plea for Ferdinand and Charles de Lesseps, delivered by the small, white-haired Henri Barbuux, was a classic example of 19th-century courtroom oratory lasting the better part of 2 days. With rolling phrase and mounting emotion, he called upon the court to recall just who Ferdinand de Lesseps was, what he had done in his life, what he had meant to France, what he still meant in the hearts of millions, including those very people who had suffered most from the Panama failure. Hours passed, marked by a large gilt-edged clock high on one wall. The longer he spoke, the greater the tension became. "Imagine the response," he said, "were the old hero to enter the room at this very moment to speak in his own defense." And much of the audience appeared to catch its breath, half expecting the rear doors to swing open at any instant. How could his clients be charged with fraud when they had taken nothing to enrich themselves? Neither de Lesseps was a man of wealth, as Attorney Barbuux would substantiate for the court, and as time would bear out. Charles' total assets amounted to less than 400,000 francs, less than $80,000. And while it was true that Ferdinand de Lesseps had at one point sold his Panama founder's shares for 1,400,000 francs, he had invested 1,778,000 francs, including part of his wife's savings in the canal, all of which was lost. So he, too, had suffered financially from the collapse. His avowed disinterest in ever making money from the venture was genuine. He could have, several times along the way, just as at Suez, but he had not. If Barbux's clients had miscalculated the expense of the undertaking, what great projects had ever cost what was originally estimated? His clients had never been alone in their faith that the great enterprise would succeed. The one sin Le Grand Français might be found guilty of was excessive optimism. But it was only the optimist who succeeded in this world. Pessimists were never anything but spectators. The Court of Appeal passed judgment on the morning of February 9th, the room packed to suffocation. The 5 defendants were found guilty as charged, and the sentences were unexpectedly severe. Ferdinand and Charles de Lesseps were each sentenced to 5 years in prison and fined 3,000 francs. Fontaine and Coutu were sentenced to 2 years and also fined 3,000 francs. Eiffel, though acquitted of complicity in swindling, was found guilty of misusing funds entrusted to him. He was sentenced to 2 years and fined 20,000 francs. Several days later, in the evening, and escorted by 2 police officers, Charles left the Mazas prison on a special pass. Ferdinand de Lesseps had been demanding to see his son, whom he accused of abandoning him. His anxiety was such that his doctor had become extremely concerned. Charles, his wife, and the 2 policemen arrived at the little railroad station nearest La Chênaie well after midnight. A carriage was waiting, and they drove another 15 miles through the dark countryside, arriving at the chateau around 3 in the morning. At first light, Charles went in to see his father. He found the old man awake, but still in bed. On the bedside table were a number of Paris papers, all of them a year or more out of date. "Good morning, Father. I have been able to leave my work, and here I am." "Ah, Charles," the old man responded. "Is there nothing new in Paris?" Then he kissed his son, repeating simply, "Ah, Charles, ah, Charles." When the family gathered for lunch in the huge dining room with its great carved 17th-century buffets, Ferdinand de Lesseps entered slowly with a cane and took his customary place at the head of the table. No one explained to him who the policeman was sitting beside Charles, and he never asked. Once he smiled at his son and seemed about to say something. In the afternoon, Charles and the family and the two policemen took a long walk. Then, after dark, the prisoner was returned to Paris. Charles was a different man after that. It would be said that his manner during the first trial had been carefully contrived, the strategy being that discretion, even silence on certain matters, would be rewarded with a light sentence. There may be some truth to the interpretation, however, it does not seem quite in character. More likely, the months in prison, the personal humiliation of the trial, and the visit to La Chênaie had been a momentous inward journey from which he had returned with a profoundly different view of himself and his responsibilities. His deportment during the second trial was still that of the perfect gentleman. Only now there was an unmistakable edge of outrage. That and the utter composure, even ease, of a man with little more to lose, with no one left to protect, who has decided quite literally to have his day in court. Again, the setting was the Palais de Justice, but now in the larger court of assizes, and before a jury. Charles and Fontaine were charged with distributing bribes. Bayeux, Saint-Leroy, three relatively unknown deputies, one inconsequential senator, and a go-between named Blondin, a former employee of the Crédit Lyonnais, were charged with accepting them. Charges against those more celebrated figures implicated thus far, Floquet, de Freycinet, Senators Grévy and Renaud, various deputies of note, had all been dropped for lack of evidence. So the important politicians were not to be tried, nor was Ferdinand de Lesseps. The payoff artist, Arton, was another absent party, and a dreadful embarrassment to the police, for in recent weeks Arton had led two Paris detectives, one an aide to the head of the Sûreté, on a wild chase across half of Europe, from Budapest to Bucharest to Jassy to Nuremberg to Prague to Magdeburg to Hanover, then back to Budapest, where the detectives lost the trail. Where he was now, nobody could say. Cornelius Hertz had also been added to the list of accused this time, but he was sequestered in a small seaside hotel at Bournemouth, England, refusing to return to Paris on the grounds that he, like the elder de Lesseps, was too ill to travel. Nor did there appear to be much that could be done. To secure total privacy, Hertz had rented the entire hotel, no great problem at that season of the year. Two men from Scotland Yard sent to arrest him on an extradition warrant affirmed that he was indeed an extremely sick man. He was placed under house arrest until several eminent London physicians, including the Queen's own Dr. Russell Reynolds, could be dispatched to Bournemouth to give an opinion. To a man, they certified the gravity of Hertz's condition. But what if Hertz was putting on an act? What if, in fact, he was an agent for the Foreign Office, as had been charged, and so the whole thing was an act? Paris was filled with such conjecture, and the same questions come readily enough to mind even now. But if it was an act, then Hertz must have been something of a theatrical genius, or the new government of Premier Alexandre Ribot must have been in on it as well. For a succession of French physicians came next to Bournemouth at the invitation of the Foreign Office, and they too reported the patient to be in a ghastly state, and mentally as well as physically. So Hertz, still under arrest, remained in his suite overlooking the English Sea. No one could see him. No one could get him to divulge a word. Not until Emily Crawford appeared and talked her way through the guarded front door and up to Hertz's bedroom. The interview was the only one Hertz was ever to permit, and it raised questions concerning the Panama affair that never were to be answered. Hertz, she reported, was suffering from Bright's disease, an acute inflammation of the kidneys, complicated by an unnamed malady of the nervous system. He would never come out of the hotel alive, she prophesied. She found him in bed, propped up with pillows and covered with furs and blankets. She was shocked by the change in him, but the light hazel eye had lost none of its electrical brilliance. The clearness and vigor with which he expressed himself was amazing. He told her that de Reinach had been involved in a vast European intrigue, the object of which was a readjustment of the alliances that then bound the Central Powers, and to fill the pockets of a syndicate of politicians who were working under the direction of de Reinach. They were to have divided among themselves a tremendously big sum which was to have been obtained as a commission on a state loan issued in Paris under the auspices of Monsieur Rouvier, and by means of virements or transfers of credits voted by Parliament, the Chamber of Deputies, from the War and Public Works departments to the Foreign Office, which was to pay the members of the syndicate. The story was like something from the Arabian Nights, she wrote, but I could not regard it as fanciful. Dr. Hertz was the key to worse scandals than the Panama one. The incriminating documents were in a safe place in London, Hertz said. The reason he refused to return to France was that he had been charged with treason and espionage in the chamber, and this meant he could be tried behind closed doors. His sentence almost certainly would be one of long penal servitude, Devil's Island. "It smells bad in here," one spectator is reported to have said the morning of March 8th as the second trial began. "Yes," answered another, "it stinks of scapegoats." The judges now were in magnificent red robes, and the parade of witnesses included Floquet, de Freycinet, Clemenceau. Remarks made by some witnesses also struck the audience as uproariously funny for the first time. Saint-Leroy, for example, declared on the second day that the 200,000 francs he deposited in his bank account just after the committee vote on the lottery had been part of his wife's dowry. His attitude, he insisted, after the judge called for order, was always that of a member of a committee who wished to be enlightened, which sent the audience into another convulsion of laughter. Then, that same day, Charles Bayot burst into a long, agonized confession, head down, voice cracking. The once exceedingly self-righteous minister told how he had obtained 375,000 francs as a down payment for his support of the lottery measure. "For 15 years I served France faithfully as deputy and as minister, and led an irreproachable life. Even now, I cannot understand how I could have sinned." Yet for all this, Charles de Lesseps was again the one around whom everything turned in a drama that held the nation spellbound. His account now was at once open and lively and immensely interesting. Spectators were immediately conscious of the change. His intelligence, his ability, his dignified bearing all made a marked impression, wrote the French historian André Siegfried. He appeared chiefly as someone who had been struggling against a gang. He had undertaken an impossible task, and had done so against his own better judgment, and yet he had tried to fight on to the bitter end. But the sharpers had got the better of him. He could have put the blame on his father at any time, but this he never did, not even by inference. His position, simply stated, was that neither he nor any official of the Compagnie Universelle had set out to bribe anyone. Rather, they had been the repeated victims of extortion. Everybody had wanted a cut. The company had been told to pay for political support, for influence on the bourse, for the willingness not to discredit its claims or face the consequences. Newspaper reporters, financial advisors, people who merely knew people who supposedly could help or do harm, they seemed to rise up from the pavement. We had to deal with their threats, their libels, and their broken promises. At one point, when Judge Pilet Desjardins told him to cut it short, Charles calmly replied, "No, I have time enough. All this is necessary to my defense." Powerful financiers, he continued, could not force anyone to buy stocks or bonds, but they certainly could prevent them from doing so. He described the initial overtures made by Hertz, who had talked of the improvements he could obtain in the company's standing with the government. "We should have preferred that he had not come to us, but it was better to do that which would make him our ally instead of that which would make him our enemy." Hertz had taken him to visit President Grévy at Grévy's country estate, where Hertz, Charles said, had been received as a friend of the family. "I was then convinced that he was a man we must reckon with." "Your duty as a man of honor was to show such a fellow to the door," interrupted the judge. "But we could not make an enemy of the sleeping partner in La Justice," he answered. He recalled how the first sale of lottery bonds had been wrecked by anonymous telegrams announcing his father's death. Subscriptions stopped, and we appealed to the courts for the punishment of those who had sent the telegrams, but there was no prosecution of the offenders. We were obliged to protect ourselves. The financiers showed us how to resort to those methods which are now matters of general knowledge. They said, unless you pay the money to all the banks under the influence of Girardin, Émile de Girardin, owner of La Petite Journal, you will have all the newspapers in Paris against you. We still held out against such methods, the newspapers attacked us, and finally we were driven to paying out enormous sums right and left, and this mode of procedure was encouraged by the government." "Leave the government alone," the judge responded sharply, which brought a great outburst from the audience. Shouts of, "Why not the government? Give us the truth!" And the judge ordered that the room be cleared. Charles testified subsequently that he had decided not to pay de Reinach, and that de Reinach had threatened to take the company to court, warning that a public scene would bring the company to its knees. But Charles had made up his mind to run that risk, and would have, he said, had not Floquet, de Freycinet, and Clemenceau sent for him one by one to tell him, for the good of the Republic, to pay de Reinach off and keep the waters smooth. Boulanger had been on the rise, Charles explained, and they were fearful of the consequences should the Panama Company suddenly collapse. They were very polite about the matter. They did not take me by the nape of the neck. When their turn came, de Freycinet and Clemenceau denied any part in the affair. Charles Saint-Leroy said he had no idea how his initials happened to be on the incriminating check stubs. Accused by the prosecution of selling his vote, Saint-Leroy A large and extremely homely man in pince-nez glasses replied with perfect equanimity, "Prove it." Charles de Lesseps was probably telling the simple truth as he knew it through the length of this, the great bribery trial. Yet neither Floquet, nor de Freycinet, nor Clemenceau, nor Rouvier, nor anyone of importance was ever prosecuted. No newspaper publishers or reporters were brought to judgment. Those deputies and the one senator on trial were acquitted, Saint-Leroy as well. The single political figure to be convicted was Bayeux, and that was only because he had confessed. The jury delivered its verdict March 21st, 1893. Charles and Blondin, the intermediary in the arrangement with Bayeux, were found guilty with extenuating circumstances. Charles was sentenced to a year in prison, Blondin to 2 years. Bayeux's sentence was for 5 years, the forfeiture of all civil rights, a fine of 750,000 francs, and full payment of the 375,000 franc bribe. If Bayeux were to find himself unable to meet these payments, Charles de Lesseps would be held accountable. Charles de Lesseps was alone in maintaining his composure through the long reading of the sentence. From everything that was said during the course of the 2 trials, and from the mammoth report issued by the Deputies Committee when its investigations ended in June, a few generalizations and 1 or 2 further facts of interest can be drawn. The total amount paid out to de Reinach, Hertz, and different political people, either directly or through de Reinach or Arton, can only be approximated. De Reinach, for example, received some 4,500,000 francs for his handling of the flotation syndicates, plus another 3 million francs for publicity, plus nearly 5 million more at the time Hertz was threatening to wreck everything. That makes 12,500,000 francs, $2.5 million, that the company paid to Jacques de Reinach alone. Some of that was perfectly legitimate theoretically, for his part in the various security flotations. A good portion of it, according to the check stubs, went to fix various politicians. Much of it, perhaps even all the rest of it, went to Cornelius Hertz. But Hertz is known to have received 600,000 francs directly from the company. Bayeux got 375,000, Floquet obtained another 250,000, Saint-Leroy almost certainly got 300,000. And undoubtedly there were others. But how many? Perhaps there were more than 100, as the brave, unpleasant de la Haye had charged. No one will ever know. But it seems reasonable to conclude that the total sum paid out for political influence and for friendship on the Bourse could not have been less than 20 million francs, or roughly $4 million. Conceivably, it could have been a great deal more than that. Payments to the press, beginning with the first stock flotation in 1880, a subject about which little was said during the trials, were reckoned by the committee to have been between 12 million and 13 million francs. No less than 2,575 different French newspapers and periodicals had shared in the company's beneficence. Some little fly-by-night publications had even been founded for the sole purpose of getting in on the take. In addition to such giants as Le Temps and Le Petit Journal, which received the largest sums, the full list included such publications as Wines and Alcohol's Bulletin, Beekeeper's Journal, and the Choral Society's Echo. Frequently, payments were made to a particular editor or writer. For example, checks written to Arthur Meyer of Le Gaulois amounted to 100,000 francs. And often as not, and especially in the early years, the confidence these men expressed in the Panama enterprise, their faith in Ferdinand de Lesseps, were perfectly genuine. One man, who did several Panama articles for a fee of 1,000 francs per article, became so thoroughly sold by what he wrote that he invested all his savings in Panama stock, and as a result lost everything. Nor, it should be noted, was there anything strictly illegal or even unorthodox about such practices. What impressed the committee most, in fact, was the extent of services rendered for money invested. As large as a sum of 12 to 13 million francs might seem, it represented only about 1% of the company's total expenditures. Of course, it was regrettable, the committee declared, that the press had need to resort to such practices, but such were the realities of survival. Of those convicted, Bayeux suffered the most. He was put in solitary confinement in a prison where inmates were made to wear a hood whenever they were taken from their cells. After only 3 years of this did the courts and the public decide he had been punished enough. Gustave Eiffel, the only engineer to have been stained by the scandal, would be cleared later of having done any dishonorable act by a special committee of inquiry convened by the Grand Chancellor of the Legion of Honor. But his career as a builder was finished. He would thereafter apply himself to wholly different work in meteorology and aerodynamics. De Freycinet, Floquet, and Rouvier would recover from their disgrace in time and be recalled to office. Loubet eventually became President of the Republic. For Georges Clemenceau, the future savior of France, le père de la victoire during the First World War, the next elections, those of 1893, were a disaster. The voters had cast their own verdict on his part in the affair, and it would be 9 more years before he made a successful return to public life. His own standard interpretation of the scandal was that it had been engineered by the Boulangists, and that the only reason they descended on Hertz was that Hertz had refused to give them money. When he re-emerged to save the country in 1917, Clemenceau would be 76, as old as de Lesseps had been when he set out to redeem French honor after Sedan. As for Cornelius Hertz, he spent the rest of his life inside the hotel at Bournemouth. How much or how little truth there was to the things he told Emily Crawford cannot be determined. The secret cache of incriminating documents was never found. He died in 1898, taking his side of the story with him. Léopold-Émile Arton was eventually discovered living peacefully in London. He was returned to France, tried, convicted, and sent to prison. Some years after his release, he committed suicide. Yet he had achieved an immortality of sorts. Spoofs of his flight from the detectives became the delight of the Paris music halls, and among the most fascinated observers at his trial was Henri de Toulouse-Lautrec, who did a series of rapid pencil sketches of the proceedings. Gustave Eiffel never went to prison because in June of 1893, the Cour de Cassation, the Supreme Court of France, overruled the verdict of the Court of Appeal. Eiffel, Fontaine, Cotu, Ferdinand, and Charles de Lesseps were all acquitted on a technical ground. The summonses for their arrest, issued November 21, 1892, had come more than 3 years after the most recent of their alleged crimes, and so, the court ruled, they were entitled to immunity under the statute of limitations. Since the decision did not apply to the recent sentence by the Court of Assizes, Charles still had the 1-year sentence to serve. but the months he had spent in the Mazas were deducted, and after becoming seriously ill, he was moved to a hospital where he remained for the duration of his sentence. He was released in September 1893. Charles's troubles did not end there, however. Because Bayeux was unable to make good on his fine and indemnity, Charles was ordered in 1896 to pay nearly 900,000 francs in Bayeux's behalf. Unable to produce any but a small part of that amount, and faced with another prison sentence if he did not make full payment, he fled the country and remained in London in self-imposed exile. Not until January of 1899, when the government at last agreed to accept a partial payment, did he return to Paris. By then, it had been 10 years since the fall of the Canal Company, and Ferdinand de Lesseps had been dead for 4 years. With family and friends, and in all the remaining years of his life, Charles refused to speak of Panama. He would not talk about it, recalled an adoring nephew. Never, 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 never. And in the view of those who knew him best, he was regarded no less than ever as the most honest and admirable of men. The Suez Company had kept him on its board of directors even during his time in prison. He was a very honorable man, you know, the old-fashioned sort of thing, the nephew would say. And I am absolutely certain, I don't know about the whole story, it's very complicated, I'm certain he would never have done anything he thought dishonorable. That's positive. Charles had been with his father at the end. It happened the year following Charles's release from the hospital. Madame de Lesseps and the rest of the family were also present, and death came very quietly for the old adventurer. He died at La Chênaie in his second-floor bedroom facing south, late in the afternoon on December 7th, 1894, 3 weeks after his 89th birthday. The body was taken up to Paris by train for burial in Père-Lachaise Cemetery. There was no grand funeral procession, there were no crowds at the graveside services, only the family, a representative of the Société de Géographie, one very old boyhood friend, and the directors of the Suez Canal Company. The Suez Company paid all the funeral expenses. In the eulogies, the word Panama was never mentioned. Section 4. The extraordinary venture had lasted more than a decade. It had cost, according to the best estimates, 1,435,000,000 francs, about $287 million, which was 1 billion francs more than the cost of the Suez Canal. Far more, in fact, than had ever been spent on any one peaceful undertaking of any kind. The number of lives lost, a subject that had been strangely avoided throughout the affair, had not been determined, nor was it ever to be with certainty. Dr. Gorgas, from his analysis of the French records, would conclude that at least 20,000, perhaps as many as 22,000 died. Possibly that is high, but it remains the accepted estimate. For France to have suffered such a massive financial and psychological defeat so soon after Sedan seemed a cruel, undeserved turn of fate. Even Bismarck lamented that so heavy a tragedy had overtaken so gallant a people. And the surge of anti-Semitism that Edouard Drumont unleashed was soon to spill over into the appalling Dreyfus affair. It had indeed been a blunder on such an inordinate scale, a failure of such overwhelming magnitude, its shock waves extending to so very many levels, that nobody knew quite what to make of it. And as time passed, the inclination was to dismiss it as the folly of one man, Ferdinand de Lesseps, about whom markedly different views evolved. A popular conception was of the flamboyant enthusiast who began with limitless faith in his own omniscience, but reverted to his worst instincts the moment the scheme began to founder. That he had fallen in with the likes of de Reinach and Hertz was by this view natural enough, since he was as accomplished a swindler as any of them. France, the world, had been taken in, according to a great many attorneys and business people who claimed to regard the Panama effort by the ordinary rules of financial probity, no more, no less. To many American writers, he had been the leading performer in a comedy of the absurd, dancing and pirouetting in the front of the stage, blissfully unconscious, apparently, of everything except his own capers. Later, in Panama, it would be commonly understood among American canal workers that he had died in an insane asylum. For a surprisingly large part of France, he still remained the beloved grandfatherly hero of old, ancient and honorable, but sadly lacking the power of sober analysis or even common sense, like all creative geniuses. His submission to the demands of financiers and crooked politicians had been by this interpretation as innocent as his disregard for what the engineers called practicalities. His gaze had been on his star, and his star this time had failed him. To debate his tragedy was to debate the stars. It was a view that bequeathed innocence by making him something of a simpleton. Monumental naivete had been both his making and his unmaking. And destruction, at the end, for such a spirit, thus became no less inevitable or blameworthy than it had been for, say, Joan of Arc, such being the real world's reward for sainted madness. But as events receded farther into the distance, he became something rather different. He was seen more and more as the tragic victim of earthly forces beyond his control, of the satanic jungle, of ambitious technical advisors willing to say anything, conceal anything to satisfy their own selfish ends, of unscrupulous financiers, who to many people would be forever regarded as unscrupulous Jewish financiers. The fatal mortal flaw, according to this interpretation, had been to grow old. Once, during the Affaire de Panama, a newspaper had suggested quite sympathetically that it might have been better had Ferdinand de Lesseps died earlier, at the peak of his career, and Madame de Lesseps had written a moving reply that was quoted widely then and for years to come. "I will not protest against this unchristian sentiment," she wrote, "except to say that its author can have given no thought to the wife and children who deeply love and revere this old man, and to whom his life, however frail it may be, is more precious than anything in the world. It is no crime to grow old." So the corollary assumption was that he would have succeeded had he not grown old, that he would have repeated Suez at Panama had he still been the de Lesseps of Suez, at the height of his manhood, and in possession of his famed powers. There was a degree of truth, of course, in all such interpretations. In the main, however, they were delusions. The real man had been infinitely more complex, his motives far more ambivalent, the personality filled with many more contradictions than implied by any simplistic answers. He was both the most daring of dreamers and the cleverest of backroom manipulators. He was the indestructible optimist, believing to the depths of his soul that goodness and right invariably triumphed in the long run. And he was perfectly capable of deceit and of playing to the vanity and greed in other men. He was a trusting, decent, endearing man who could confide to a reporter several years after the canal was underway that he had known from the start that there would be trouble, who could blithely inform the press that his engineers had redirected the entire course of the impossible Chagres, who could tell his adoring stockholders on the eve of the final inevitable collapse that success was theirs. Arteries were hardening in the old system, no doubt. But to argue that age was his undoing is to disregard too many other factors of importance. His age, furthermore, became an apparent problem only toward the end when the cause was already lost. Until then, it was the display of youthfulness that so captivated his following, that impressed so shrewd and impartial a close-hand observer as John Bigelow. Indeed, it could be as readily argued that his curse was the failure to decline, his inability to look and act his age. It is no crime not to grow old, Madame de Lesseps might have said. Again and again things could have gone differently. More prudent or realistic views might have prevailed, had he been incapable any longer of playing on his powers to charm, to flatter, to inspire, to sweep good men onward contrary to their better instincts, using nothing but the phenomenal force of personality. Men who did know how to compute realistic excavation schedules, men who had experienced Culebra in the wet, serious, expert engineers at the top of their form, had listened and agreed and gone ahead as he wished time after time. The root sources of his downfall had been apparent since the Paris Congress of 1879. The insistence on a sea-level passage through country he knew nothing about, the total disinterest in conceptions other than his own, the refusal to heed voices of experience, the disregard for all data that either conflicted with or that appeared to vitiate his own cherished vision. But none of these would have mattered greatly had it not been for that extraordinary ability to inspire the loyalty and affection of individual human beings at every social and intellectual level. From the technical standpoint, the tragedy hung on the decision to cut through at sea level, to make another Suez Canal. Such a task at Panama was simply too overwhelming, if not impossible. The strategy did not suit the battleground. The handwriting had been on the wall a good 3 to 4 years before the money was gone. With the equipment then available, even a lock canal of modest dimensions would have been an enormously difficult and costly task. But had he and his technical advisers decided to make it a lock canal, even as late as 1886, at the time of his second tour of the Isthmus, there probably would have been a French canal at Panama, death, disease, jungle, geology, costs, and de Lesseps' advanced age all notwithstanding. The size of the locks being contemplated would have made the canal obsolete in relatively little time, but the canal would have been built. As for any possible complicity on his part in the less-than-noble practices that went on behind the scenes, there is no real mystery. He was neither innocent nor a simpleton. He was involved in bribing the press, in the Hertz Compact. Indeed, he was the one who crossed that line at the very beginning at the time of the first successful stock issue. His public pronouncements, his bulletins, were replete with misinformation, misleading statistics, promises that he knew to be beyond realization. In his dashing offhand way, he lied any amount to interviewers, as Emily Crawford said. He was determined to build the canal, to succeed again, to be all that his adoring multitude believed him to be. As the situation worsened, he had agreed to desperate measures to gain time, to postpone disaster. When Charles said in court that he himself had done what he thought he had to do, He was undoubtedly speaking for his father as well. "What would you have decided in our place?" Charles had asked. The fundamental mystery one comes down to in the end is the endlessly trumpeted faith of Ferdinand de Lesseps in success. Was all this the skilled and quite conscious deception of a grand impostor? Or was it the self-deception of a vain old fool who had been captured by his past success? These are the implicit questions in nearly all that has been written about the man. The evidence is that it was something else again. At heart, by nature, by every instinct in his body, Vicomte Ferdinand de Lesseps was a rainmaker. He was, as Masefield said of Shakespeare, the rare unreasonable who comes once in 10 generations. And it had been on that fundamental ground that Henri Barbusse had rested his defense. "Beautiful illusions!" the attorney had exclaimed at the high point of his sonorous 2-day oration. "That is what the Attorney General would call all great adventures which do not succeed. But humanity has need of such illusions, and when a great people is no longer kindled by them, then it must resign itself to be but a stolid ox, head bowed to earth." But the crucial point is that de Lesseps was a rainmaker to the 19th century. He himself was no less bedazzled than anyone by that era's own new magical powers. An enormous part of his appeal, perhaps the very essence of his appeal, was the fact that he was a non-technical, non-scientific spirit, the most human of humanists. It made it possible for people to take him to their hearts. And yet it was he who had at Suez succeeded in bringing science and technology to bear for one noble humanitarian purpose. And after that it had been very difficult to doubt his word or distrust his vision. From Suez on, as he himself once said, he enjoyed the privilege of being believed without having to prove what one affirms. It was this that made him such a popular force and such a dangerous man. His was not the faith that could move mountains, as was written or said by so many who never troubled to look at what he had been saying repeatedly since the Paris Congress. Not at all. His was the faith that the mountains could be moved by technology. He was as much bedazzled by the momentum of progress as by his own past triumph. "Science has declared that the canal is possible, and I am the servant of science," he had remarked at the Delmonico's dinner in 1880. Wondrous new machines would save the day, he told his stockholders again and again. Men of genius would come forth, by which he meant technicians and scientists, workers in physics, mathematics, soil engineering, chemistry, tropical medicine, hydraulics, things about which he knew little or nothing, but which he counted on. He had the non-scientific, non-technical man's faith that science and technology would find a way. That was his faith. That had been his experience. Of the 75 million cubic meters excavated at Suez, 60 million had been removed by machines in the final 4.5 years of the work. In the years since, he had seen the use of dynamite and nitroglycerin become widespread. He had witnessed the miracles achieved by Pasteur. So in the largest sense, his tragic folly had been to misjudge the momentum of progress. He had felt certain the machines, the medicines, whatever it took, would be ready in time, and he was wrong. And one cannot help but feel that in the end, he drifted into that last dim stage of his life haunted by an awful sense of betrayal. It can also be said, and with certainty, that nothing whatever would have been attempted or accomplished at Panama had it not been for Ferdinand de Lesseps, a point missing from the post-mortems of the 1890s, largely since the actual work itself had been either forgotten or was assumed to be utterly without value. In France, as André Siegfried observed, no one seemed to recall that Panama had had anything to do with the building of a canal. In the end, one almost believed that the company had hardly done anything at all in the isthmus. The money, declared the Times of London, was as clean gone as if it had been sunk in the North Atlantic. Nobody talked of the hospitals that had been built, the offices, storehouses, and dock facilities, the living quarters and machine shops, the maps, plans, surveys, and hydrographic data that had been assembled, the land that had been acquired, or the Panama Railroad. And the fact that more than 50 million cubic meters of earth and rock had been removed from the path of the canal, an amount equal to 2/3 of the total excavation at Suez, was virtually forgotten. All had been in vain, was the prevailing unchallenged attitude. The defeat of the old pioneer had been total. As it happens, the commission appointed by the liquidator to appraise the work had returned with an encouraging report. The amount accomplished was very considerable. The plant was in a good state of preservation. The lock canal could be completed in about 8 years. With an eye to the future, the liquidator had also arranged an extension of the old Wise concession by sending Wise back to Bogota. The concession was declared valid until 1903 on the condition that a new French company should be organized to carry on the work. And on October 20th, 1894, just 7 weeks before the death of Ferdinand de Lesseps, a Compagnie Nouvelle du Canal de Panama had been formally incorporated. Yet few people took any of this very seriously. The jungle was said to have already reclaimed most of what it had lost to the French engineers. And further, an American canal at Nicaragua was regarded as a certain thing, irrespective of the fact that one American attempt in Nicaragua by the Maritime Canal Company, which had been chartered in 1889, had already gone down in defeat. It had been an underfinanced affair that collapsed with the Wall Street panic of 1893. A canal was beyond the capacity of any purely private enterprise. That much, now, was plain. It must be a national undertaking. The United States appeared to be the one nation ready to mount such an effort, and if the American people had drawn one overriding conclusion from the French disaster, it was that the place not to build a canal was Panama. The failure of the French, the greatest failure in modern times, was above all a lesson in geography. They had gone down to defeat not merely because they were French, and therefore incompetent, impractical, and decadent, and led by Ferdinand de Lesseps, but primarily because he, had chosen the wrong path. American correspondent Richard Harding Davis wrote in Harper's Weekly that in all probability Panama had a curse on it. He had gone to sea for himself in 1896, and he judged it unholy ground. It was, he wrote, as if some evil spirit haunted the Chagres bottomlands. He was astounded to see the care with which French equipment and machinery was still being maintained. The armies of black laborers had since departed, returned home at the expense of the Jamaican government, but locomotives stood safely on blocks, oiled and cared for, he reported, as if on display at the Baldwin Works. In machine shops, every bit and screw in each numbered pigeonhole was as sharp and covered as thick with oil as though it had been in use that morning. Other writers traveling through Panama had found melancholy themes in the hulks of abandoned French machinery lying belly up in wayside swamps. But to Davis, such devoted care and attention were more pathetic. For it was like a general pipe-claying his cross-belt and polishing his buttons after his army has been routed and killed, and he has lost everything, including honor. In time to come, he wrote, when the Americans built the Nicaragua Canal, Panama would remain one of the greatest ruins on earth, a relic of swindle and death, and of the tragic old man who had been so misguided as to believe in a Panama Passage. Book 2, Stars and Stripes Forever, 1890 through 1904. Chapter 9, Theodore the Spinner. Rudyard Kipling said, "The universe seemed to be spinning around, and Theodore was the spinner." Section 1. On a summer day in the year 1901, there was, as the guidebook said, no pleasanter place in Washington to sit and pass the hours than Lafayette Square. In the shade of a southern magnolia, or a flowering Chinese paulownia, or perhaps an elm or a beech planted by Jefferson, one could watch the flow of traffic along Pennsylvania Avenue, or contemplate the north facade of the White House, or try to fathom, as nearly everyone did, what marvelous bit of ingenuity kept the equestrian bronze of Andrew Jackson in such uncanny equilibrium. Flower beds were carefully tended, paths swept clean. Tourists came and went, and pretty girls on their noon hour passed by in twos and threes, wearing the wide-brimmed straw hats and crisp white shirt-waists that had become the fashion. Especially satisfying was the sense one had of being at the very center of things. It was the nearness not just of the White House, but of the elegant private residences fronting on the other three sides of the square, of the Arlington Hotel, the Cosmos Club, the easy proximity of the Metropolitan Club, the Treasury Building, and that great Baroque pile, the State, War, and Navy Building, that made it such a rarefied and endlessly fascinating world within the world of Washington. On the east side of the square, next door to the Cosmos Club, lived Senator Hanna, number 21 Madison Place, the Little White House. At the buff-colored Cosmos itself, once the home of Dolly Madison, could be found such luminaries as Alexander Graham Bell or Professor Samuel Langley of the Smithsonian. The Arlington, diagonally across from the Cosmos on H Street, was the city's largest distinguished hostelry. Virtually every president since Grant had been accommodated there the night before his inauguration. Secretary of State John Hay, who had first come to Washington as Abraham Lincoln's private secretary, and Henry Adams, that cultivated lineal descendant of two presidents, lived in adjoining houses at the corner of H and 16th Streets, just across from beautiful little St. John's Episcopal Church. A comparatively new addition, built in the 80s, this Hay-Adams edifice was the one unconventional note on the square. It appeared to be one massive red-brick bastion with trimmings of light-colored stone, innumerable windows, imposing stone steps, and dark carved doors set within deeply shadowed archways, all trademarks of Henry H. Richardson, the most brilliant architect of the day. It seemed the safest possible refuge for the two fragile gentlemen who resided within, both of whom were looked upon as national treasures of a sort. Adams wryly referred to his address as the only position of importance he had attained in life, and he reigned there over the nearest thing thus far to an American salon. To be asked to breakfast at 1603 H Street was to have arrived. For John Hay, author of the open-door policy in China, his house was little more than a block from his office at the State Department, or from the Metropolitan on 17th Street, the city's most fashionable club, or from the French embassy, the large yellow house beside the Metropolitan. Life, wrote Adams, is a narrow valley, and the roads run close together. It was a view one might well have conceived from so privileged a vantage point. But at summer's end, on September 6, 1901, the comparative tranquility of Lafayette Square, like the whole order that had evolved in Washington, ended when 2 shots from a .32 caliber revolver were pumped point-blank into the unsuspecting William McKinley at Buffalo, New York. He had gone to attend the Pan American Exposition, and was standing in the Temple of Music, beside a potted palm, shaking hands with a long line of people, one of whom, a deranged young anarchist named Leon Czolgosz, stepped forward, his right hand wrapped in what appeared to be a bandage. 8 nights later, McKinley was dead. "Now look," Mark Hanna is said to have exploded on hearing the news. "That damned cowboy is President of the United States." The sudden advent of Theodore Roosevelt in the White House was to mark the most dramatic shift in presidential style and attitude since the inauguration of Andrew Jackson, the first avowed man of the people, when tubs of liquor had been put out in Lafayette Square to divert an overjoyed mob from the White House grounds. Roosevelt's own inaugural was a rushed, solemn little ceremony held in an overstuffed Victorian parlor in Buffalo. But it can be said that the 20th century truly began when he took the oath of office. At age 42, he was not only the youngest president in history, he was an entirely novel figure in American politics, an Eastern Republican with national appeal. Phenomenal national appeal, as the campaign had shown. Where McKinley had been Midwestern, of the plain people, TR was big city gentry, raised among nursemaids and gilded mirrors. He was a Harvard-trained, Harvard-sounding reader of books, 2 a day on the average. He was the Rough Rider, author, historian, a bird watcher, and the most tireless political warrior the country had ever encountered. As the vice presidential candidate, he had been seen in 24 states, traveled 21,000 miles, made nearly 700 speeches, all in one tour, while William McKinley, as was his custom, kept to the shade of his front porch in Canton, Ohio. Violent fate, in the form of Leon Czolgosz, had put Roosevelt in power at a time when the country was prospering, just as Mark Hanna had promised, when his party was in control of Congress, when the national spirit was expansive, confidence boundless, when the average American felt 400% bigger than he had before the turn of the century, as Senator Chauncey Depew observed. And he had every intention of exercising power as it had not been in a very long time. "I did not care a rap for the mere form and show of power," he would write. "I cared immensely for the use that could be made of the substance." The first weeks in office would remain a vivid memory for all who were on hand. "He strode triumphant among us," recalled Lincoln Steffens, "talking and shaking hands, dictating and signing letters, and laughing. Washington, the whole country, was in mourning, and no doubt the president felt that he should hold himself down. He didn't. He tried to, but his joy showed in every word and movement." To Harry Thurston Peck, the literary critic, he was a stream of fresh, pure, bracing air from the mountains to clear the fetid atmosphere of the national capital. He himself, at the end of his first week, confided to Henry Cabot Lodge, "It is a dreadful thing to come into the presidency this way, but it would be a far worse thing to be morbid about it." He saw more people, he handled more paperwork, he cut more red tape in the next several months than anyone who had ever held the office, and he adored the role. no man ever had a better time being president. There were some, to be sure, and particularly within his own party, who were considerably less than ecstatic over the prospect of such a person in power. Hannah was the outstanding example. We need not tell our readers that up to this time we have discovered in Mr. Roosevelt very little cause for serious rejoicing, declared the conservative Washington Post. He has at all times been far too theatrical for our taste. Even the venerable Henry Adams, who had found Roosevelt the vice president breezy and a tonic, returned home gravely unsettled by his first social evening with Roosevelt the chief of state. Everything at the White House had been too informal for Adams, the meal indifferent and badly served. Worse, Roosevelt had lectured him, the former Harvard professor. As usual, Theodore absorbed the conversation, wrote a disgruntled Adams to a friend. If it tired me 10 years ago, it crushes me now. Really, Theodore is exasperating. But for reporters and the reading public, he was a dream come true. He would give a presidential view on any subject, any time. The monologues were likened to Niagara Falls. To get him to listen, the story went, it was best to see him about 12:40, just before lunch, when he was being shaved. He was the first president to call his official residence the White House, rather than the Executive Mansion. The first to be known by his initials. The first to take up tennis, which he played badly but with explosive verve. The first to be photographed jumping on horseback. When the photographer missed his shot, the president gladly obliged by jumping several times again. He also brought to Washington the large, young, and exuberant family that was to dominate the popular imagination in ways that had never been known or that would never quite be equaled again. Edith Caro Roosevelt looked so youthful driving about the city in her carriage that she was sometimes mistaken for her stepdaughter, 17-year-old Alice. And Alice, as the country quickly discovered, was a handful. The 5 other children, the eldest just turned 14, seemed wholly unaffected by the aura of their new surroundings. Visitors were to encounter Roosevelt offspring racing the White House halls on stilts. A cabinet meeting would have to be halted temporarily due to the noise overhead. The president himself, it became known, was in the habit of looking in on the children before state dinners, by which he meant a terrific pillow fight. It all seemed to agree with him, as did everything in life. He had acquired some poundage in recent years, but physical bulk was in style for men of position, and he was by no means fat. He stood only 5 feet 8 inches tall, yet most people, when they saw him for the first time, were struck by how big he seemed. His frame was big, his neck and shoulders were big, and he stood with his shoulders thrown back, which gave him an even more imposing look. His weight during the time he was president was something over 200 pounds. His walk, recalled William Allen White, was a shoulder-shaking, assertive, heel-clicking, straightaway gait, rather consciously rapid as one who is habitually about his master's business. Mainly, Theodore Roosevelt was interesting. Interesting as no president had ever been. He was someone who would make things happen. Section 2. The obvious differences in age and nationality aside, there were striking similarities between Theodore Roosevelt and Ferdinand de Lesseps. Both were the products of cultivated, worldly families. Both were raised on the ideal of patriotic service and the heroic exploits of adventurous kinsmen. There is the common love of the out-of-doors, of shooting, and of horses. The common joy in children, books, theatrics, popular acclaim. In his boundless love of life, his immensely attractive animal vitality, Theodore Roosevelt might have been a direct descendant of Ferdinand de Lesseps. There is even a kind of continuity to such traits, as they were sometimes despised for: craftiness, self-glorification, self-deception. Nor was Roosevelt ever anything but positive about the need for a Central American canal to rival Suez. "No single great material work which remains to be undertaken on this continent is of such consequence to the American people," he declared in his first message to Congress. Whether he or any of those around him suspected then that the canal would become the great material set-piece of his administration, as well as the work in which he would take the most personal pride, or that it would be the subject of more controversy than anything else he did while in office, is impossible to say. But his eagerness to get on with the job was unmistakable. Roosevelt, however, looked upon the canal quite differently than de Lesseps had. Differently, in fact, than nearly everyone. It was very well for others to talk of it as the dream of Columbus, to call it a giant step in the march of civilization, or to picture, as de Lesseps so often had, its immeasurable value to world commerce. Roosevelt was promoting neither a commercial venture nor a universal utility. To him, first, last, and always, the canal was the vital, the indispensable path to a global destiny for the United States of America. He had a vision of his country as the commanding power on two oceans, and these joined by a canal built, owned, operated, policed, and fortified by his country. The canal was to be the first step to American supremacy at sea. All other benefits resulting, important or admirable as they might be, were to him secondary. His guiding light in this regard, the beloved prophet and teacher, was a tall, spare, beaked, painfully shy, deadly serious naval officer and scholar who looked like a predatory bird. As bald nearly as an egg, with pale hooded eyes, Alfred Thayer Mahan had been a member of the faculty at the Naval War College at Newport, Rhode Island, when Roosevelt, years before, had been invited to lecture there on one of his specialties as a historian, the War of 1812. The two had liked each other instantly, and remained fast friends and earnest correspondents. And for some 15 years, first in the War College lectures developed following his Panama experience, then in his famous book, The Influence of Sea Power Upon History, as well as in magazine articles and private correspondence, Mahan had been preaching a strident, uncompromising canal doctrine. His role as teacher and prophet had been a factor of the greatest importance, giving the old dream of a Pacific Passage a meaning it had not had before. Like Mrs. Stowe earlier in the 19th century, Mahan had happened out of the blue. Born at West Point, New York in 1840, he was the son of Dennis Hart Mahan, a noted professor at the Military Academy who had taught Grant, Sherman, Lee, Jackson, and who was the author of a mathematics text familiar to a whole generation of cadets, including several who were eventually to build Theodore Roosevelt's canal. The younger Mahan's naval career had been undistinguished, however. He and his father agreed that he might have done better in some other profession. By the time he was appointed to the staff of the War College, after 30 years in the service, he was still, in his own words, drifting on the lines of simple respectability as aimlessly as one ever could. An Annapolis classmate would subsequently remember him as the most intellectual man he had ever known. Yet nothing out of the ordinary had ever happened to him. He was not an especially able line officer. He was never able to do knots. The square knot was the top of his ability. And he had written nothing to indicate any literary gifts or penetrating grasp of world history. His world-shaking influence of sea power upon history, the result of 4 strenuous years in the closet, as he said, reading, writing, rewriting, was published in May of 1890 by Little, Brown and Company. The essence of his views was contained in the first 90 pages. By tracing the rise and decline of past maritime powers, he had arrived at the extremely simple theory that national greatness and commercial supremacy were directly related to supremacy at sea. This, he declared, was the towering truth of history. Like many earth-shaking concepts, it was not exactly original. Numbers of his own contemporaries in the Navy had been thinking along similar lines for some time. He, however, had developed the thesis historically, and that, he also asserted, no one had done before. Also, like many such iron-willed theorists, he had a knack for making his case so that it seemed indisputable. In England, predictably enough, the book was taken as gospel and had its earliest success. Clad in dress uniform, wearing a sword beneath red silk academic robes, the author received honorary degrees from both Oxford and Cambridge, and later dined with the Queen at Buckingham Palace. Kaiser Wilhelm II had telegraphed his friend Pulteney Bigelow, son of old John Bigelow, to praise the book. "It is on board all my ships and constantly quoted by my captains and officers." On the other side of the world, Mahan was adopted as a text for the Japanese military colleges. Not to be outdone by Oxford and Cambridge, Harvard and Yale conferred honorary degrees, and in the United States Senate, such powerful expansionists as Lodge and John Tyler Morgan were immediately won over. "It is sea power which is essential to every splendid people," Lodge lectured the nation from the Senate floor. Most important, however, was the overwhelming effect on the ambitious young man with the eyeglasses and the flashing teeth who was then serving on the Civil Service Commission. Roosevelt, it is a matter of record, was the first person of influence to read the book and to grasp its import. Probably not another ranking political official in the country had ever heard of Mahan at the time the book appeared. But for Roosevelt, who received one of the first copies and who wrote the first major review for the Atlantic Monthly, the prophet had arrived. The book, he immediately informed Mahan, was very much the clearest and most instructive general work of the kind with which I am acquainted. A very good book. If ever there was a disciple ideally suited by interest and temperament, Roosevelt was it. In the long introduction to his opus, Mahan had lamented that conventional historians seldom knew anything about the sea. It was because of this that the profound determining influence of maritime strength had been so long overlooked. Roosevelt had no such blind spot. He had been fascinated by ships and the sea since childhood. 2 uncles on his mother's side had been in the Confederate Navy. His uncle Irvin Bullock was a midshipman on the fabled Alabama, and the accepted family story was that he fired the last gun in the battle with the Kearsarge. James Dunwoody Bullock was a Confederate admiral and an exceedingly resourceful Confederate operative in England during the war who arranged the building of the Alabama. In his own travels with his parents, Roosevelt had crossed the Atlantic several times, and on one trip had sailed through the Suez Canal. His first published work, The Naval War of 1812, had been started when he was still an undergraduate. Furthermore, he had acquired a fundamental conviction that life is a struggle, and life among nations no less than life among man and beast. He believed in military strength, the military virtues. He deplored pacifists, he said, as he deplored men with shoulders like champagne bottles. He was, as every American youngster would come to appreciate, the champion of the strenuous life, the once nearsighted, asthmatic little boy who had willed himself to be the world's leading proof of the rugged fighting qualities. Roosevelt's determination to have a canal can be dated from the appearance of the influence of sea power in 1890, which, very interestingly, was the same year the Census Bureau declared there was no longer any land frontier. The Caribbean Sea was the American Mediterranean, wrote Mahan, and like the Mediterranean, it demanded a canal. The canal was the thing to bestir the aggressive impulse and turn the American people from their peaceful gainsaying ways. With the Isthmian barrier broken, the Caribbean would become not simply a prime commercial crossroads, but a vital military highway. The United States would require Caribbean bases, which, by their natural advantages, susceptibility of defense, and nearness to the central strategic issue, the canal, will enable her fleets to remain as near the scene as any opponents. The problem, as Mahan explained it, was that thus far the nation had been too well supplied with its own resources, too complacent in its self-sufficiency. So the canal, the central strategic issue, was to be the great redeeming task. It would shake the country out of its naivete, release it from myopic concerns. It would breed an international expansionist spirit. It would breed ships, coaling stations, naval bases, colonies afar. It would create an American Navy. Whether they will or no, Mahan wrote in the December Atlantic Monthly, Americans must now begin to look outward. His head was filled with American armadas steaming to distant and glorious horizons. Roosevelt was 31 years old at the time Mahan's book appeared, and had already made a place for himself among the leading figures in Washington. He would expound on his views at length during evenings at the Cosmos Club, for example, and to the rapt delight, appropriately, of the young English writer Rudyard Kipling, who used to drop in about 10:30 with the express purpose of hearing the expansive young American go on. "I curled up on the seat opposite," said Kipling, "and listened, and wondered, until the universe seemed to be spinning round, and Theodore was the spinner." In an entirely confidential letter written from Washington in 1897, Roosevelt told Mahan that the Nicaragua Canal should be built at once, and in the same breath that we should build 12 new battleships. By then, through the influence of Lodge, who had been primed by Mahan, Roosevelt had been made Assistant Secretary of the Navy, and had entered upon his duties characteristically, as if accompanied always by a band playing Sousa's Stars and Stripes Forever. He visited shipyards, poked his nose into technical matters, from ordnance to dry docks, went out on maneuvers. From a richly carved desk in the State War and Navy Building, with John Paul Jones looking down from a gold frame and a big glass-cased model of Dewey's flagship Olympia standing within arm's reach, he mapped global strategy and fired off letter after letter to congressmen and newspaper editors, urging more ships, improved weapons. Gradually, he would recall, a slight change for the better occurred, the writings of Captain Mahan playing no small part therein. Lodge, Roosevelt's closest friend and greatest admirer in the Senate, was saying that the canal would make Hawaii a necessity. Senator Morgan declared that Cuba was needed as well because of its position in relation to the canal. To Roosevelt, Lodge and Morgan were uncommonly far-sighted, a favorite accolade of Captain Mahan's. Home from the Cuban War a few years later, Roosevelt told a Chicago business club in his rasping falsetto, "We cannot sit huddled within our own borders and avow ourselves merely an assemblage of well-to-do hucksters who care nothing for what happens beyond. Such a policy would be self-deluding and disastrous. It might have been Mahan himself speaking. "If we are to hold our own in the struggle for naval and commercial supremacy, we must build up our power without our borders. We must build the Isthmian Canal, and we must grasp the points of vantage which will enable us to have our say in deciding the destiny of the oceans of the East and West." A naval base had been established at Cuba. Hawaii had been annexed. Puerto Rico, Guam, and the Philippines had been acquired. And the canal had become an enormously popular cause, largely as a result of an incident early in the war, the celebrated Voyage of the Oregon. The Oregon, one of the first true battleships, had made Mahan's and Roosevelt's case for them about as effectively as anything could have. The ship had been in San Francisco when the Maine blew up in Havana Harbor, and victory in the Caribbean was said to depend on her. Her orders from Washington were to proceed at once around the Horn. So, on the morning of March 19th, she had steamed off on a perilous race of 12,000 miles, instead of some 4,000 had there been a Central American canal. For the next 2 months, the whole country waited in mounting suspense. There were long, ominous periods of silence, weeks when the ship was lost from communication. Then came rousing dispatches from some point in Peru or Chile. The excitement kept building. Every American was caught up in it. One of the many popular renditions of the story, The Race of the Oregon by John James Meehan, went as follows. "Lights out, and a prow turned toward the south, and a canvas hiding each cannon's mouth, and a ship like a silent ghost released is seeking her sister ships in the east. When your boys shall ask what the guns are for, then tell them the tale of the Spanish War, and the breathless millions that looked upon the matchless race of the Oregon." From Rio north, the gleaming white ship was cleared for action and repainted a dull battle gray. Then, just over the equator, approximately on a line with the mouth of the Amazon, there occurred an amazing crossing of paths. The Oregon steamed by the tiny sloop Spray, a random speck in the empty sea, upon which, sailing all alone, was Captain Joshua Slocum of Massachusetts, then on the last leg of the first solitary cruise around the world. "I saw first a mast," he wrote, "with the stars and stripes floating from it, rising astern as if poked up out of the sea, and then rapidly appearing on the horizon like a citadel, the Oregon." Signals were exchanged, and Slocum learned for the first time that his country was at war. On May 24th, 67 days after leaving San Francisco, the Oregon was spotted off Palm Beach, Florida, and the news was flashed across the country. She had arrived in time to play a part in the Battle of Santiago Bay. Though the voyage was hailed as unprecedented in battleship history, a triumph of American technology and seamanship, it was the implicit lesson of the experience that would matter in the long run. "By that experience," wrote Mark Sullivan, social historian of the era, "America's vague ambition for an Isthmian canal became an imperative decision. As a demonstration of the military importance of the canal, it had been made to order." Still, of those impelling new reasons for the canal produced by the Spanish War, none counted for so much in Washington as the acquisition of the Philippines. The Philippines, Roosevelt foresaw, would affect America's future more than any other result of the Spanish War. He was not an imperialist, he insisted. It was inconceivable to him that Americans could ever be viewed as imperialistic. In all the United States, he had never met an imperialist, he once said before an audience in Utah. He was personally offended by the charge. Expansion was different. It was growth. It was progress. It was in the American grain. He was striving to lead his generation toward some larger, more noble objective than mere money-making. For after all, the revered Mahan wrote, if the love of mere glory is selfish, it is not quite so low as the love of mere comfort. To each generation was allotted a task, Roosevelt knew. I wish to see the United States the dominant power on the shores of the Pacific Ocean. Roosevelt was governor of New York when he first thrust himself into the actual shaping of policy concerning the canal. The contribution was uninvited and was an extreme aggravation to Secretary of State John Hay. In 1898, the war in Cuba over, McKinley had directed Hay to begin negotiating a new canal treaty with Great Britain to supplant the old Clayton-Bulwer Treaty, which after nearly 50 years still remained a diplomatic stumbling block to any substantive support of a Central American canal by the United States government. Hay and the British ambassador, Sir Julian Pauncefoot, had made rapid progress. Tied down with its own unpopular Boer War in South Africa, by now disenchanted with Central America as a sphere of influence, the Foreign Office was ready to bow out of a partnership in building the canal, quite willing to sign the task over to the Americans. According to Hay's proposal, the United States was to have the right to construct and operate the canal, which, like Suez, was to be free and open in time of war as in time of peace to vessels of commerce and of war of all nations on terms of entire equality. The United States could keep order along the route with its own police, but there were to be no fortifications. The agreement was signed in Hay's office on February 5, 1900. That was the first Hay-Pauncefoot Treaty, and for a few days John Hay felt he had achieved a milestone. McKinley, too, spoke elatedly of the great achievement. But Hay had chosen to ignore the Senate. No one on the Hill had been shown a draft of the treaty, nor had he bothered to describe its provisions to anyone on the Foreign Relations Committee. When I sent in the Canal Convention, he later explained to McKinley, I felt sure that no one out of a madhouse could fail to see that the advantages were all on our side. The rumblings commenced quickly enough, principally over the concept of a neutralized canal, a subject seldom questioned before. Suez had long since established the precedent of neutrality. The concept was in keeping with the old American policy of freedom of the seas. In addition, there was substantial naval opinion that if the need ever arose, the canal could be quite properly defended from bases at San Juan and Pearl Harbor. Senator Lodge was the first to flop, in Hay's words. The British had given up nothing, Hay was told. They had simply agreed to let the United States spend the money and do the work. John Tyler Morgan, another force on the Foreign Relations Committee and now head of his own Senate Canal Committee, concurred. Then from Albany came the most shrill denunciation of all, which, to add to Hay's exasperation, was played across page 1 of the New York papers, no less than if it had been a major policy pronouncement. George Smalley, former London correspondent for the New York Tribune, now Washington correspondent for the Times of London, was the one who rushed across Lafayette Square to give Hay first word of Roosevelt's attack. "You can imagine to what extent the fat is in the fire," wrote a bemused Henry Adams. "If Hay is beaten on his treaty, he will resign. If he doesn't resign, he will certainly hamstring Teddy. Won't it be fun?" For his own part, Hay sent an icy response to Albany declaring that such matters ought not concern a mere governor. The mere governor would be heard all the same. "I do not see why we should dig the canal if we are not to fortify it so as to ensure its being used for ourselves and against our foes in time of war," he wrote to Captain Mahan. To Hay, he insisted that the treaty was in fact a step backward and fraught with very great mischief. He asked the Secretary to consider the case of the Oregon. Had a canal of the kind the treaty guaranteed been in existence in 1898, the Oregon could certainly have reached the Atlantic more quickly. But the advantage would have been far outweighed by the fact that the Spanish fleet would also have been at liberty to use the canal to prey on the Pacific coast or to go after Dewey in the Philippines. If that canal is open to the warships of an enemy, it is a menace to us in time of war. It is an added burden, an additional strategic point to be guarded by our fleet. If fortified by us, it becomes one of the most potent sources of our possible sea strength. Roosevelt's view was the popular one, and opposition to the treaty gathered rapidly. In the Senate, Morgan noted that England had once done everything short of war to prevent the canal at Suez, but then took it over after the work was completed. Allegedly, this could again be the intent. To add to Hay's burdens, meantime, his friend Adams, who had since departed for Paris, lectured by mail that the whole balance of world power rested on the two isthmuses. Suez was settled, but who was to say what the consequences might be if the Kaiser were to make a move for Panama? 5 minutes of negotiation in Paris would be enough, said Adams, to guarantee the completion of the French canal. The Senate refused to ratify the treaty without amendments. Hay was beside himself. Overly sensitive by nature, he was stunned by the attacks on the treaty, taking everything said about it quite personally. It was his first experience with filthy newspaper abuse. He was certain he was in the right, and he had assured Pauncefoot that the treaty would be acceptable. A career dedicated to the resolution of Anglo-American difficulties appeared to be going up in smoke. He handed McKinley his resignation, which McKinley calmly refused. "We must bear the atmosphere of the hour," the president said. "It will pass away." And like many of McKinley's instinctive responses, it was the right one. When the British refused to accept an amended version of the treaty, Hay, to his enormous credit, picked up the pieces and began over again. Negotiations with Pauncefoot resumed. This time, the Senate was kept apprised. By late summer of 1901, shortly before McKinley left for Buffalo, Hay was able to report that much progress had been made. He had worked on harder than ever, and despite personal tragedy and recurring premonitions of doom. In June, his elder son, Del Hay, McKinley's private secretary, had been killed when he fell from an open window at New Haven while attending a Yale commencement. "I have hideous forebodings," Hay wrote Adams. "Good luck has pursued me like my shadow. Now it is gone." And then came the shattering news from Buffalo. His world, his career, his usefulness, all had ended, he wrote to Roosevelt. But he also saw Roosevelt as a young fellow of infinite dash and originality, as he confided to a friend on the day of McKinley's death. And when Roosevelt arrived in Washington with the funeral train the night of September 16th, Hay was among the first to come forward on the crowded station platform to pay his respects. Hay was a man who generated lasting affection. The French ambassador, Jules Jusserand, would remember him as modest withal, never trying to push himself to the front, speaking in subdued tones, and scarcely opening his lips when uttering a memorable saying or shrewd, humorous remark. Nearly 3/4 of a century later, over tea, Mrs. Alice Roosevelt Longworth, at the mere mention of his name, would say simply, "Oh, dear little Mr. Hay." He was, as well, many things Theodore Roosevelt was not: fastidious, subtle, self-effacing, a public official who lost sleep over speeches that had been written perfectly in advance. To Roosevelt, he was the most delightful man to talk to I ever met. His only problem, to Roosevelt's way of thinking, was a very ease-loving nature, which made him shrink from all that was rough in life. But on the station platform that September night, Roosevelt implored Hay to remain as Secretary of State. They stood together only a moment, Roosevelt with his hand on Hay's arm, both men in black, wearing high silk hats, the noise of the station drowning out their words to everyone but themselves. He told Hay that he must stick by him. It was a command, Roosevelt said, and Hay, deeply touched, said he would. So, it was Hay, after all, who put his signature to what was to go down in history as the second Hay-Pauncefoot Treaty, the first important treaty of Roosevelt's presidency. This time the clause forbidding fortification had merely been omitted. The United States was to be free to do whatever was necessary to protect the canal against lawlessness and disorder, and the unwritten understanding was that this in fact authorized fortification. Roosevelt, Lodge, and Morgan were quite satisfied, and there was never any serious doubt about the fate of the document after that. On the morning of November 18, 1901, the portly, white-haired Pauncefoot was ushered into Hay's large office at the south end of the State, War, and Navy building. No special fuss was made. It was not even generally known that the British ambassador was in the building, until he had been with the secretary for about an hour. Then two elderly Negroes, William Gwynn and Edward Savoy, State Department messengers who had attended countless such occasions, were asked in. Gwynn held a silver candlestick which contained the taper used to burn the red wax for the seals. Savoy would apply the wax. Hay and Pauncefoot signed their names. The seals were fixed. "If there was anything approaching ceremony, it was putting out the candle," observed a reporter. "It is never blown out, but must be snuffed out with a silver extinguisher." At the White House, Theodore Roosevelt declared himself delighted. Section 3. Like John Hay, the British Foreign Office, Lodge, Captain Mahan, like the editors of virtually every major newspaper, like all but a tiny minority of his countrymen, Theodore Roosevelt had been operating on the assumption that the canal was to be built in Nicaragua. In none of his numerous speeches on the subject, for example, had he ever even used the word Panama. He had either referred to the Nicaragua Canal or the Isthmian Canal, never to a Panama Canal. And like everybody else in Washington, or everyone who understood how things worked there, he looked to Senator John Tyler Morgan as not merely the ultimate authority on the subject, but someone with whom cooperation would be mandatory. Only a few weeks after becoming president, Roosevelt had written to Morgan, "You know the high regard I have for you. I particularly wish to see you and consult with you about various matters, and I hope, my dear Senator, you will understand that I desire earnestly to hear from you about every appointment as well as every question of public policy, and that wherever possible I shall pay the utmost heed to your advice." Morgan was chairman of the Senate Committee on Interoceanic Canals, the Morgan Committee as it was more commonly known, which included several extremely interesting and influential figures. Spooner, of Wisconsin, who was as fine a speaker as anyone then in Congress. William Harris, a burly, imposing man who had an engineering background and had actually seen something of Central America. And Senator Hanna, who was regarded with reason as the most important man in American politics, Roosevelt not necessarily excluded. But it was Morgan who ran the show. Old Morgan of Alabama, who at age 77 qualified as one of the most powerful and interesting figures in American politics. Morgan did not look like much. He was small and frail, a dry little stick beside a man like Hannah. His hair and mustache were as white as paper, his scrawny neck several sizes too small for the inevitable wing collar. He was known as one of the old-time characters on the Hill. A lawyer from Selma, Alabama, he had led a cavalry charge at Chickamauga and survived to become a brigadier general. He had been elected to the Senate first in 1876 and had been serving without interruption ever since. Friend and foe considered him the most intellectual of Democrats, as Hoar was the most intellectual of Republicans. And to judge by performance rather than appearance, his career was anything but in the decline. No member of the Senate, irrespective of age, worked harder. Morgan's efforts over the years had been largely constructive. He was watchful, uncompromising, fiercely independent, nearly always irritable. He was also scrupulously honest. Never had he been known to vote on anything for reasons other than his famous principles, some of which, such as those concerning relations between the black and white races, were viewed as shamefully out of date. His handwriting, a savage, consistently illegible scrawl, was known all over town, as was his sense of humor, which was a bit like that of Mark Twain, whom he resembled to a degree. "A lie," he was once heard to declare on the floor of the Senate, "is an abomination unto the Lord, and an ever-present help in time of need." To cross him in any fashion was considered extremely dangerous. "Senator Morgan was an extraordinary man in many respects," wrote Shelby Collum, chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee. "He had a wonderful fund of information on every subject. He was one of the most delightful and agreeable of men if you agreed with him, but he was so intense on any subject in which he took an interest, particularly anything pertaining to the interoceanic canal, that he became almost vicious toward anyone who opposed him." The two greatest pleasures in Morgan's life, it was commonly said, were work and a good fight. The interest in the canal dated from his first years in the Senate. He knew the reports of every surveying expedition to Central America, the findings of the several successive canal commissions since the Grant administration. It was John Tyler Morgan, everyone knew, who had worked longest and hardest for congressional support for the ill-fated Maritime Canal Company, who had been the author of several canal bills, who had done more to inform the public, heard more testimony, read more, asked more questions, and had more information on the entire subject of an interoceanic passage than any figure of either party. The canal was the dream of his life, and he was as certain as he could possibly be that it must be a Nicaragua canal. Nicaragua, in the popular phrase, remained the American route, and his long, frequently lonely fight to have the canal built there had made him a national figure. The canal would be his monument, Morgan was often told by admiring colleagues. He, however, was not interested in prestige. He wanted no monuments. He wanted the Nicaragua Canal. Because of his strong expansionist sentiments and the support he had lent to the Roosevelt Lodge Mahan doctrines, Morgan also had a unique kind of leverage. In most other respects, he was a good Bryan Democrat and a Southerner to the core. Still, he could usually count on support from the other side of the aisle when he needed it. And for several years now, he had been more welcome at the White House than any Democrat in town. Morgan wanted an American canal under American control no less than did Roosevelt. Nor had he ever been the slightest bit tentative about that, which was among the chief reasons for Roosevelt's admiration. Several of his strongest arguments for a Nicaragua canal were nonetheless avowedly provincial. An ocean passage at Nicaragua would mean a return of prosperity to the South, A Nicaragua canal would be closer to any American port than would a canal at Panama. But a Nicaragua canal would also be 700 to 800 miles closer to the Gulf ports of Mobile, New Orleans, and Galveston than to New York or Boston. He foresaw his native Southland fronting on one of the world's principal sea lanes, and every Gulf port a major coaling station. World markets would open for Southern lumber, Southern iron, cotton, manufactured goods. It was a position that made him extremely popular at home. But on top of this, Morgan believed quite sincerely that Nicaragua was the superior choice from an engineering standpoint and in view of political considerations. His technical argument was much the same as that advanced by Grant's Canal Commission or by Menokal and Ammon at the Paris Congress. Nicaragua offered the lowest pass anywhere on the Cordilleras from Alaska to Tierra del Fuego. Nicaragua provided 50-odd miles of magnificent lake, perhaps as much as 60 miles of navigable river. The lake offered a limitless supply of water at the summit level of the canal. Politically, Nicaragua was a stable country in which to make so vast an investment of American capital and effort. A Nicaragua canal had already been the subject of 6 treaties between Nicaragua, Costa Rica, and the United States. Nicaragua was clean, fertile, relatively free of disease. It had great potential for development. And he could marshal impressive facts and figures drawing from his prodigious memory, government reports, and such widely respected authorities as A.G. Menokal. By the same token, his contempt for the Panama route was monumental. His utterances on the subject, if anything, even more notable. Earlier in the year, as the newly elected Vice President, Theodore Roosevelt, presided rather nervously over a Senate debate on the canal, Morgan had called the Panama Plan a job which has disgusted France until she had shuddered like a sick baby at the enormity of the villainies perpetrated by our own people. The entire affair had been gangrene with corruption. The Compagnie Nouvelle du Canal de Panama was the so-called New Panama Canal Company, the words spoken as though they had an unpleasant smell. The company's assets and franchises were held to be virtually worthless, its stockholders little better than common thieves. Its officers were paid schemers and to be trusted under no conditions. These people, Morgan warned, had no intention of finishing the canal. Their present efforts in Panama were a thin sham. Their only objective, their only reason for existence, he insisted, was to sell their poisonous junk heap to the United States. And since this was closely in tune with the opinion of the vast majority of Americans, his position seemed impregnable. The very dark cloud that hung over Panama in the popular mind appeared immovable, while Nicaragua, by stunning contrast, was seen as a sunny, hospitable land much favored by fortune. Nicaragua would be a fresh start. Those few Americans who had spoken out for Panama, Morgan regarded as fools or, worse, stooges for the transcontinental railroads that were conspiring to defeat any waterway through Central America that they could not own or control. Morgan was a railroad fighter of long standing, and the railroads, he insisted, were as much opposed to a canal at Panama as they were to one at Nicaragua. But by playing up Panama, they hoped to stall a congressional decision on Nicaragua. He accused no one in particular, but there was no call to. At the heart of the Panama plot, the public and most of the press assumed, were E. H. Harriman, J. P. Morgan, and James J. Hill. And quite possibly the assumption was correct, or at least partly so, although neither Morgan nor the newspapers were ever able to produce substantive proof. In the place of proof were the frequent declarations of the railroad people themselves, and since the railroads had shown no prior aversion to political wire-pulling, and since their grip on the country as a whole had become a very live political issue, the specter Morgan raised of paid railroad agents scheming to wreck the canal was one nobody took lightly. Speeches by others on the subject of the Nicaragua Canal filled hundreds of pages of the congressional record. In the archives of the House and Senate were tens of thousands of pages of reports from special canal committees, testimony from explorers, engineers, sea captains, all supporting the fundamental wisdom of the Nicaragua route. If pens were spades, remarked the Minneapolis Times, the canal would have been dug long since. There were all the maps and surveys of the Grant expeditions, tabulations on weather and tides and annual rainfall, gathered by still further Nicaragua expeditions in the 1880s when the French were busy at Panama. Most of the popular magazines, Harper's Weekly, Atlantic Monthly, Munsey's, Century, had carried major articles on the Nicaragua Canal. The Maritime Canal Company, before it went bankrupt, had built a magnificent scale model of its canal, complete with running water and tiny locks that actually worked, and this had been exhibited in Washington and a dozen other cities. American boards of trade, state legislatures, scores of civic groups of one kind and another had passed solemn resolutions for a Nicaragua canal. A Nicaragua canal had been a showpiece in both the Republican and Democratic platforms. But a clinching argument for Nicaragua, heard repeatedly, was that if old Morgan, knowing all he did, having given the better part of a lifetime to the subject, said it was the place, then certainly that must be so. A Nicaragua canal bill would go before Congress, it was presumed, and Morgan would see it safely and speedily through. The one remaining piece of business was the release of a presidential study on the most practicable and feasible route for the canal. The study had been ordered by William McKinley and authorized by Congress in 1899. It was the work of the Isthmian Canal Commission, the second such high-level commission established by McKinley. The first, the Nicaragua Canal Commission, had been organized in 1897, and it was to be the final word on the subject. Chairman of the commission was Rear Admiral John G. Walker, who had also headed the earlier study, and hence it was referred to as the Second Walker Commission, or more commonly as time passed as simply the Walker Commission. Besides Walker, 8 others, most of them eminent civil or military engineers, composed the board. $1 million had been appropriated. The field work had involved 2 years, hundreds of men, surveyors, engineers, naval officers, physicians, geologists, and it was in November, only a few days before Hay and Poncefoot meant to sign their treaty, that Admiral Walker had marched up the steps to the State Department on his way to Hay's office, 2 men trailing a few paces to the rear, carrying the long-awaited report in 2 large wooden boxes. The report was supposed to have remained secret until the President had read it and sent it on to Congress. But on November 21st, 3 days after the Hay-Poncefoot signing, William Randolph Hearst broke the results in the New York Journal. One of the Admiral's stenographers had been bribed, and Hearst had a carbon copy of the full text. Having considered all factors of climate, health, legal rights, existing franchises, having arrived at probable figures for the cost of construction and operation of ship canals in both Panama and Nicaragua, the Walker Commission had again declared Nicaragua the preferred choice. The issue, it seemed, had been settled once and for all. The rest would be largely a matter of legislative formality. For those few who bothered to read the Commission's report, however, it was obvious that the important news was not the concluding decision for Nicaragua, a decision that had been expected all along, but the exceedingly strong case being made for Panama. There was no need to read between the lines. All one had to do was to look at the technical arguments being presented, none of which was very technical or complicated. The deciding factor had been the price put by the French company on its Panama holdings. Nicaragua was the most practicable and feasible route after considering all the facts developed by the investigations and having in view the terms offered by the new Panama Canal Company, which were so unreasonable that its acceptance cannot be recommended by this commission. Yet, with amazingly few exceptions, the editorial writers and politicians chose to pay no attention to that. The Commission's findings were hailed as the ultimate confirmation of the American route. The Journal followed its great scoop with an article on a minority report, also provided by the obliging stenographer, in which the virtues of the Panama route were stressed in further detail by the most eminent civil engineer on the Commission, George Shattuck Morrison. The New York Times and one or two other papers had also made mention of a Panama lobby stepping up its gumshoe campaign in Washington, and of a powerful coterie in the Senate working secretly for the Panama route, irrespective of the Commission's conclusions. But the stories were generally discounted. Asked by reporters if he had any knowledge of Panama sentiment among his colleagues, John Tyler Morgan drawled, "I haven't heard a brush crack in the woods about it." When Congress convened in the first week in December, a House bill for a Nicaragua canal was pushed through committee without a hitch. Its author, William Peters Hepburn of Iowa, was a Republican with a large streak of vanity who had once blocked a similar bill because it was then called the Morgan Bill. He had decided that if any one individual or party was to be immortalized by the canal legislation, it was to be Congressman Hepburn and the Republicans. Morgan had since assured Hepburn that he would not respond in kind, that he would be quite happy to see it be a Hepburn bill, and so it was expected to pass quite handily. On December 10th, a formal diplomatic convention was signed in Managua with a view to the construction of a Nicaragua canal by the United States. On December 16th, to nobody's surprise, the Senate ratified the Hay-Pauncefoot Treaty. 3 days later, the House of Representatives, by unanimous consent, placed the Hepburn Bill on the calendar for immediate consideration following the Christmas holidays. Then, just before Christmas, came reports from Paris that the president of the Compagnie Nouvelle had suddenly resigned. A stockholders' meeting on December 21st had become so tumultuous that the police had to be called in. The gist of the speeches had been to get the United States to buy the canal at any price. To date, technically speaking, the French company had never really fixed a price for its holdings. Admiral Walker had been informed only as to what the company considered the Panama property, equipment, and franchises to be worth, which was $109 million. Having nothing else to go by, Walker and his commissioners had taken that to be the price and had based their decision on it. The new price, the first price actually quoted from Paris, was presented to Walker by representatives of the company early on January 4th, 1902, the morning most of Washington was absorbed in accounts of Alice Roosevelt's coming-out party at the White House the night before. Walker and his 8-man commission had concluded in their report that what the French company had to sell was worth considerably less than $109 million. The useful portions of the French excavations they valued at $27,400,000. They were willing to include $2 million for the French maps, surveys, drawings, and records. The Panama Railroad they judged to be worth nearly $7 million, and another $3 million plus had been added to cover possible oversights. So the total estimated value came to $40 million, which, interestingly, was the precise figure the French were now offering to sell for. Walker had hurried over to the State Department at noon, and from there the news had been taken next door to the White House. The French had not only slashed their price, they had cut it by more than 60%. As Admiral Walker was to tell the Morgan Committee in his deadpan fashion, it put things on a very different footing. But when the House took up the Hepburn bill, the debate, if it can be called that, lasted all of 2 days. On January 9th, the House voted all but unanimously, 308 to 2, to proceed with the Nicaragua Canal. As Mark Hanna observed, probably not one congressman in 4 had even read the report of the Walker Commission. Morgan, who had read it, and closely, announced that he would commence hearings and see that the bill reached the Senate with all dispatch. The administration all this while had been keeping silent, the implicit understanding being that the choice was the prerogative of Congress and that Roosevelt remained a Nicaragua man. But no sooner had the House acted than Roosevelt called the members of the Walker Commission to the White House one by one for private consultation. He wished their own personal views freely expressed, one man at a time. A meeting of the full commission followed, a closed, secret meeting in the President's office, during which Walker and the others were told to get together and issue a supplementary report. Roosevelt wanted the French offer to be accepted. The conclusion of the commission, he said, was to be unanimous. Morgan was incredulous when Mark Hanna confronted him with the news. "Go ahead and ask the President if you do not believe it," Hanna replied, and Morgan went down to the White House that same day. What sort of exchange he and Roosevelt had, neither man ever disclosed. That was on Thursday, the 16th. By Saturday, the papers were saying that Roosevelt had a new canal report in his hands. Walker, intercepted by reporters between the State Department and the White House, would say only that the report was likely to be a disappointment to the public. On Monday, January 20th, the story was out. On the motion of George S. Morrison, the Commission had reversed its decision. Panama was now declared the unanimous choice for the canal. A general inventory of the French property was provided for the first time. There were some 30,000 acres of land, which, along with land belonging to the Panama Railroad, comprise nearly all the ground required for the canal itself. There was the railroad. There were more than 2,000 buildings, offices, living quarters, storehouses, shops, stables, in addition to the large central headquarters in Panama City and the hospitals at Panama City and Colon. There was an immense amount of machinery: tugs, launches, dredges, excavators, pumps, cranes, locomotives, railroad cars, as well as surveying instruments and medical supplies. The excavation already accomplished, that excavation that would be of value according to the Commission's own plan, was figured to be 36,689,965 cubic yards. Very few in Washington missed the point. Assuming Theodore Roosevelt was as impatient to build the canal as he appeared, then his fastest, most expedient course would be to ignore the last-minute overtures of the French company and let John Tyler Morgan handle the rest. That way there would be no more time wasted. But Roosevelt quite obviously had chosen not to do that. Instead, he was flying head-on against the senator in defiance of all the old man's authority and power, not to mention the popular sentiment of the country. He was throwing all past faith in the Nicaragua route to the winds, and by so doing he was risking still further delays, more interminable debate, and very likely a personal defeat at the outset of his presidency. Clearly, something or somebody had caused him to conclude that Panama was not just the better alternative, but so much better as to be worth making a fight for. Or possibly, it was being said, he was no less susceptible than his predecessor to the will of the senator from Ohio. And if Mark Hanna was for Panama, there was no special mystery about that, since it was axiomatic that Mark Hanna spoke for the railroads. Hanna could not bamboozle the American public like a lot of children, declared an irate press. The American people are not fools, said the New York Herald. National opinion was unanimous for Nicaragua, and the lesson of democracy was to trust the public instinct. All the objections shown have been admitted by competent scientific authorities, but their weight is nil compared with the instinctive conviction so deeply rooted in the American nation that the Nicaragua Canal project is a purely national affair, conceived by Americans, sustained by Americans, and, if later on constructed, operated by Americans according to American ideas and for American needs. In one word, it is a national enterprise. Sentiment, the editors insisted, must be reckoned in national as in personal affairs. The fundamental question was whether the United States Senate would prove more permeable to foreign influence than the House had. The Louisville Courier-Journal, in an editorial that was carefully clipped and saved by John Tyler Morgan, wrote of the bare-faced comicality of the medicated steal. 20 millions to enable the thieves on this side to pass the bill. 20 millions for the insiders on the other side. A few rusty pots and pans and an international lawsuit for Uncle Sam. Morgan's frequent assertions that the title of the property was invalid, that Colombia would never willingly abandon its rights on the isthmus, that political unrest was endemic in Panama, were all very much in evidence now. "Talk about buying a lawsuit," wrote William Randolph Hearst in the New York Journal. "The purchase of the Panama Canal would be buying a revolution. Apparently, the only way in which we could secure a satisfactory concession from Colombia would be to go down there, take the contending statesmen by the necks, and hold a batch of them in office long enough to get a contract signed." Meantime, the Colombian minister in Washington, Dr. Carlos Martinez Silva, assured the State Department and the press that his government was ready to deal liberally with the United States concerning Colombia's Isthmian province. The government in Bogotá would show no mean nor grasping spirit. Everything in the way of a concession the United States needs to warrant it in undertaking to build the Panama Canal, Colombia is willing to grant. On January 28th, Senator John Coit Spooner introduced an amendment to the Hepburn Bill. It authorized the President to acquire the French company's Panama property and concessions at a cost not to exceed $40 million, to acquire from Colombia perpetual control of a canal zone at least 6 miles wide across the Isthmus of Panama, and to build a Panama Canal. If a clear title or a satisfactory agreement with Colombia could not be reached within a reasonable time, then the President was authorized to proceed with the canal at Nicaragua. If passed, the proposal would obviously transform the House bill into an entirely new measure. It was the strongest evidence of all that Roosevelt had made up his mind that it must be a Panama Canal. Spooner had shown no prior partiality for the Panama route, but Spooner was an able floor leader for administration bills who would never have taken such a stand without full White House approval. So plainly, the plan had emanated from the White House. Theodore was still the spinner. Chapter 10. The Lobby. William Nelson Cromwell said, "In the course of a very active and very extended professional career, the firm of Sullivan and Cromwell had found itself placed in intimate relations, susceptible of being used to advantage with men possessing influence and power." Philippe Bunau-Varilla said, "The first bugle note had been heard. I hastened to settle up my business affairs and left France on the Champagne for this crusade which was to result in the resurrection of Panama." Section 1. As Chairman John Tyler Morgan gathered his committee for the first hearings on the Hepburn Bill, the idea of building the American Canal at Panama, of buying out the French and finishing what they had begun, was altogether devoid of popular appeal, and without a single spokesman of national reputation. What open support there was for the Panama proposition was just barely discernible. A few newspapers, the New York Evening Post being the most persistent, a few Midwestern business groups, perhaps a half-dozen prominent civil engineers. Political support appeared to be non-existent. Extraordinary as it may seem in light of what was to transpire, by the start of 1902, not a single politician of importance had ever declared himself in favor of a Panama Canal. The idea had no constituency, whereas the enthusiasm for Nicaragua, within Congress and without, appeared to be overwhelming. Any ordinary citizen who dared even to suggest that perhaps the French had picked the best place after all, or that a Panama Canal ought not be dismissed out of hand because it was a French idea, or because it would be a Panama Canal, spoke virtually alone. Old John Bigelow, for example, had become something of a curiosity for espousing such views, as well as something of a nuisance to such influential former colleagues as John Hay, who responded with due courtesy but nothing more to Bigelow's lengthy, reflective letters on the matter. As things stood, there was every reason to assume that the commerce of the world, not to mention the white ships of the United States Navy, would one day be plying the waters of beautiful Lake Nicaragua. And this is doubtless what would have occurred, had it not been for certain unexpected events and a mere handful of extremely determined individuals, two of whom comprised the main thrust of what the newspapers darkly referred to as the Panama Lobby. They were William Nelson Cromwell and Philippe Bunau-Varilla. Their activities to date require some explaining. Both Cromwell and his French counterpart were small, aggressive, fatherless men who would each be compared to Napoleon. Only Cromwell, however, had made influence a profession. Cromwell was something new in the legal world, a corporation lawyer, a kind of mutation sprung forth in the Wall Street jungle during the rise of the railroads. An almost pretty little man with thick, curly, prematurely white hair and white mustache, he had large, glittering blue eyes, as clear as a baby's, according to one account, and a smooth, pink complexion that would not shame a maiden. In striped trousers and morning coat, he looked like a clever drama student, dressed for the part of elder statesman. But the look he fancied, the role he cultivated, were those of a man with all the cards, and possibly several more up his sleeve. As one young protege would recall, Cromwell delighted in being known as a mystery man, a puller of strings. An incensed congressman was to call him the most dangerous man the country has produced since the days of Aaron Burr, which was extravagant, but exactly the sort of remark from which Cromwell took extreme satisfaction. He had no interest in sensational trial work, never courted publicity. He was a talker man to man. No life insurance agent could beat him, a reporter for The World wrote after a long interview. He talks fast, and when he wishes to, never to the point. His great genius was for arranging things, for planning every move in advance. Accidents don't happen, he would admonish young associates. They are permitted to happen by fools who take no thought of misadventure. William Nelson Cromwell, he preferred the use of all three names, was the good, eager, poor, diminutive boy from Brooklyn, the son of a Civil War widow, a lad of delicate health, who had once played the organ in the Church of the Pilgrims and went to work first as an accountant in a railroad office. He was the model of ambition rewarded, who began each day at first light and advised others, "A successful man never forgets his work. He gets up in the morning with it, he works all day with it, he takes it home with him, he lives with it." He had worked his way through Columbia Law School in his off hours, was graduated in 1876, and 3 years later, with an older, well-established trial lawyer named Algernon Sullivan, founded the Wall Street firm of Sullivan and Cromwell. When Sullivan died in 1887, Cromwell became the senior partner at age 33. He hired equally promising young men, one of whom was John Foster Dulles, and busily cultivated his own legend. To his more staid peers, he seemed a touch vulgar. His training in finance and accounts, an associate would explain, had developed in him valuable skills unusual to lawyers of that day, who were generally trained in literature, logic, rhetoric, philosophy, and the classics. Cromwell's fees for straightening out the affairs of troubled corporations or arranging giant mergers were the largest of their kind up until that time. Still, in his early 40s, he was already a millionaire many times over. When the New York firm of Decker, Howell and Company failed in 1891 with debts of $10 million, Cromwell, who had been named assignee, had the company's affairs straightened out in 6 weeks. Creditors paid, operations resumed, and his fee was an unheard-of $250,000. By 1901, he had reorganized the Northern Pacific Railroad and assisted J.P. Morgan in founding the United States Steel Corporation. He was also among those privileged to participate in the stock syndicate that made the giant steel combine possible, along with such lords of creation as H. Rogers, W.K. Vanderbilt, and John Betamillion Gates. Cromwell's share was for $2 million, for which he had been required to put up a bare 12.5%. He was advisor to and confidant of several of the most powerful men in America, whom he admired and flattered to the skies. Once speaking before a Wells Fargo stockholders' meeting, he declared, "Mr. Harriman is the one man to be thanked for what this company has gained through the favor of the railroads. He cannot be replaced, for he moves in a higher world which we cannot hope to enter." Nor had he the slightest compunction about trading openly on such friendships. In 1894, the year the new Panama Canal Company was organized, Cromwell had become general counsel for the Panama Railroad, a stockholder and a director. This had come about because he was at the time involved with C.P. Huntington and the Southern Pacific, which by then virtually controlled the Panama Railroad as the result of a traffic agreement. Presently, he had started looking after the interests of the new Panama Canal Company, promising its officers an open, audacious, aggressive campaign of publicity, enlightenment, and opposition, all planned with Napoleonic strategy. He was to profess most earnestly later on that his underlying purpose at all times had been to give the United States the best possible canal. But from other things he said and did, it is clear that his fundamental objective was to sell the French company to the United States government, or, that failing, to some other government or combination of foreign capital. And for such efforts, he expected to be well paid. His fee for services rendered when finally submitted to the Compagnie Nouvelle would be for $800,000. Few lobbyists had ever gone about their task with such intensity or imagination. He made lobbying one of the lively arts, as someone said. No opportunity was missed. Editors and congressmen were supplied with reams of material on Panama, the French company, the drawbacks of the Nicaragua route. He was in Washington again and again, often for weeks at a time, seeing people on the Hill, negotiating with the Colombians. He had some help from a lawyer named William Curtis and a newspaperman, Roger Farnham, whom he had hired away from the World. But he was the spearhead. It was he who counted Hanna and Spooner among his intimate friends. It was he who called at the White House. He made liberal use of his own and his clients' money. He brought people together. Once he had even arranged a meeting between his client's representative and William McKinley. On the Hill, his strategy was to do everything possible to dampen the Nicaragua ardor, and he was as ubiquitous and ever-present as John Tyler Morgan said he was. Indeed, the hatred he engendered in the old senator is probably the clearest proof of his effectiveness. His most demonstrable achievement was the establishment of the Isthmian Canal Commission. At least, such was to be his lifelong claim. To bring this off, he had concentrated on House Speaker Thomas B. Reed and Congressman Joseph Uncle Joe Cannon, chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee, both Republicans who were to serve on the commission. He urged McKinley not to reappoint Admiral Walker. A Corps of Engineers officer, Colonel Peter Haynes, and a professor of civil engineering from the University of Pennsylvania, Lewis Haupt, were also unacceptable in his view, since, like Walker, they had served on the earlier Nicaragua Canal Commission and were therefore not without Nicaragua bias. Professor Haupt was actually on record as saying that nothing could change his mind about the superiority of the Nicaragua route. A fourth man, Alfred Noble, a noted Chicago engineer, had also been compromised, Cromwell argued, by service on a still earlier, short-lived Nicaragua Canal Board. Among the Army engineers, nearly all of whom were strongly, if privately, behind the Nicaragua plan, Cromwell's influence with McKinley was described as too powerful for ordinary mortals to counteract. Cromwell failed to block the appointments of Haynes, Haupt, Noble, and Walker. But the three other civil engineers chosen were from Cromwell's acceptable list, and among them was the Olympian George S. Morrison, whose reputation among Cromwell's railroad friends was second to none. Once the new commission was set up for business in the Corcoran Building, it was the silver-tongued Cromwell who convinced Admiral Walker that the place to commence his studies was in Paris, not Central America. And so it was to France that the 9 commissioners and several of their wives had sailed in August 1899. Cromwell, meantime, having hastily departed on an earlier ship. The final report issued by the Commission contains no mention of Cromwell. It is stated only that in Paris the officers of the Compagnie Nouvelle received the commissioners with great courtesy and were ready at all times to assist them in making a study of this Panama route in all its aspects. The most important and attentive of those officers, however, had been the American lawyer. It was Cromwell who turned up at the Continental Hotel to greet the commissioners the morning after their arrival. It was Cromwell who served as master of ceremonies throughout their 5-week stay, and who came to bid them each farewell the day they left. A staggering quantity of material had been gotten up for display, its value far exceeding any Panama data then available in Washington or anything the Commission could possibly have assembled on its own in the time available, as Cromwell appreciated perfectly well, and as his guests quickly saw for themselves. They gathered at the company's offices at No. 7, Rue Louis-le-Grand. There were maps, engineers' reports, hydrographic studies of the Chagres River, geologic profiles, reports on test borings along projected dam and lock sites, plans for dams, plans for locks, records of tidal observations on the Pacific, reports on excavation expenses at Culebra, a detailed inventory of the company's equipment and property. Everything was beautifully arranged. Printed copies of the most important documents, a total of 340 and Nicaragua, he had kept in constant and personal communication with various members of this body, adding to their information, furnishing documents, overcoming their hesitations, etc. Yet his single most valuable service, Cromwell later avowed, was the personal conversion of one man, Mark Hanna. Just when Hanna saw the light is not clear in Cromwell's account. But it was he, and no one else, Cromwell insisted, who had led the famous senator to the truth. It was he who had made Hanna his specialty, from the time McKinley asked Hanna to post himself on the business and technical aspects of the canal project, and Hanna had dutifully taken his place on Old Morgan's committee. Section 2. Cromwell's counterpart in the crusade, the former acting Director General of the Compagnie Universelle, was no less passionately committed than in earlier years to the great adventure of Panama. Now, in his mid-40s, he looked a little stouter than before, the hairline had receded considerably, and what hair there was he kept cut extremely close. He had also acquired a certain fixed look of fierce pride. In photographs from the time, he focuses directly on the camera. He is flawless, stiff-necked, and unflinching, the eyes steady and grave. As in earlier days, the face is dominated by a large mustache. Only now it has been waxed to fine spikes, and looks ornamental, overdone. It might be something pasted on in jest were it not for the eyes, which are plainly those of a man who never did anything in jest. Roosevelt called it the look of a duelist. Philippe Bunau-Varilla was to be greatly misunderstood in another generation. The tendency among historians would be to see him as an almost comic figure, a sort of roadshow French schemer who, though colorful enough in his fashion, should not be taken altogether seriously. Possibly the mustache had a bearing on that judgment. But primarily it was Bunau-Varilla's own account of all that happened, his obsession with the first-person singular in everything he wrote, which to even the most tolerant modern reader seems so absurdly one-sided, so inflated by self-interest, as to be ludicrous. In his books, the most important of which is Panama, the Creation, Destruction, and Resurrection, his ideas are invariably brilliant, his actions invariably bold, inspired, pivotal. Anyone who opposed him or dared to disagree with his point of view is portrayed as stupid or villainous or mentally deranged. Those who see things as he does are gentlemen of the first magnitude, uncommonly intelligent and marked by a high sense of moral purpose. He saw himself as the gallant crusader, a soldier of the idea of the canal, going forth to battle prejudice in the cause of scientific truth. He was still the central figure in a spacious romance. He would, he had resolved, restore the honor of France, an honor tarnished by Panama and by the Dreyfus case. Single-handedly, if necessary, he would salvage the great idea of Panama. Things happened to him, he writes, as if they were occurring in a work of fiction. Fortune smiled on him as it did on very few. At every turn of my steps it seemed as if I were accompanied by a protecting divinity. Yet, in view of what in fact did happen, considering the romantic tradition he was a product of, there is little wonder he felt as he did. The shame is that he also felt compelled to unfold it all in such high-blown fashion. He seems never to have understood how much more readily his story would have been accepted, especially in a less posturing, more skeptical age, how much more impressive it would have been had he only told it straight. Moreover, there is ample evidence that the man himself bore little resemblance to the character he becomes in his books. In truth, he was a hard-headed, practical, personable, exceptionally intelligent, almost unbelievably energetic individual who made an impression on people that they would remember all their days. If anyone failed to take him seriously at the time, there is no evidence of it. Edward P. Mitchell of the New York Sun, among the ablest newspapermen of the day, later wrote, "When I came to know him well, I found him to be in mind and will one of the most surprising dualities it was ever my privilege to encounter. Napoleonic indeed in his practical energy and resourcefulness, yet an idealist of the first grade, in disinterested devotion to a patriotic sentiment." John Hay, who was to have more direct dealings with him than anyone in Washington, was astounded by the man's diversity, and by the uncommon speed with which he could accomplish things. George Morrison, appraising him purely on professional grounds, declared him brilliant, a tribute George Morrison seldom conferred on any man. Even those who were instinctively suspicious of his motives never seemed to have discounted his ability. It would be a grave mistake to underrate this man, the Chicago engineer Alfred Noble warned Senator Morgan in confidence at the time Buneau Varilla arrived in the United States to begin his campaign. His English was excellent and spoken with marked precision. There were bows for the ladies. His table manners were impeccable. He was the cultivated upper-class European par excellence, and he knew exactly how to gain attention wherever he went. He didn't just come into a room, he made an entrance, recalled Alice Roosevelt Longworth admiringly. It was he, rather than the theatrical-looking Cromwell, who had the actor's timing, the intuitive feel for the dramatic gesture. The engineer was the evangelist of the pair, oddly enough, and it was he who became the peripatetic spellbinder, as John Tyler Morgan would say, carrying his campaign cross-country much as de Lesseps had done 20 years before. The impact of his whirlwind tour was unmistakable. He was a novelty. American audiences had simply not encountered an authority on Panama before, let alone an engineer who had had the experience of actually attempting to dig a canal there. And the engineering argument for building at Panama rather than at Nicaragua had never been set forth publicly and with conviction. Every phase of the canal question was at tongue's end with this envoy of the Panama idea, wrote Mitchell. But most appealing, one gathers, was the capacity to invigorate others with his vision, to light the imagination with the possibilities of a Panama Canal. It was a capacity many of his listeners thought quite remarkable in a Frenchman. He had, the newspapers said, a sort of resourceful energy which some people are accustomed to regard as peculiarly American. He was the Frenchman who is like an American. When the original canal company went bankrupt in 1889, Bunau-Varille's first impulse, he afterward explained, was to rally his countrymen to carry on with the work. To this end, he had plunged into politics and campaigned for election to the Chamber of Deputies, to lash slander with the whip of truth. Discouraged after a narrow defeat, he had come to New York to look up John Bigelow and get his advice. This friendship between the older man and the brilliant youth ripened into almost a father-son relationship, as Bigelow's biographer would write. Bigelow told him to go home and put his case in writing, with the result that in 1892 he produced a book, Panama, Past, Present, and Future, in which the Panama and Nicaragua routes were compared on purely technical grounds, something that had not been done before other than in government reports of the kind produced in the 1870s. But the idea of getting the United States to take over at Panama had either not dawned on him as yet, or was still too much at odds with his vision of French destiny. So he had gone first to see the Russians. There had been a chance meeting with a Russian prince on a train in 1894, after which Bunau-Varille rushed to St. Petersburg to try to convince Tsar Alexander III that Russia should provide the capital to finish the canal. He never saw the Tsar, only the Tsar's powerful Minister of Finance, Count Sergei Vitya. He told Vitya that a Panama Canal and the Trans-Siberian Railroad, then under construction, could be the perfect Franco-Russian counterpart to the Anglo-American combination of the Suez Canal and the transcontinental railroads. A lock canal at Panama, Bunau-Varille said, could be finished in 4 more years, if the Russian sovereign would give a guarantee of 3% to the necessary capital, which he put at $140 million. Vitya promised to present the plan to the Tsar, and Bunau-Varille returned to Paris, bursting with expectations. The French government was astonished by what he had to report, and highly interested, according to Bunau-Varille, whose word is all we have to go by. The government fell shortly afterward, however, and Alexander III was assassinated. Moreover, the liquidator of the defunct Panama Company, furious over Bunau-Varille's meddling, saw to it that he would have no more say in company matters. What the consequences might have been had the Russian scheme gone any further is interesting to speculate on. Not for 5 more years was his American crusade launched, in Paris, the summer of 1899, when the Isthmian Canal Commission arrived. Everybody the world over then supposed that the Nicaragua Canal, the old American solution of the problem, would be carried out. I determined thenceforth to center my efforts toward the adoption of Panama by the United States. The task seemed impossible of achievement. There had been a letter from John Bigelow, an amazingly well-timed, plot-turning letter, just like those in novels. What was urgently needed was someone competent to persuade our engineers, wrote the dignified old New Yorker. I shall be 81 years old the 25th of this month, Bigelow wrote, and of course am not of much use in a fight, except perhaps to beat the drum. He had sent one of the engineers on the commission, Colonel Oswald Ernst, to see Bunau-Varille first thing on arriving in Paris, and a neat, scrubbed-looking Yale man and lawyer named Frank D. Pavey who was in Buenos Varia's pay later if not then, was also instrumental in arranging the first meetings. The little Frenchman applied himself in the tradition of his former leader and idol, Ferdinand de Lesseps. But while Cromwell was devoting his energies to the entire commission, Buenos Varia, who at this stage had still to meet Cromwell, concentrated on just 3 of the group: Colonel Ernst, Professor William Burr of Columbia University, and George S. Morrison, the 3 who, with the concurrence of Admiral Walker, had agreed to make Panama their particular concern. And of the 3, Morrison was the primary target, Morrison having the greatest professional eminence and a reputation for being a highly independent and persuasive individual in his own right. "Our conferences were long and frequent," wrote Buenos Varia, among the few understatements he ever permitted himself. They met at one of his favorite restaurants or at his palatial gray-stone Hôtel Particulier on the Avenue Dieynat, near the Arc de Triomphe, then, as later, the most fashionable of Paris addresses. "Dinner with him meant 8:30, Frank Pavey would recount, and after dinner we would settle down in his library, and he never let go of an American victim when he got one in that library until he thought he had converted him. The first time I dined in his house, I stayed until 2 o'clock the next morning, listening to his picturesque and fascinating argument." The wives of the visiting Americans were often included in such evenings, and their host could not have been more charming. He had a fund of fascinating conversation on all manner of subjects, but the great dominating topic that summer was the Dreyfus trial, and to their amazement they learned that he personally had played a critical part in the drama. Among his interests since returning from Panama had been the newspaper Le Matin, which he had purchased and put under the charge of his brother Maurice. It was Maurice who had obtained a photograph of the incriminating letter that Captain Dreyfus had allegedly written to the German attaché. Philippe had known Dreyfus years before at the École Polytechnique, where they had been friends and classmates, and upon seeing the photograph he had hunted up an old letter from Dreyfus. The difference in the handwriting was not merely obvious, but astounding. So, convinced of Dreyfus's innocence, the brothers had published pictures of both letters in Le Matin, a sensational bit of journalism that led to the reopening of the case and a story that held the American guests spellbound. Before their departure that September, the 3 engineers had been given a copy of Panama, Past, Present, and Future, and instructed by the author to throw it away if a single mistake in fact or logic could be found. "When my 3 eminent new friends left Paris, a large hole had been made in the dam of prejudice then existing against Panama in their minds, as in everybody's." It was not quite large enough, however. The following year, in the autumn of 1900, the Commission issued a preliminary report recommending Nicaragua. "The fight to a finish was now to begin," wrote Buenos Varia. And from this point on, by his own account, he was accompanied by deep, mystical feelings of fate taking charge. It was as though everything that happened had been prearranged. An unexpected cable arrived, an invitation from some Cincinnati business people who wanted him to come to their city as soon as possible to lecture on the comparative values of the Panama and Nicaragua routes. They, too, had met him during a summer sojourn in Paris. "We have not forgotten the presentation with which you favored us," they wrote in a follow-up letter. "So vivid, so comprehensive, and so convincing, and we are anxious to have it reach our American public in the most effective manner we can devise." The bugle note had been heard. He sailed on a ship called Champagne. There was little chance of his influencing public opinion in America, he had decided, but he was bound to conquer for the Panama side those who could. Strolling the deck, he struck up a friendship with a French priest who, after hearing him expound on his favorite subject, suggested that he look up an American whom he, the priest, had met in Rome. The man's name was Myron T. Herrick. He was a Cleveland banker, a friend of President McKinley's, explained the priest, who, as Buenos Varia tells the story, had now become part of the great puzzle fate was piecing together. Every time I was in need of a man, he appeared. Of an event, it took place. But a letter written by Lieutenant Commander Asher Baker, an American naval officer, and another of those Americans Buenos Varia had managed to cultivate in recent years, suggests that Buenos Varia had more than fate working for him. Everything has been done for Philippe, Baker informed the lawyer, Pavey. Baker, who met the Frenchman at the ship, was being reimbursed for his expenses and services by Pavey, who himself was serving as Buenos Varia's man in New York. The historic Whirlwind Crusade began with an after-dinner speech before the Cincinnati Commercial Club in a large room bedecked with French and American flags the evening of January 16, 1901. The speech, the first Buenos Varia had ever attempted in English, was an unqualified success. He said approximately what he would say wherever he went thereafter, and with such winsome conviction that he held everyone's attention. Included in the large collection of his papers on file in the Library of Congress is an affectionate little note from his young daughter back in Paris, who had enclosed a tiny map of Central America that she had drawn most carefully with pen and crayons. Hovering over Nicaragua is a black devil brandishing a pitchfork, while above Panama sails a winged angel. The conception was the very same as that of her papa adore, and it was precisely that kind of partiality, as much as the barrage of facts he had at his command, that so held his audience. It was the intensity of conviction which inspired all your utterances that had the most telling effect, wrote one of his hosts, adding, "I love a man who loves a great cause." The standard speech began with a profession of independence. He represented no private interests, which was to be taken as a guarantee that he had not come as a salesman for the new Panama Company. His mission was purely to defend a grand and noble conception which gave me many happy years of struggle and danger, during which I do not remember 1 hour of despair. That said, he would get to particulars. He stressed basically what was to be stressed by the revised report of the Walker Commission. A Panama Canal would be 1/3 the length of a canal at Nicaragua. It would have fewer curves. It would require less excavation in total, fewer locks. It would cost less. He talked about the railroad at Panama, the harbors at Colón and Panama City. He referred to the Chagres as this monster of the imagination. He did not talk about the rains or the slides at Culebra. He did not talk about yellow fever or malaria. He did not mention the uprising of 1885 or how he had felt on seeing Colón burned to the ground. He did not describe the Chagres in flood. Nor did he bring in the fact that he was a stockholder in the Compagnie Nouvelle or the circumstances by which that had been brought about. There was, however, a further element to the set speech that seemed almost incidental at first, but that quickly became its most important element. Panama had no volcanoes. There was not a single volcano, active or inactive, within 180 miles of the Panama line, he assured his listeners. In Nicaragua, this was by no means the case. In Nicaragua in 1835, the eruption of the volcano known as Cosiguina had lasted nearly 2 days. The noise, he said, had been heard 1,000 miles away, and enough stone and ashes had been ejected every 6 minutes to fill a Nicaragua canal. He was not the first to have raised the issue. Humboldt had cautioned that there was no spot on the globe so full of volcanoes as Nicaragua. John Lloyd Stevens, as will be recalled, had made much of Mount Messiah and its potential as a tourist attraction. At the Paris Congress, Commander Selfridge had cautioned against Nicaragua for this very reason. But those who heard Buenaventura lecture regarded it as a fascinating revelation. Always the force of things had driven men to build at Panama, he would conclude. It had been the Spanish gold trail to begin with, then the American Railroad, then the de Lesseps Canal. At times men had thought otherwise and intended to build elsewhere, but the force of things drives them to Panama, and it will again. It was the volcano part of the speech, however, that had the greatest impact. Among his Cincinnati hosts were several who were personally acquainted with Myron T. Herrick. Herrick was not just a friend of McKinley's, Buenaventura now learned, but of a man far more important for my purpose, Mark Hanna. A phone call was put through, letters of introduction were prepared, and Buenaventura took the night train for Cleveland. At a private lunch at a Cleveland business club, seated with the tall, inordinately handsome Herrick and some 20 other pillars of Cleveland enterprise, he held sway for 3.5 hours, popping up every so often to illustrate a point on a blackboard that had been wheeled in. Never did a more propitious occasion offer itself, nor a completer success crown my efforts. All who listened to me, and whom I had made sincere and deeply convinced believers in Panama, formed the circle of Senator Hanna's intimate friends. From Cleveland, he went to Boston, where he spoke at a banquet at the New Algonquin Club the evening of January 25, 1901. "This French engineer," observed the Boston Herald in a long, glowing editorial, "treated the matter of a canal at Panama from a distinctly professional point of view," something quite novel in Boston. He was in Chicago a week later, accompanied by Asher Baker, who handled his advance arrangements. His host was James Deering, of the Deering Harvester Company, and the lecture this time was at the Central Music Hall, where he was introduced by the illustrious civil engineer William Soy Smith. He lectured before 250 representative people, Baker reported excitedly to Frank Pavey. Western Society civil engineers, members of the Nicaragua Canal Commission, most of the solid and very well-known Chicago clubmen were there. I introduced him to Marshall Field, Robert Lincoln, and a lunch was given him at the club. There was a dinner and theater every night. Coquelin and Bernhardt were in town. The whole trip was simply perfect. Best of all, Baker went on, I have arranged through most important people to have him meet Senator Morgan in Washington, in an intimate and friendly way. It would take pages to explain how this was brought about. Back in New York, briefly, Buenaventura dined with George S. Morrison, who advised him to make less of the volcano issue. They made quite a pair. The stiff, tiny Frenchman with his waxed mustache and bullet head was often taken for a military attaché. Morrison, a figure of vast bulk, ponderous double chins, and walrus mustache, looked like a German sausage-maker. While Nicaragua was undoubtedly an area of volcanic activity, Morrison did not believe that would have any serious effect on canal structures. From the engineering point of view, the issue was a phony. Through Cyrus McCormick of Chicago, a speech was arranged at Princeton University, and it was followed by a half-hour appearance before the New York Chamber of Commerce, this being, in Buenaventura's private estimate, the most important of all possible public platforms. The Chamber of Commerce audience was polite and unenthusiastic. Still, the resulting publicity had great value. At Philadelphia, Buno Varia told an especially large and attentive audience that to prefer Nicaragua over Panama was equivalent to preferring the stability of a pyramid resting on its point to one resting on its base. And to that stability is attached the prosperity and welfare of a whole continent. He stopped always at the best hotels. He was extended guest privileges at the best clubs. In return, he was generous with theater tickets and fine cigars. $28 worth of cigars are included on one hotel bill. For the wives of his hosts, there were enormous bouquets of roses, and invariably a prompt, gracious thank-you note. For one of the most grateful remembrances of this agreeable sojourn in America. For the dutiful Asher Baker, there was a $100 clock from Tiffany. Busy as a day might be, there was always time for a dozen or more letters to people he had just met, or more often to friends of people he had just met, asking for doors to be opened, introductions arranged, contacts. He prepared a pamphlet entitled Panama or Nicaragua, and had 13,000 copies printed and mailed. Again, disregarding what Morrison had said, he hammered away at his volcano story. Let those inclined to dismiss his warnings take note. Open any dictionary of geography, any encyclopedia, and read the article entitled Nicaragua. I will say also, look at the coat of arms of the Republic of Nicaragua. Look at the Nicaraguan postage stamps. Young nations like to put on their coats of arms what best symbolizes their moral domain or characterizes their native soil. What have the Nicaraguans chosen to characterize their country on their coat of arms, on their postage stamps? Volcanoes! The mailing list for the pamphlet included every congressman, the governor of every state, 1,000 bank presidents, some 600 ship owners, 200 merchants reputedly worth more than $100,000, the editors of 4,000 newspapers and magazines, hundreds of boards of trade and chambers of commerce, plus all those names on the list he himself had compiled during his travels, a list that by now came to nearly 1,000 names. He had John Bigelow send copies to Secretary Hay and Admiral Walker, with covering letters explaining how he had first met the distinguished French engineer in Panama. Hay, who had once served as Bigelow's aide in the Paris embassy, confided in response that, of course, there was a good deal of searching of hearts over the proper path for the canal, but reminded his old friend that the decision did not lie in the discretion of the executive. Walker's reply was that the Frenchman was making too much of the volcano matter. Having been steadily on the move for close to 3 months, Buno Varia talked privately in New York to Bigelow and others of sailing for home. The interview with Senator Morgan remained on his schedule still, and he had not met Senator Hanna. But for pressing personal reasons, he thought it time to wind things up. Once again, if his story is to be believed, fate stepped in. Towards midnight, as I was about to go out for a breath of fresh air before retiring, I met a party of people in evening dress entering the Waldorf Astoria. My surprise was great when I saw at the head of them Colonel Herrick with a lady on his arm, and behind them Mrs. Herrick, accompanied by a short, stout gentleman who limped slightly. His characteristic face, so frequently reproduced in the papers, was familiar to me. It was Hannah, and Herrick happily made the introductions. "Ah," Hannah said, recounts Buno Varia. "Monsieur Buno Varia, how glad I am to meet you." More important, the senator wished to have Monsieur Buno Varia call on him in Washington any time that was convenient. "The ice was broken, under the best and most cordial conditions," wrote the author of the scene. His love of the chance encounter, of famous figures in elegant attire, of fateful exchanges between men of power made in a suitably grand setting, was very great. Perhaps this is the way it happened. Perhaps it is not. But he did go directly to Washington to attack the political fortress. He saw Hannah at the Arlington Hotel, then the senator's Washington residence, and Hannah smoked and listened, his large cigar poised in a surprisingly delicate hand. According to Buono-Varia, the interview was decisive, which makes a mockery of Cromwell's subsequent claims. "Monsieur Buono-Varia, you have convinced me," Hannah is said to have exclaimed when it was over. He naturally wanted to find out what Panama specialists on the commission thought, but if, as you assert, they think as you do, I shall go over to your side. A few days later, Buono-Varia was at the White House, chatting pleasantly with William McKinley. The introduction this time had been made by Charles G. Dawes, comptroller of the currency, whose friendship Buono-Varia had acquired in New York, and again as a result of another chance encounter in the Waldorf lobby. He did no more than pay his respects at the White House. As he later explained, he did not wish to inflict a long lecture on the president, knowing the value of his time and that the opinion of Senator Hannah would be his, McKinley's, own. In other words, he had already spoken to the head man. There was another, final encounter in Washington, and it must have been a memorable one. A little after dark, he rode up Pennsylvania Avenue toward the Capitol and turned left at John Marshall Place to a tall brick row house, number 315, the home of John Tyler Morgan, the Lion's Cage. He went convinced that the old man was a dangerous paranoid. The fanatical and almost demented state of mind of the old senator, after 20 years' uninterrupted efforts for Nicaragua, prompted him to see conspirators everywhere. That Morgan might be a man of keen intelligence, whose motives, by his own lights, were quite as noble and patriotic as his own, apparently never occurred to him. Again, Buono-Varia's account is the only one available. "My visit produced a deep impression on him. In spite of his apparent courtesy, I saw him trembling with passion." Morgan insisted on doing all the talking, and this, it seems, was more than Buono-Varia could endure. "But the volcanoes of Nicaragua," he blurted in desperation, cutting Morgan off in mid-sentence. Morgan would hear none of it. "Now, between ourselves," he thundered, "you would not put $1 of your own money in this absurd project, in this rotten project of Panama." Apparently they were both on their feet by this time, and Buono-Varia, unable to contain himself, lifted his hand to strike Morgan across the face. But the hand stopped in mid-air. He had a sudden vision of giant newspaper headlines. "French adventurer assaults defender of Nicaragua dream." Morgan had deliberately provoked him, he now saw in a flash. The whole encounter had been arranged to trap and destroy him. I lowered my half-raised hand, and extending it solemnly toward the senator, I said, "You have just inflicted upon me, sir, a gratuitous and cruel insult. But I am under your roof, and it is impossible for me to show you my resentment without violating, as you do, the laws of hospitality." And having delivered that little speech, the Bonaparte of engineers turned on his heel and strode out the door. He sailed for France on April 11th, 1901. What had it all cost? And who had paid for it? Philippe Buono-Varia would say only that he had met all his expenses himself out of a private source that also remains something of a mystery, and that had been the subject of resentful, unpleasant talk in Paris. The situation was this. Years before, at Panama, when he resigned his position with the Canal Company and went to work as a private contractor at Culebra. He had been able to take only a government salary because of a rule requiring all French government engineers to remain in service, accepting no pay or fees from private sources, for a minimum of 5 years. However, he had seen to it that his brother, Maurice, was put into the Paris office of the contracting firm as its financial manager, and he and his brother had made a secret agreement. A salary would simply be put aside for him until the required 5 years were up. It was a maneuver that evoked no little disdain when revealed later, but Bunau-Varilla maintained that the money was rightfully his, and furthermore, that it enabled him to consecrate his life to the Panama Canal, to save the noble conception of French genius through its adoption by America. How much money was involved? How much of it he may have used, if any, has never been determined. It is quite certain, nonetheless, that he did have a direct monetary interest in the fortunes of the new canal company, since he and his brother were what were known as penalty stockholders. The founding of the Compagnie Nouvelle had been arranged in a most ingenious fashion, which was the chief reason why Senator Morgan and others viewed that whole organization as no better than an assembly of crooks. The court-appointed liquidator of the old de Lesseps company, in the interests of the stockholders in the old company, had devised a very direct and effective means of capitalizing the risky new company. Those French contractors who had worked on the canal, and who were still solvent, were simply told that they could either invest in the new company or face prosecution for fraud and breach of contract. The rush to buy stock was pronounced. 2/3 of the new company's capital, some $8 million, was raised in this fashion. In plain fact, there would have been no new company had the liquidator not resorted to this bit of blackmail, a point Morgan had made more than once on the floor of the Senate. The largest of these penalty stockholders was Gustave Eiffel, and so, ostensibly, he stood to gain the most were the company's holdings sold to the United States. Threatened with an 18 million franc breach of contract suit, Eiffel had put 10 million francs, $2 million, into the new company. The investment of the Bunau-Varilla firm was 2,200,000 francs. So, one theory is that Bunau-Varilla had come to the United States representing not only his own and his brother's interests, but those of Eiffel and the other penalty stockholders, none of whom was permitted to have any say in the management of the company, and few of whom had much respect for the way in which the new company was being managed. Another intriguing theory is that Bunau-Varilla had been discovered and subsidized by the Seligmans, the great Jewish financiers of New York, whose reputation for the strictest integrity had been badly stained by their prior role in Ferdinand de Lesseps' Comité Américain. The late Jesse Seligman had been vigorously interrogated before a congressional committee at the time of the Panama affair. Nothing very serious had been turned up by the committee, other than the obvious fact that the Seligman firm had been paid an exorbitant amount to do no more than lend its name to the de Lesseps scheme. Nonetheless, the Seligmans were eager to see the legitimacy of the Panama idea restored, and thereby justify their prior involvement. And so, the theory goes, it was they who invented the man who invented Panama, Philippe Bunau-Varilla, who had initially caught their attention through his role in the Dreyfus case. That Bunau-Varilla knew the Seligmans quite well, and Isaac Seligman in particular, that the family took a keen interest in his lobbying activities in Washington are matters of record. Isaac Seligman, for example, wrote letters of introduction in his behalf, including one to Mark Hanna, and went out of his way to speak to Hanna privately about Bunau-Varilla's engineering credentials. But if Varia was actually the creature of the Seligmans or in their pay, there is no solid evidence of it, and to his dying day he would angrily denounce any suggestion that he had ever been anyone's agent or taken money for anything he ever said or did about Panama. As late as 1939, when Life magazine ran an article in which he was referred to as a lobbyist and an adventurer, Varia, at age 80, responded that he had been no such thing. "Unless you call adventurer a man who sacrifices his time, his money, and his scientific capacities to the glory of his nation and to the service of her great friend the United States." But the puzzle the man presents is made still more complex by the very existence of the private personal sources from which, by his own account, he drew his expenses, as well as still larger outlays to come. Where, how, had he acquired all the money? How could he afford the enormous house on the Avenue d'Iéna, a house in which there were servants to wait on the servants, as one member of the family would recall? No one knew, or at least no one said. The son of an unwed mother of no apparent wealth, a scholarship student at the École Polytechnique, he had gone to Panama, where theoretically he had earned only a modest government salary, then returned to Paris to dabble unsuccessfully in politics, buy a newspaper, and write books about the inherent genius of the idea of Panama. Yet somewhere along the line he had become an extremely wealthy man. His wife, a semi-recluse who took her meals alone in her room for fear of catching some disease, was not a wealthy woman. To his own descendants, the origins of the family fortune would remain a mystery. The only hireling, the only mercenary in the crusade, according to his version of the story, was Cromwell, whom he had come to detest and whom he customarily referred to as the lawyer Cromwell, the word lawyer to be taken as an epithet. The most Varia could ever bring himself to say for Cromwell was to call him an active and useful messenger between important men, but then added on another occasion, "An active go-between will easily think he is the author of the messages he has to carry." It was not until the following year, 1902, that these two remarkable figures actually met for the first time. During Varia's initial campaign, they had kept as clear as possible of each other, despite the obvious benefits some degree of cooperation might have produced. The Frenchman never asked the attorney for favors. The attorney made no use of the Frenchman's technical expertise or his skill at persuasion. Most likely Cromwell had been so instructed by his client in Paris, who, with Varia's Russian episode in mind, probably regarded him as unreliable and a possible embarrassment. And Varia doubtless felt that any overt connection with someone known to be in the employ of the Compagnie Nouvelle, and especially someone whose allegiances were so plainly for hire, could only jeopardize his own stance as the champion of truth. Whatever the explanation, each man would cast himself in the hero's role when it came time to account for what happened, and would pointedly belittle or ignore any constructive part claimed by the other. Cromwell's claim that he had inspired the creation of the Walker Commission was, for example, utterly absurd, according to Varia. He was the one who had done that. He had convinced Asher Baker that Panama was the place for the canal, and Asher Baker, during the winter of 1898 and 1899, had enlightened Speaker Reed and Congressman Cannon. As for Cromwell's boasted influence on Hannah, that, said Varia, was strictly a question of business as usual for the lawyer Cromwell. During the presidential campaign of 1900, the chairman of the Republican National Committee, Mark Hanna, had received a donation from Cromwell of $60,000. a donation that Cromwell had charged off to the Compagnie Nouvelle. In return for the donation, said Bunau-Varilla, Hanna had seen to it that the Republican platform called for the construction of an Isthmian canal rather than specifying one at Nicaragua, as the Democrats had done. And to that extent only would Bunau-Varilla acknowledge a Cromwell role in Hanna's conversion. How he learned of the donation, Bunau-Varilla never said. But the idea that $60,000 would have caused Hanna to make any such change seems highly remote, and suggests that Bunau-Varilla may never really have understood Mark Hanna, who was accustomed, as he himself said, to frying bigger fat, and never with strings attached. Neither Hanna's vote nor his public expressions were ever for sale, whatever his faults and irrespective of his notoriety as Dollar Mark, the brutal moneybags of the party. Later, for the public record, Cromwell would tally up the most amazing list of accomplishments in behalf of his client, but that was mainly to justify his staggering $800,000 fee. He was the professional putting the best shine possible on services rendered. To Bunau-Varilla, the client was posterity, the judgment of history, before which he wished only to appear as the unrivaled knight-errant. Neither one ever fully appreciated the contributions made by the other. Neither one was ever quite capable of telling the whole truth. Section 3. On April 10, 1900, Admiral Walker had addressed a letter to the president of the Compagnie Nouvelle. Did the company have a clear title to its franchises and property on the isthmus? The admiral wished to know. And for what sum, in dollars and in cash, would the company be willing to sell these franchises and property? On June 25, 1901, still having received no definite answers from Paris, the admiral made a special trip to New York to call on William Nelson Cromwell at his offices at 49 Wall Street. The commission was nearly finished with its studies, the admiral told Cromwell. There was, therefore, an urgent need for a firm price from the French company. Did Mr. Cromwell have an idea what figure his client had in mind? Cromwell promised to look into the matter. His cable to Paris, sent later in the day, was so blunt about the state of things that the officers of the company not only refused to make a definite offer of sale, but they informed Cromwell by return cable that his services as attorney were no longer desired. Apparently they had had enough of his high-pressure methods and his liberal use of their money. So that fall, following the death of McKinley, when the report of the Walker Commission was about to be released in Washington, and the second Hay-Ponsfut Treaty was about to be signed, the Panama lobby had been reduced to a party of one, Bunau-Varilla, who now came hurrying back to New York. The assassination at Buffalo had been a terrible blow to Cromwell and Bunau-Varilla alike, both having spent so much of their time and energies cultivating Mark Hanna, whose relations with the new president were known to be far from smooth. When Roosevelt had been merely vice president, neither Cromwell nor Bunau-Varilla had bothered to pay him any attention. Arriving in New York on November 13th, Bunau-Varilla found the situation as bad as it could possibly be. He rushed about trying to determine which way the wind was blowing. He must meet Roosevelt face to face, he told Frank Pavey and others, but nobody seemed to know how to arrange that. Within a week, Hay and Ponsfut had signed their treaty, and cartoons in the papers showed John Bull swinging wide the gate to Nicaragua as a jaunty Uncle Sam marched through with pick and shovel. But then Hearst broke the Walker Commission report. And if Hearst and others missed its importance, that the French company's price tag was all that had kept the commission from naming Panama as the most advantageous route, Bruno Varia did not. With little delay, he was on his way back to France again. Exactly what happened in Paris in the next few weeks can only be roughly pieced together. On December 17th, he received a telegram from Washington from a man named Walter Wellman, a reporter for the Chicago Times-Herald, and another of the contacts he had established. Perhaps he was paying Wellman. Perhaps Wellman was doing favors for some of the Chicago industrialists who had been caught up in the Panama campaign. Varia, 53 Avenue d'Iéna, Paris. Confidential information. Commissioned Senate probably accept offer 40 millions. Imperative not higher. Move quickly. Wellman. Bruno Varia's answer read as follows. Wellman, 1413 G, Washington. Thankful telegram. Am making most energetic efforts to make people understand situation. Varia. He was present at the riotous stockholders' meeting of December 21st, and he held forth immediately afterward in a private session with the new president, Marius Beau, and Henri Germain of the Crédit Lyonnais, who, like Eiffel and Bruno Varia, had also been steamrollered into investing in the new company. A price must be set at once, Bruno Varia told them. Time had run out. Yesterday they might have done it. Yesterday they might have gotten $60 million, perhaps $70 million. But yesterday was past. The price now must be $40 million, and they must accept that figure. Congress would convene again in 2 weeks. If by then the price had not been settled, all would be lost, and they would have to accept the responsibility. On New Year's Day, in a large advertisement in Le Matin that cost him nearly $6,000, he took the company to task for neglecting its own interests as well as the honor of France. On January 3rd, he sent identical cables to Senators Hanna and Lodge, to Wellman, John Bigelow, Myron T. Herrick, Professor William Burr, and George Morrison. Consider almost certain definitive offer sale Panama 40 millions will be cabled tomorrow and officially presented Monday. Varia. On January 4th, the cable to Admiral Walker offering the sale of the entire Panama property for $40 million was put on the wire at Paris. And so, wrote Bruno Varia, the year 1902 began with the wind blowing in the sails of Panama. When the Walker Commission reversed its decision on January 18th, he sent off dozens of cables to Cincinnati and Chicago, expressing his heartfelt thanks to all those who had enabled him to speak out in the name of the great idea. On January 27th, Cromwell was reinstated as attorney for the company. The officials were in such despair, Cromwell later explained, that they asked him to resume his former connection, and so, leaving aside all our other business, we acceded to this request. But Bruno Varia told a different story. It was he who fixed things for Cromwell as a favor to Senator Hanna. Cromwell meant nothing to Hanna, but Hanna's banker, Edward Simmons, who was also president of the Panama Railroad, had asked Hanna to ask Bruno Varia to have Cromwell reinstated, or at least so Bruno Varia would declare in a written statement prepared some years later for a House committee that was looking into the extent of Cromwell's influence. On January 27th, he informed Cromwell that his case had been settled in Paris, but that it had not been easy. According to the formal written directive from Paris, the company would rely on Cromwell's cooperation in concluding the sale of the Panama property. However, it must be clearly understood that the result must be sought only by the most legitimate means. That is to say that in no case could we recourse to methods as dangerous as they are unlawful, which consist principally in gifts or promises. To Philippe Bunau-Varilla, Cromwell's return was but a slight incident in the great struggle. To Cromwell, the Frenchman was someone who served a useful purpose, but whose pretense of influence is grossly exaggerated. Chapter 11. Against All Odds. Mark Hanna remarked, "I do not want to be interrupted, for I am very tired." Section 1. At age 66, Rear Admiral John Grimes Walker was still a majestic figure. Even in his dark civilian suit and string tie, he looked like the old man of the sea, as he was sometimes known in Washington. Large and handsome, he carried himself, especially on public occasions, in grand military fashion. The gray hair was smartly parted in the exact center of his head. The complexion was ruddy, the brows heavy and beautifully arched, and from the sides of his face grew magnificent mutton-chop whiskers that reached to his lapels and that were several decades out of style. For more than 40 years, Admiral Walker had been a special favorite in the capital, enjoying, it was said, more political influence than any officer in the Navy. He was direct, unaffected in manner, and if a bit self-important, he plainly meant well. His reputation for integrity was second to none. Since his retirement in 1897, he had been devoting himself solely to his duties as head of the 2 Presidential Canal Commissions. And on the face of it, he had been the ideal choice for the position. His one shortcoming was a lack of engineering background or experience, which, until now, nobody had made an issue of. He had never tried to assume the role of a technical authority. Over dinner at the Metropolitan Club, soon after the latest commission had been organized, he told its illustrious members that it was for them, the experts, to get at the bottom facts, however long that took, however much it might cost. And not once thereafter had he said or done anything to make them doubt his sincerity or his willingness to trust their professional judgment. As the Commission's head, Walker was the first member to testify before the Morgan Committee. He appeared on the morning of February 7th, 1902. There had been several other witnesses to date, but except for Edouard Lamprey, spokesman for the Compagnie Nouvelle, they had been Morgan's witnesses, that is, predictably pro-Nicaragua or anti-Panama. A.G. Menachal had appeared 2 days earlier, for example. Now, in his 60s and also retired from the Navy, Menachal was supposedly Morgan's strongest technical witness, and prodded by Morgan's patient questioning, he had documented his whole long commitment to Nicaragua. But there was nothing new in anything he said, nothing for the newspapers. The only remark thus far that the reporters had pounced on was one made by Morgan during an exchange with the Frenchman Lamprey, that he would not give 37.5 cents for Lamprey's canal, a remark quoted out of context, and that had been nowhere near as offensive as the headlines implied. Morgan had been trying to show his contempt for any purchase of the French property whereby the money would go to the new company rather than to those original small stockholders who had sacrificed so much. Were they to be denied a just share, said Morgan, then he would want no part of the arrangement, even if he could get the canal for 37.5 cents. Morgan had been enjoying himself enormously the whole while. It had been his show from the first day, when he kept Lamprey under fire for 3.5 hours, and pointedly reminded the witness several times that he was under oath. When S.W. Plume, the old Panama Railroad man, appeared the day before Walker, Morgan seemed not in the least disturbed that the room was virtually empty. Only one other member of the committee bothered to attend, Senator Kittredge, a Republican, who made a show of looking bored. But Morgan had gone right along in high spirits, questioning the witness as though the entire country were present, and as if the hard-bitten old man's memories of Panama's horrors far outweighed the views of high-powered engineers. Walker's testimony took up the better part of one day and the morning following. In the record book, the transcription fills 75 pages. The full committee was present this time. And from the moment Walker took his seat, it was plain that Morgan and his allies had their knives out for him. To Morgan especially, Walker's new position on Panama seemed little less than treasonous. It might also prove calamitous to Morgan's cause unless Walker could be made to look the fool or led to say, even by inference, that he had no real heart for the Panama Plan. One rumor in the Senate corridors was that in return for his Panama support, the White House had promised Walker the job of directing construction of the canal from his office in Washington and with a large salary. It was easy for Walker to recommend Panama, the American minister in Nicaragua had written to Senator Morgan, since Walker would not have to live there. The admiral, it was known, liked his comforts. The questioning was focused almost entirely on Walker's grasp of the technical issues involved in the Commission's plan for Panama, and it was Senator Harris, the one former civil engineer on the committee and Morgan's staunchest ally, who monopolized the first hour. Morgan, who had a way of glaring at people even under ordinary circumstances, never took his eye off the witness. The Commission's Panama scheme, the projected Panama Canal upon which all cost estimates were based and against which all virtues or shortcomings in the Nicaragua plan were compared, had been based in large part on a plan devised by the Compagnie Nouvelle. The essential element in the plan, its key, was a giant dam that would check the Chagres River at Bohio and form a large inland lake reaching nearly two-thirds of the way across the isthmus. The Commission's decision had been to abandon the sea-level concept, as de Lesseps' engineers had finally done, and to build a lock canal, much along the lines of the proposal made by Gaudin de l'Épinay in 1879. The isthmus was not to be severed by a vast trench, but bridged by an artificial lake, Lake Bohio, as it was called in the plan. Ships would leave one ocean, climb to the level of the lake by a flight of locks, cross the lake, then descend by another flight of locks to the ocean on the opposite side, just as de l'Épinay had outlined. The one great task of excavation would be at Culebra, at the Pacific or southern end of the lake, where a channel of 9 miles would have to be cut through the Cordilleras. But while the Bohio Dam was the most important structure on the line and a vital necessity to the scheme, it also presented enormous difficulties of construction. Numbers of prominent engineers considered it an extremely uncertain, hazardous solution, if not an impossible one. The dam was to be a man-made earthen hill 100 feet high, and it would create a lake some 40 square miles in area, the largest artificial lake in the world. But the dam was also to have a masonry core that would extend farther below ground than the dam was high, and to achieve this, pneumatic caissons, for the foundations of the core, were to be sunk 128 feet below sea level, a depth far in excess of anything previously attempted. Did the Commission's entire Panama plan hang on the Bohio Dam? Senator Harris asked. Yes, replied Walker. Everything depended on the Bohio Dam. But the dam would not be the most difficult undertaking. The great cut through the spine of the Cordilleras would be more momentous still. It alone might take as much as 8 years. When it was Morgan's turn, he began with costs. Why was there a difference of $1 million in the estimates for the two canals? The number of locks accounted for most of that, Walker said. There would be 5 locks in the Panama Canal, 8 in the Nicaragua Canal. The reason for the 5th lock at Panama, he explained, was the great rise and fall of the tide in the Bay of Panama. We lift up from the Atlantic to the surface of Lake Bohio with 2 locks, and then we drop down on the Pacific side with 3 locks, the last lock being the lock in which the lift varies very much, depending on the height of the tide. The lock is intended as a method of passing ships from one level to another. "I understand that," Morgan replied in a low, even drawl. They were facing each other square on, the regal old Yankee sailor looking no less resolute than the small, white-haired one-time leader of Confederate cavalry. Did the Admiral recall any point of fact upon which he had so suddenly changed his mind as to where the canal should be built? Well, that would be pretty hard to answer. I went into the thing with my sympathies and prejudices, as far as I had any, in favor of the Nicaragua line, but I endeavored to take hold of this question with a mind open to proof. Morgan said he had no doubt that this was so, but wished to know whether the Admiral's new position was based upon any fact. "I have changed it to this extent that I know that the best line is the Panama line." "In an engineering sense?" "Yes, in an engineering sense." Morgan, as he had told reporters earlier, was convinced that the Commission's sudden affection for Panama had nothing to do with engineering arguments, but was based on price alone. "Cheapness" was his word. "Well, you come to that conclusion without changing any facts in your former statements?" he said. "Yes." "Your judgment is convinced that you were in error in the first statement?" "No, sir, not at all. I have not changed my mind a particle." Then how, Morgan demanded, could he conclude that Panama was the best canal when he had recommended Nicaragua? Because, said Walker, when he recommended Nicaragua, it had been the most feasible route under conditions then prevailing. "What conditions?" "When I voted in favor of the Panama route, it was under quite different conditions." "What conditions do you refer to?" "Very largely the unreasonable price that the Panama people asked for their property." "Is it not exclusively that?" Walker fumbled for words. "I don't think of anything. I do not go back. I think that the engineering features of the Panama route are better than those of the Nicaragua route, although both routes are feasible." "You think so?" "I think so." Morgan, who had made his reputation in Selma as a trial lawyer, abruptly shifted ground. His interest now was in the sources upon which the Commission had drawn its technical data. His purpose was to show that the Commission's entire Panama proposal, hence its entire decision, was founded on the word of Frenchmen, or on French plans, which by Morgan's lights were as suspect as the people who drew them up. "How many days did your commission spend on the Isthmus of Panama?" "We were there about 2 weeks." "You have not been back since?" "No, sir." "Has any member of the commission been back since?" "Not to Panama." "Well, in 2 weeks' time you did undertake, I suppose, to obtain accurate knowledge of the engineering and of all the conditions of that canal and the country through which it passes?" "Yes," said Walker, taking the bait. "We had very good knowledge of the matter from having examined the French data with great care. We had our working parties on the Isthmus of Panama. We had a locomotive and a special car every day to take us back and forth along the line so that we lost no time, and we devoted ourselves to that work every day that we were there." Morgan had a vivid picture in mind of the old admiral and his party breezing up and down the Panama Railroad in a private car, deciding the fate of the canal from the view from the window, attended by a swarm of hovering Frenchmen doing everything possible to put them at their ease. It was a grossly unfair picture, but it was one also shared by many in the room. "Well, you say you made an examination of the French surveys before you went to the canal?" "Yes." "Where did you examine them?" Like everyone on the committee, Morgan knew perfectly well that it had been in Paris. He knew of Cromwell's stage managing, the displays gotten up by the French company, and so forth. "In Paris. We spent about a month in Paris, working every day, usually 2 sessions a day, with officers of the French company who laid everything before us, and then we went to the Isthmus in person to supplement that information. We made our plans for the building of a canal after we had examined this data and after we had personally visited the Isthmus and been over the ground with great care." "You did not undertake to make an independent survey of that canal line?" As everyone present also appreciated, the entire Nicaragua survey had been independent, by which Morgan meant the work of American engineers alone. "No, sir," answered the admiral, who now apparently saw the trap being set for him. "For instance, we bored the site of the Bohio Dam most thoroughly, much more thoroughly than the French had bored it. So far as what is ordinarily called surveying topographical work, we did enough of it to convince ourselves that the French work was good, and that we could accept their work as our own." "Well, you did adopt it?" "We did adopt it after convincing ourselves of its accuracy." "But the basis of that survey and the basis of your calculations and plans was the French survey?" "No, we accepted their survey after checking it enough to be sure that it was right, and then, after that, our work was our own." "But based on what?" "Well, based on their surveys, if you like." "That is what I mean," Morgan said smoothly. Morgan moved right along, taking up the geology of the Bohio Valley, the design of the controversial dam, the intended use of levees, the silting up of the old French works. It was his characteristic approach, persistent and exasperatingly patient. The impression he seemed to be striving for was this: that Walker and his commission, by recommending Panama, were asking Congress and the country to risk everything on faith. Faith in old John Grimes Walker, faith in the assumptions of one particular set of civil engineers, and, at root and worst of all, faith in the French. Did the admiral happen to know whether the Bohio Basin would hold water if a dam were built there? Would the admiral's entire plan hold water, was the implicit question. "Have we any right to suppose that it would not hold water?" Walker replied, obviously annoyed. "I am just asking your judgment," Morgan said. "I am not an engineer or a commissioner. I am not recommending the government take your plan." "I have never seen anything to make me suppose there was the slightest danger of its not holding water." "You made no inquiry about that?" "I did not make any inquiry about that," said Walker. "There are a great many things that I have not inquired about." In the days when Walker had headed the Nicaragua Canal Commission, indeed until the latest reversal by the current commission, he and Morgan had often worked closely together. They had been colleagues in a common mission. But there was never the slightest sign of familiarity through this long session. No personal asides, no pleasantries. And when the committee convened the next morning, a Saturday, Morgan started in again. Often he was openly uncivil to Walker, or spluttered, as one reporter wrote, in exasperation at Walker's answers. No, the locomotives left behind by the French were not worthless, Walker insisted. They would have to be overhauled, but they were quite serviceable, as were many of the French excavators and dredges. He knew of nothing along the Panama line that was not within engineering precedence, except for the Bohio Dam. No, he had not experienced Panama in the rainy season. No, he did not think that $2 million for the French maps and surveys was excessive. Yes, he thought the engineers on the commission were quite able as any in the United States. Only when Morgan announced after about an hour that he had no more questions did the tension in the air suddenly subside. It was then that Hannah, in sharp contrast, began to talk to the witness in genial, respectful tones. He asked merely for the Admiral to tell the committee why, price aside, the canal should be built at Panama. To start with, the route has better harbors, said Walker. It is a much shorter canal, has easier curves, and we are surer by that route of what we are doing. While we made a very careful examination of the Nicaragua line, as thorough an examination as perhaps is ever made or likely to be made before undertaking a new enterprise, right there, let me interrupt you, Hannah said. You also had the advantage of all previous surveys made by the United States government of the Nicaragua route? Yes. We know far less about the Nicaragua line than we do about the Panama line. It is impossible to know as much. The Nicaragua line is in comparatively wild country which has not been explored to anything like the same extent that the Panama line has. The Panama line has been a great thoroughfare, traveled for 200 or 300 years. It has been examined with reference to a canal for many years past. And the country along the line is cleared up so that one can see what he is doing. In the wild parts of Nicaragua, it is a jungle where often we could not see 50 feet, and we would be much more likely to meet disagreeable surprises by the Nicaragua line than by the Panama line. He told Hannah he had no misgivings about any aspect of the Panama plan. Further, he did not regard the Panama climate as any greater threat to health than any other place in the tropics. There was a great loss of life in building the railroad, he conceded, and when the French, first went to work on the canal, there was a good deal of sickness. But the surface material from which this sickness is supposed to come has largely been removed, and of late years it has been as healthy there as anywhere in a tropical country. Is it not likely, Hannah put in, that in the construction of the Nicaragua Canal, working a large force, turning up the surface of that soil, and in dredging, that malarial conditions conducive to fevers would arise? Certainly, said the Admiral. As it stands today, Nicaragua is a healthier route because there is no work of that kind being done, and very few people get sick. But when you get to turning up the ground, there would be sickness there as there would be anywhere. The parade of witnesses continued on into March. Much of what was said was repetitious or boring. Frequently, one committee member or another would lead the witness through drawn-out explanations simply to get some obscure point into the record. Still, much was said that had not been said before, at least for the records, and was of considerable interest. Louis Haupt, the University of Pennsylvania professor, declared, for example, that he had signed the Commission's decision on Panama only to make it unanimous. He did not think Panama the superior choice. Alfred Noble, another eminent member of the Commission, said no self-respecting American contractor would take the French equipment at Panama as a gift. A third Commission engineer, William Burr, told the committee that the French work would all have to be greatly enlarged. from a bottom width of 98 feet and a depth of 29 feet to a bottom width of 150 feet and a depth of 35 feet. This, he said, would make it the largest canal in the world, but none too large for the American Navy being projected. The largest ships being built for the Navy then were of the Virginia class, which had a beam of 76 feet. The largest commercial ship then on the ways was the Kaiser Wilhelm II, with an overall length of 706 feet and a 72-foot beam. As Burr pointed out, the Suez Canal was already insufficient for such ships. Morgan, taking a dim view of such talk, drawled, "Do you expect to make a canal that will carry Noah's Ark or something like that through it?" "No, probably not," Burr answered. "We hope there will be no occasion for Noah's Ark." The name Ferdinand de Lesseps came up repeatedly. He and his young French engineers seemed to fill the big room like specters. There was talk of the ruined canal, of ruined machinery wallowing forlornly in the jungle, of the graves on Monkey Hill, of scandal and dishonor, and whether the same would happen all over again if Americans were to go into Panama. Morgan was convinced that it would. The engineers said no. De Lesseps' failure resulted from insufficient investigations on the grounds, said General Abbott of the Comité Technique. An underlying theme in much of the testimony was that industrious, practical, moral men, Americans, might succeed where others had failed. Indeed, in an inverse way, the downfall of the French, the sheer unpleasantness and difficulty of taking the Panama route, began to have a peculiar, compelling kind of attraction. The pest hole could be a proving ground, an opportunity to succeed gloriously, for all the world to see, where a less industrious, less manly, and less virtuous people had failed so ignominiously. One witness, a railroad contractor, had told Morgan in a letter, "Engineers are sometimes the least practical of men. They may be attracted by difficulties." Another of Morgan's witnesses, a noted and most convincing engineer named Lyman Cooley, asked how anyone could possibly guarantee that Americans would prove 3 times as honest, 3 times as competent as the French, because that, he said, was what it would take. The head of the Maritime Canal Company made the legal transactions involved in the purchase of its Nicaragua properties and franchise sound extremely simple and tidy. General Edward Porter Alexander, a former Army engineer, assured the committee that there would be no technical difficulties involved in a Nicaragua canal, then finished with a tribute to the physical allure of the country that not even Morgan ever quite equaled. "It impressed me as one of the most attractive countries that I ever saw for a poor man to make a living in. If I had to be born again, I would ask the angel that was bringing me down to take me to Nicaragua." By far the greatest amount of time was spent on Panama, however, and the most impressive testimony was that of George S. Morrison, whose reasons for wanting a canal there were essentially the same as those stated by Admiral Walker, only coming from him they appeared unassailable. Morrison, as someone remarked, was a force, a huge human bulwark, slow and deliberate in manner, slow to make up his mind, and intractable once he had. The basic Panama plan was sound, he said. Things that were impossible 20 years earlier were now quite possible. The dam could be built. The river could be controlled. The dam need not have a masonry core. The whole business of pneumatic caissons could be dispensed with. The thing that must not be underestimated, he said, was the size of the job. The Culebra Cut would be the largest excavation ever attempted. "It is a piece of work that reminds me of what a teacher said to me when I was at Exeter. Phillips Exeter Academy over 40 years ago, that if he had 5 minutes in which to solve a problem, he would spend 3 deciding the best way to do it. No less than 2 years, Morrison said, ought to be spent just getting ready for such a task. Again, as with Walker, Hannah asked about the problem of disease. If the reports are correct, Morrison said, we can get rid of yellow fever by killing the mosquitoes. Nobody picked him up on that, nobody seemed the least interested, and nothing more was said on the subject during the whole course of the hearings. The final witness, a fusty retired congressman from Nevada who had spent some time in Nicaragua half a century earlier, appeared on March 10th. 3 days later, the committee reported the Hepburn bill favorably. The committee wanted a Nicaragua canal. The vote was 7-4, exactly what it would have been had it been taken before the hearings began. The odds against a Panama victory in the Senate appeared now to be about 100-1. The impression also was that a great deal of time had been spent on a great deal of talk for nothing. And in contrast to the events that were soon to follow, the drawn-out testimony of the engineers would seem particularly colorless and unimportant. But the case for Panama had not gone unnoticed in certain quarters, and this was to prove of critical importance. An incident in Brooklyn, for example, caught the attention of the New York papers, and thus almost certainly the New Yorker in the White House. At a dinner on March 16th, in honor of a Brooklyn engineer, C.C. Martin, one of the builders of the Brooklyn Bridge, the main speaker was Irving M. Scott of San Francisco, head of the Union Iron Works, builder of the battleship Oregon. The canal was his topic. We must have that canal. Whether it be Panama or Nicaragua, I care not, but have it we must. His listeners, nearly all civil engineers, did care, however. Panama! Panama! Someone shouted. Then, at once, everyone in the room was on his feet, handkerchiefs were fluttering in the air. Everyone was shouting, Panama! Panama! Section 2. One topic that had been scarcely touched on, ironically, was that of seismic disturbances. The Commission had pretty well dismissed seismic action of any kind as a serious threat to canals in either location. But between volcanoes and earthquakes were regarded as a more serious danger. There had been 14 recorded earthquakes along the Nicaragua line, the report noted, including one in 1844 that did damage 4 miles from the canal line. But as the report explained, canals were underground structures. Even the proposed dams would be so broadly based as to be virtually part of the ground itself. The locks would all be founded on rock. Of the 14 or so volcanoes in Nicaragua, only a few had shown any signs of life since the time of the Spanish, and all but one of these, Ometepe, which rises on an island in Lake Nicaragua, were a considerable distance from the proposed canal line. Even Ometepe was 13 miles from where the ships would cross the lake, and from Ometepe to the site for the nearest lock was a distance of 20 miles. Late in April, however, on the Caribbean island of Martinique, 1,500 miles from Nicaragua, an enormous, long-dormant volcano, Mount Pelée, began rumbling ominously and spewing up clouds of hot ash. Then, on the night of May 2nd, the mountain trembled to the accompaniment of thunderous, terrifying subterranean explosions. The city of Saint-Pierre, the little Paris, was showered with volcanic dust, and the sea for miles was littered with dead birds. After that, the volcano was seldom still. At 7:52 on the morning of May 8th, 1902, the whole mountain exploded. The city of Saint-Pierre was wiped out in approximately 2 minutes. It was one of the most appalling disasters of all time. Sailors on a cable ship anchored 8 miles offshore felt the heat. A man watching from a distant mountainside said it looked as if Martinique was sliding into the sea. Nearly 30,000 people had been killed, and above the island, blotting out the sky, was a tumultuous black cloud perhaps 50 miles across. The sole survivor of Saint-Pierre was a prisoner locked in a windowless underground jail cell who had no idea what had happened until he was discovered by rescue workers. At the White House, disregarding all red tape, Roosevelt ordered the cruiser Cincinnati to leave for Martinique at once under full steam, and the Dixie, a converted freighter, followed, carrying Army rations, medical supplies, and doctors. Congress was asked for an immediate appropriation, and Congress quickly granted $200,000. Pelée kept erupting in subdued fashion meantime. For Philippe Bunau-Varilla, the news was heaven sent. "What an unexpected turn of the wheel of fortune," he would write. "If not the strongest of my arguments against Nicaragua, at least the most easily comprehensible of them was thus made 100 times more striking." In the past months, he had been chasing about seeing newspaper editors, talking to Hannah, talking to everyone who would listen, with such fanatical zeal that word had reached Paris that he had lost his mind. Now he swung into action as never before. A letter outlining the terrible object lesson of Pelée was rushed to the White House, and a still more elaborate version went off to Senators Hannah and Spooner. There was an impassioned appeal on Waldorf stationery to John Tyler Morgan. In New York, the ancient and reliable John Bigelow was stirred into action still one more time. Through Bigelow, a meeting was arranged with editor Edward P. Mitchell of The Sun, the result of which was a vigorous editorial declaring that the volcanic menace in Nicaragua could no longer be dismissed as a remote issue. On May 14th, incredibly, came a dispatch from New Orleans describing the eruption of Momotombo in Nicaragua itself. "Now even the mountains of Nicaragua are enlisted in the alleged conspiracy to defeat the great purpose of Senator Morgan's life," observed Mitchell in The Sun. Momotombo was said to be shooting great shafts of fire into the sky, and an accompanying earthquake had supposedly sent a government dock plunging into Lake Managua. On May 20th, Pelée exploded a second time, leveling what little remained of Saint-Pierre, and on the island of St. Vincent, just to the south of Martinique, still another volcano erupted. At the request of John Tyler Morgan, the Nicaraguan minister in Washington cabled Managua for verification of the Momotombo story. Morgan, meantime, had also obtained assurance from John Hay that the president would remain silent on the canal matter. "He greatly prefers, as did President McKinley," Hay wrote assuringly, "that the question of the route be decided by Congress." The Senate was to commence debate on June 4th. On June 3rd, the Nicaraguan minister reported back to Morgan with a copy of the reply from Managua, a cable signed by José Santos Zelaya, president of Nicaragua. "The news published about recent eruptions of volcanoes and earthquakes in Nicaragua entirely false." "I may add also," wrote the Nicaraguan minister in a covering letter to Morgan, "that Nicaragua has not had any volcanic eruptions since 1835, and at that time Cosiguina discharged smoke and ashes but no lava. No one was killed or injured, and no property was destroyed by that occurrence." Momotombo was 100 miles from the proposed canal line. The minister's name was Luis Correa. Whether he actually received such a cable from President Zelaya or was responsible for the copy he passed on to Morgan is impossible to determine. In any event, Momotombo had definitely erupted. The cable accredited to President Zelaya was quite false. It was old Morgan who made the first speech when the debate on the Hepburn Bill began in the Senate Wednesday, June 4th, 1902. Mr. President, I do not care to approach the discussion of this important measure in a cloud of volcanic smoke and ashes, which the opponents of the measure outside of the Senate have brought as a funeral pall to place over his bier, and I think it proper that I should try to clear the atmosphere. He read Luis Correa's letter, then two others from the American minister at Managua, his old friend William Mary, who emphasized that there had been no seismic disturbances along the proposed canal line. But mainly the speech was an attack on Panama for its political violence, its mixed and turbulent people, for its seismic disturbances. He read a vivid eyewitness account from the Panama Star and Herald of the destruction caused by the earthquake of 1882. If seismic disturbances were the only way to defeat the Nicaragua Canal, then he was sorry to report that the argument would carry Panama down with it. For quite a while, the Senate was subjected to a lesson in geopolitics, as Morgan explained the peculiar relationship of Panama to the rest of Colombia because of geography. Taking Bancroft's History of Central America as his text, he explained the Bidlack Treaty and the touchy nature of American involvement in Panama. The one possible solution to Panama's political demoralization, the immortal Bancroft had said, was a strong government provided from abroad. Did this mean, then, the historian had asked rhetorically, that the United States, as the power most interested in preserving the independence of a Panama waterway, would take upon itself the whole control for the benefit of all nations? Only time would tell, Bancroft had written. Only time would tell, repeated the frail, white-haired senator from Alabama. That, he said, looking about the chamber, was what concerned him above all. Should the United States decide on a canal at Panama, it would be merely a matter of time before the United States would be compelled to take Panama by force, and he wanted no part in that. It would poison the minds of people against us in every Spanish-American republic in the Western Hemisphere, and set their teeth on edge against us. It would tarnish our national honor to enter Panama under the pledge that our purpose is to build a canal and follow it with the annexation of Panama. He was Jeremiah now, and the part came easily. And no actual necessity for annexation, however imperative it may be, would ever excuse or palliate that result in the opinion of the Spanish-American people. If this is to be as a necessity for the protection of the canal, it would be the most dangerous national pitfall into which we could plunge. The place for the canal, as always, was Nicaragua, where all the people are anxiously awaiting the coming of the United States to their assistance, with eager hopes and warm welcome to their fertile, healthy, and beautiful land. Morgan was not much of an orator. He paused often to frame his sentences, and like all his speeches, this one would read better than it sounded. He closed with an appeal for an act of kindness, as he said, for his beloved South. I would brighten that land with the bloom of prosperous industry, and bring back to my brethren the consciousness that they live and move in the current of human affairs. I hope to see the waters of the Gulf of Mexico and the Caribbean Sea as busy with commerce as the Bay of San Francisco." He had spoken for some 2.5 hours, and he had made no mention of engineering considerations. The following day, June 5th, shortly before 2 in the afternoon, Marcus Alonzo Hanna limped down the aisle of the Senate to deliver the most important speech of his career. Behind him hurried a secretary carrying a stack of books, papers, and pamphlets. The chamber was nearly full, and all about were hung enormous maps and plans. One map of Central America and the Caribbean islands reached from the gallery railing to the floor. It showed the location of every principal volcano, active or extinct, the active ones being marked in red, the extinct in black, with the result that an almost solid band of red dots ran from the Mexican-Guatemalan border on the Pacific shore to about midway into Costa Rica. 8 of the red dots were in Nicaragua. In the Colombian province of Panama, there were none. Also, as many observers were quick to note, Pelé on Martinique was indicated as extinct. The maps and the plans were merely colossal enlargements of several from the report of the Walker Commission, copies of which had long since been made available to every member of the Senate and to the press. But Hanna, who had an instinct for promotion, knew the effect such a display would have. No graphic presentation of such scale had ever been seen before in the Senate. Ladies and diplomats, reporters, agents of the powers all jammed the gallery's aisles, we are told. Telephones had been ringing across town all morning with the message that Hanna was to speak. Largely misunderstood in his own day, largely forgotten by the time the last of his generation had passed from the scene, Marcus Alonzo Hanna was an original. The plain-spoken, brilliant, eminently practical man who had made a business of politics and made himself the nearest thing there had ever been to a national political boss. Coal merchant, ironmonger, owner of ore boats and newspapers, he was burly but seemingly bland, with a bald head and large brown eyes and a bad case of rheumatism. He had put his adored friend William McKinley in the White House by amassing the biggest campaign fund on record and through keen political judgment. And when McKinley made Senator Sherman Secretary of State in 1897, Hanna was appointed to fill his place. He was still finishing out Sherman's term, and until now he had had comparatively little to say in the Senate. He thought political speeches gas. But the talk now, increasingly, was of Hanna for president in 1904, which was a major reason for the stir over the speech he was about to make. For while he made light of any possible presidential ambitions, the idea of big, able Uncle Mark, friend of business, friend of labor, host of sumptuous parties, holding forth in the White House in his own style, appealed to many, and especially to Wall Street, where Roosevelt was thought unsafe. History, moreover, seemed to be on his side. Of the 4 vice presidents who had previously succeeded to the presidency upon the death of a president, not one had even been nominated by his party to run for the office in his own right. "He has a mass of material," Cromwell informed Buenaventura the day before, "but he says he will use little of it and speak only in his own simple and direct way." Cromwell, who was sitting in the gallery as Hanna made his entrance, had been personally responsible for a volume of testimony, now in the hands of Hanna's trailing secretary. Some 83 ship owners, shipmasters, officers and pilots, those who would use the canal, had given their unanimous preference for the Panama route. The lawyer had prepared a business-like questionnaire covering trade winds, weather conditions, canal curvature, towing, and nighttime navigation. And through his Wall Street connections, he had seen that copies were sent to the ranking officers with the Cunard, White Star, American, and Red Star lines. Only 2 had said they would risk their ships through a Nicaragua canal at night. None thought the Nicaragua Canal would offer a saving in time because of its length, and without exception they agreed that the shorter the canal, the less time spent in the canal, the less risk to their ships, and so the better the canal. Bruno Varia, no less busy than Cromwell, had contributed a number of clever diagrams of his own design, all based on the Canal Commission's own statistics, each pointing up Panama's essential engineering and navigational virtues. The diagrams were as simple as illustrations in a child's primer, conveying their message at a glance and easy to remember. They were an inspiration, Hannah saw instantly. The inevitable problem with technical reports, with any arguments based on technical data, was that few would read them, and the only advantage that Panama could claim was its technical superiority. So it had been arranged that the pamphlets containing the diagrams be delivered to the Senate in quantity at the close of Hannah's speech. Hannah was even less an orator than John Tyler Morgan. He was also in poor health, and would be forced to spread his remarks over heaped itself in the warm chamber while he drawled along, explaining this investment without an eloquent phrase. "We have passed the experimental stage," Hannah began. "We have passed the sentimental stage. We want the best route. We want the best canal. We want a canal to serve the needs of the entire world. We will build not just for today or next year, but for all time. It is the great, broad, liberal American policy for which we stand in the building of a world canal. I sympathize with all those who in other days, laboring for an Isthmian canal, had but one star to guide them, Nicaragua, and who must now naturally feel like giving up an old friend to pass it by. But in this age of progress and development, Mr. President, the American people are looking to Congress to answer to them on this question without regard to sentiment." De Lesseps had been no fool. At Panama there could be a sea-level canal. At Nicaragua there would be no chance for that, never, ever. If Panama was unsettled politically, all Central America was unsettled. In any event, an American canal would be a great peacemaker. It was then that his legs gave out. He was too tired to go on, he said suddenly, causing a commotion in the gallery, and at once he sat down. But the next day he was back again and took up as though nothing had happened. Panama was the place to build the canal for the following reasons, Hannah began, as his secretary, who sat behind him, handed up a sheaf of papers. 1. A Panama Canal would be 134.57 miles shorter, terminal to terminal. 2. It would have considerably less curvature. 3. The time in transit by steam would be less than half that at Nicaragua, 12 hours against 33. 4. Panama required fewer locks. 5. Panama had better harbors. 6. Panama was a beaten track in civilization. 7. Panama had a railroad, perfect in every respect. 8. A Panama Canal would cost less to run. 9. All engineering and practical questions involved in the construction of the Panama Canal are satisfactorily settled and assured. He wanted no one to underestimate the importance of Reason 9. The engineers wanted a Panama Canal, and they were the ones to listen to. Why, Mr. President, there are now done a great many things which 50 years ago were unheard of, never dreamed of, never thought possible, as a product of human intelligence and ingenuity in engineering. It has become almost a byword today that in the hands of a skillful engineer, nothing is impossible. Morgan had called for a boon to his native Southland. Hannah said neither sentiment, sectionalism, nor personalities ought ever enter into so momentous a decision. Morgan had cited the preference of past canal commissions for Nicaragua. Hannah urged his colleagues to think not of the past, but of the future. When Senator Mitchell, an ardent Nicaragua man, tried to break in as Hannah read Cromwell's survey of shipmasters, demanding to know who the author of this questionable document might be, Hannah had replied, "I do not want to be interrupted, for I am very tired." He ended on a warning. If the United States were to build a Nicaragua canal, what then was to prevent some other power, by which he meant Germany, from finishing the French canal? Our competitors then, he said, would have all the advantages. "Mais, il est formidable," the Russian envoy was heard to remark. It was the finest speech Hannah ever made. There were no ringing phrases, but apparently it did something very rare in the Senate. It changed some votes. One senator told Hannah that he had been undecided until then. He would vote now, he said, for the Panama Canal. Even so, the Hannah forces felt the tide was running against them as the debate continued in the days after. A Nicaragua speech by Senator Harris received blazing newspaper acclaim. More serious was the spreading belief that the volcano scare in Nicaragua was something Hannah and his cohorts had manufactured. The Nicaraguan embassy stuck by its denial of any serious disturbances, and a cartoon in the Washington Star showed Hannah at an easel slapping out Nicaraguan volcanoes by the yard, to the delight of two onlookers, Philippe Bunau-Varilla and the head of the Great Northern Railroad, James J. Hill. In Minneapolis, Hill had sounded off to reporters about asinine congressmen and the nasty, crooked Nicaragua Canal. Only if a volcano were belching beneath the seat of his pants would any congressman ever take heed, said James J. Hill. Hannah was enraged by the cartoon, and he, Cromwell, and Bunau-Varilla tried desperately to think of some response. "It was absolutely necessary to reply with emphasis," Bunau-Varilla recalled. "But it could have no weight unless official. How could I obtain such a document? Nicaragua was far away. The authorities had shown their bad faith. It seemed impossible to procure anything whatever. Only 6 or 7 days remained." And it was then that he remembered the postage stamp. "Young nations," he had written in his pamphlet of the previous year, "like to put on their coats of arms what best symbolizes their moral domain or characterizes their native soil. What have the Nicaraguans chosen to characterize their country on their coat of arms, on their postage stamps? Volcanoes." He knew the exact one. A pretty little 1-centavo Nicaraguan stamp showing a railroad wharf in the foreground, and in the background, Momotombo, in magnificent eruption. Rushing about to every stamp dealer in Washington, he managed to purchase 90 altogether, one for each senator. He pasted the precious stamps on sheets of paper, and below each typed out, "An official witness of the volcanic activity on the Isthmus of Nicaragua." The stamp arrived at the office of every member of the Senate with the morning mail on Monday, June 16th, 3 days before the deciding vote. He had, declared Philippe Bunau-Varilla, fired the last shot of the battle. But that was not so. Not quite. The last shot, like the first, was fired by old Morgan, who the following day rose from his seat still one more time to enter into the debate the name of William Nelson Cromwell, unleashing as he spoke years of stored hatred for the lawyer's humiliating and repulsive intrusion into the decisions and policies of the United States government. No talk of volcanoes, not the cleverest propaganda, could disguise the insidious course of this hired agent, Morgan said. I trace this man back to the beginning of this whole business. It was Cromwell who had fed Hannah every supposed fact that Hannah stood behind. Cromwell, who had intruded the commercial interests of the nefarious French company into congressional legislation, the hearings, the deliberations of technical commissions. He has not failed to appear anywhere in this whole affair. It was all a matter of record, and the record was as much as Morgan ever wished to know of such an individual. I would not dare to follow him when he is not on the surface. Panama, declared the old senator at length, was death's nursery. Those who wished to touch that thing might go ahead and do so. On June 19th, after 14 days, the debate ended. The majority report for the Nicaragua Canal had been spoken for by Morgan, Harris, Mitchell, Turner, Perkins, Stewart, and Pettus. Besides Hannah, those for the minority for the Panama Canal included Kittredge, Cullum, Gallinger, Teller, Allison, and Spooner. There had been a full gallery most all the time. The press and the country had followed the story very closely. Hannah claimed to have 45 votes, exactly half the Senate. Everybody knew it would be extremely close. The test came the afternoon of the 19th. The vote was 42 to 34. Panama had won by 8 votes. So, had there been a difference of just 5 votes, the result would have been a Nicaragua Canal. Section 3. They were all very busy congratulating one another. Hannah, Spooner, Cromwell, Bunau-Varilla. Telegrams went off, effusive letters of gratitude to supporters in Cincinnati and Chicago. Editorials were clipped and saved. Bunau-Varilla called it a conclusive vindication. Hannah was told that his place in history was fixed forever. Cromwell was happily confiding to almost anyone who would listen that he had written most of Hannah's speech. As time went on, as the details of what happened emerged, Cromwell and Bunau-Varilla would both be amply credited, or scorned, for the parts they had played in the astonishing victory, which, as one able historian would write, ranks among the masterpieces of the lobbyist's art. Hannah's role would be weighted heavily by his colleagues in the Senate. Senator Orville Platt would call Hannah's speech the most effective he had ever heard in all his political career. Senator Fry said Hannah had converted him from a lifelong advocacy of Nicaragua. Pelé and Momotombo would also figure prominently in all subsequent accounts of the Battle of the Roots, as well they should. Had there been no such eruptions that spring, it is quite unlikely that the Senate would have voted as it did. How much the little postage stamp really mattered, whether it actually changed any votes, is impossible to say. Probably it did not, Bunau-Varilla's assertions notwithstanding. His diagrammatic pamphlet probably had a more telling effect. Still, The stamp was an inspired bit of propaganda, perhaps even worth 10,000 senatorial words, and it would brighten after-dinner reminiscences in Washington and Paris for years to come. But a careful study of the record and some reasonable conjecture suggest in retrospect that one other figure had been a great deal more influential than had met the eye, a man who deserves our recognition. That was George S. Morrison. If one traces back through the chain of events that led to the Senate vote, keeping count of who was influencing whom and when, and if it is remembered that Morrison, unlike Hannah, Buono-Varia, or the garrulous Cromwell, made no effort to glorify his contributions at the time or later, then Morrison emerges a bit like the butler at the end of the mystery, as the ever-present, frequently unobtrusive, highly instrumental figure around whom the entire plot turned. The significant thing about the outcome of the Battle of the Roots is that it was decided on technical grounds. It was the technical view, the considered judgment of the engineers, that triumphed in the Senate. The situation was the exact reverse, interestingly, of that at the Paris Congress of 1879, and yet Panama was still the end result. The emotional power, the force of personality, Morgan's, had been on the side for Nicaragua this time. At Paris, it had been the engineers, Menokal, Eiffel, and others, who had urged a decision for Nicaragua. The most articulate and forceful of the engineers, and by far the most stubborn Panama proponent, was Morrison. It was Morrison whom Buono-Varia singled out as the leader on the commission. It was Morrison, in the summer of 1901, before McKinley's death, who prevailed against the inclination to wind things up with a unanimous decision for Nicaragua because the French company refused to set a price. It was Morrison who wrote the minority report in favor of Panama. It was Morrison who did the most to convince others on the commission, and Walker in particular, that the Bohio Dam could be built, and who then convinced Mark Hanna. Indeed, Morrison seems to have had just about everybody's ear at one time or other, except Morgan's, of course, and most important of all, he seems to have been the one who worked the conversion of Theodore Roosevelt. Someone did, it is certain. It could not have been Cromwell or Buono-Varia. Neither of them had entree to the White House as yet. It was not Hanna. The most solid evidence we have is a letter Morrison wrote to the President, dated December 10, 1901. The letter sets forth, in the clearest, strongest terms, the technical reasons why the canal should be built at Panama, and Morrison's own personal unwillingness to accept Nicaragua as the only choice. The date is important, for it means Roosevelt received the letter before, a month before, he called the commissioners in to see him one at a time to hear each explain things in his own words. Morrison himself seems to have had little doubt of what he accomplished. Years later, his close friend and confidant, Dr. Leonard Waldo of Peterborough, New Hampshire, the Morrison family physician, wrote that Morrison, practically alone, had changed official opinion regarding Panama, and it is unlikely that the doctor had any other source for the claim than George S. Morrison. Nor is it without significance that Morrison was exactly the sort of man Theodore Roosevelt admired, trusted, and listened to. His whole career had been built on intelligence and daring. He was at the very top of his profession because of what he had done, and he had done it in spite of his background. He was a preacher's son, a classics major at Harvard, who had made himself an engineer on his own, through self-study, self-development, sheer willpower. Bright but not distinctive as an undergraduate, He had gone to Harvard Law School and finished in the same class as Justice Holmes. But the law bored him, as it had Ferdinand de Lesseps, as it had Roosevelt. So he had decided to be an engineer, that I may lead a good and useful life. Unlike Roosevelt, Morrison was a lifelong bachelor and a prude. The sole failing he ever admitted to was an inability to handle horses. "There is a kind of man," he once said, "that likes animals and handles them well, particularly horses. And such men are usually the type who are popular with others, and are known as good fellows. But such men are usually fellows with lax morals." Morrison was never known as a good fellow. He was arrogant, inflexible, most unpopular, a man who was easy to admire from a distance. Probably it was his total candor, the unshakable air of authority, that appealed most to Roosevelt. The Harvard background, a mutual interest in the West in books, also gave them common ground. But in the last analysis, Morrison was brilliant. He did know what he was about, and he knew how to make other intelligent men feel that in their bones. "I hate to eat my lunch with Morrison. He always quarrels with the waiter," one noted engineer once remarked. "But I'd trust his judgment sooner than that of any other engineer I know." Originally, he had been for Nicaragua, Roosevelt was to say, until the engineers convinced him otherwise. How often he was exposed to Morrison is not known, but it is easy to picture them being quite direct with each other. Had Morrison lived, it is probable that Roosevelt would have asked him to take a major part in the building of the canal. Very possibly he would have been made chief engineer, but he died in 1903, during his first illness since childhood, at age 60. The important fact is that Theodore Roosevelt had been convinced that Panama was the superior choice from a strictly objective technical standpoint. And to have a fair understanding of Roosevelt's subsequent moves, this must be kept in mind. "I took the isthmus," was to be his arrogant, unfortunate claim, but in a very real and crucial sense, quietly, rationally, without fanfare, well before the Panama Revolution, he took the isthmus because the sort of men who would have to build the canal assured him that Panama was the place to put it. A momentous policy decision was determined by technical advisers here at the start of the new century. And Panama was the superior choice, as George Morrison said, and for the reasons that he, Hanna, and the others cited. Given the sort of canal that was needed, considering the size of the ships of the day, taking into account all the advantages offered by the two routes, Panama was the place. The choice was never so clear-cut as Buenos Aires made it out to be, and while a Nicaragua canal would have taken longer to build and would have cost more, it would not have been a failure. Furthermore, if such non-engineering concerns as health and Central American politics are entered into the discussion, as Morgan had always insisted they must be, then the issue becomes as debatable in hindsight as it was then. On June 26th, the House passed the Spooner Bill by an overwhelming vote of 259 to 8. The Nicaragua forces in the House having received word from Senator Morgan that the game was not up quite yet, since failure to obtain a clear title to the French properties was certain, and this would force the administration to revert to Nicaragua. "Make way for the canal!" cried one congressman. "Make way for the canal!" The President signed the Spooner Act 2 days later, June 28, 1902, and so it became the law. Chapter 12. Adventure by Trigonometry. Manuel Amador announced, "The plan seems to me good." Section 1. Although negotiations for the Canal Treaty with the Republic of Colombia had begun well before the passage of the Spooner Act, it was not until January of the following year that the agreement was at last signed. And for those most directly involved, the negotiations had been the most difficult, tortuous experience of their professional lives. Dr. Carlos Martinez Silva, the first of 3 successive Colombian diplomats, had been retired in a state of complete exhaustion and would die a year or so after returning home, a victim apparently of the strain in Washington. His replacement, Dr. José Vicente Concha, suffered a physical and emotional collapse upon resigning his post and reportedly was put on a ship in New York in a straitjacket. Even the indomitable William Nelson Cromwell succumbed to a siege of nervous exhaustion at one point in October. For John Hay, it was the most thankless and exasperating episode in a long career. To begin with, the routine at the State Department had been greatly altered by what Hay's biographer would describe as a new impelling force, the man next door in the White House. The overriding aggravation, however, had been the Colombians, about whom, by 1903, even the temperate and very proper Hay could speak of as disparagingly nearly as did Roosevelt. Accustomed to treating with such adroit worldly professionals as Julian Pauncefoot, men much like himself, Hay had been forced to deal with a succession of edgy, inexperienced Latin Americans who were obliged to consult with Bogotá at every move. Communications with the Colombian capital were dreadful. An official exchange of letters between the minister in Washington and his government could consume 3 to 4 months, and Bogotá's shifting, frequently cryptic positions were an endless source of frustration for the Colombian ministers, no less than for anyone else. Martinez Silva had made his first call on Hay in March of 1901. His instructions from Bogotá were to do all in his power to make possible the adoption of the Panama route by the United States. And with coaching from Cromwell, he had been extremely conscientious, working with Hay, checking regularly with Admiral Walker, releasing statements to the American press that his government was ready at any time to deal liberally with the State Department. But then his superiors in Bogotá decided that he had allowed himself to become too closely associated with the French Canal Company, that is, Attorney Cromwell, and so he had been replaced by the nervous, painfully proud José Vicente Concha, a former Colombian Minister of War, no diplomat either by training or temperament, who had never been outside his own country before, and who spoke no English. The primary issue, as stated both by Martinez Silva and Concha, was Colombian sovereignty over the proposed canal zone. And in the fall of 1902, just at the critical point in Hay's conversations with Concha, Colombia's seemingly interminable civil war had flared up anew on the isthmus. To secure the Panama Railroad, Roosevelt sent American Marines ashore without first receiving the expressed consent of Colombian authorities, neither those on the isthmus nor those in Washington, as had always been done before whenever American forces had been landed. The Marines were withdrawn eventually, but the damage done to progress on the treaty seemed irreparable. Of particular aggravation to the Colombians was the decision of an American admiral to prevent any movement of Colombian troops on the Panama Railroad at one crucial stage. To Dr. Concha, such use of American force had been not merely a violation of the 1846 treaty, but an inexcusable humiliation and the perfect expression of the underlying imperialistic ambitions of the United States. His hostility to Hay personally became such that he refused to see him for weeks. The fact that Hay cabled Bogota his regret at the misunderstanding that had arisen, declaring there had been no intention to infringe sovereignty or wound the dignity of Colombia, did not improve matters. Meantime, Senator Morgan and other pro-Nicaragua figures on Capitol Hill, along with several influential newspapers, were saying that the reasonable time allowed by the Spooner Act for treaty negotiations was fast expiring. The strain on Concha was severe. He grew ever more suspicious, ever more obstinate about the sovereignty issue. He also stood fast on Colombia's right to make its own bargain with the Compagnie Nouvelle before releasing the company from the provision in the Wise Concession that explicitly prohibited the sale of the franchise to any foreign power. It was Concha's position, as it had been Martinez Silva's before him, that if the French company was to receive $40 million for its Panama properties and the rights granted by the Colombian government, then in all justice Colombia ought to receive an appreciable part of that sum in return for its willingness to permit the sale. It was a question of tremendous financial importance to Colombia. Describing the Americans he dealt with for his home office, Concha wrote, "The desire to make themselves appear as a nation most respectful of the rights of others forces these gentlemen to toy a little with their prey before devouring it, although when all is said and done they will do so in one way or other." For their part, Hay and Cromwell were undecided as to whether Concha was wholly sane, and from the American minister in Bogota came a report that Concha was known there to be subject to great nervous excitement. Infuriated by what he took to be insults to the honor of his homeland, Concha resigned several times in succession, only to be instructed to stay with his responsibilities. He was certain that his messages to Bogota were being intercepted, and requested his home office to change codes. In November, he was at last ordered by Bogota to sign the treaty, whatever his feelings about it. The final decision would rest with the Colombian Congress, he was reminded. But this his conscience would not permit him to do, and so he quit. His distaste for dealing with Hay, he wrote, amounted to a neurosis. His replacement was a 60-year-old career diplomat, the Colombian chargé d'affaires, Dr. Tomás Herrán, a naturally tactful, intelligent, and rather sad-looking man who was the son of General Pedro Alcántara Herrán, who in 1848 had campaigned so effectively in Washington for ratification of the Bidlack Treaty. It had been then, traveling with his father as a small boy, that Herrán had first come to the United States. He was a graduate of Georgetown University, the master of 4 languages. His English was perfect. He had innumerable friends in Washington. By Hay's standards, he was a vast improvement, and so it had been presumed at the State Department that the final details of the treaty would now be dispensed with smoothly and swiftly. But Herrán proved extremely cautious and burdened with apprehension. In private, in his correspondence with Bogota, he expressed his fear that Roosevelt's impetuous and violent disposition might lead him to seize Panama by eminent domain, on the ground of universal public utility. It was only when Hay issued a sharp ultimatum, by command of the President, as Hay stated, that the impasse was broken. If Colombia refused any longer to agree to the treaty as it stood, then Hay would commence negotiations for a Nicaragua canal. The ultimatum was issued on January 21st. The Hay-Iran Treaty was signed at Hay's home the afternoon of the following day. "I feel," Iran wrote to a friend, "as if I am waking from a horrible nightmare. Gladly shall I gather up all the documents relating to that dreadful canal and put them out of sight." Among those documents, one he quietly buried in the legation archives, was a cable from Bogotá, received 3 days after he had signed the treaty, directing him not to sign but to await further instructions. The reaction in Washington was immensely favorable. To nearly everyone, it seemed a solid, straightforward treaty. And in spite of the fiery, often brilliant, unyielding opposition of John Tyler Morgan, who proposed no less than 60 amendments, it was ratified by the Senate on March 17th, without amendment and by an overwhelming margin, 73-5. By the treaty, the Compagnie Nouvelle was authorized to sell its rights, privileges, properties, and concessions to the United States, and Colombia granted the United States control of a canal zone 6 miles wide from Colón to Panama City, but not including either of those cities. The franchise was for 100 years, and was renewable at the option of the United States. In return, the United States was to pay the Republic of Colombia the lump sum of $10 million cash, gold, plus an annual rent of $250,000. Though Colombian sovereignty over the canal zone was specifically recognized in Article 4, the United States was permitted to establish its own courts of law within the zone and to enforce its own regulations concerning the canal, ports, and the railroad. Police protection for the canal and the railroad was to be provided by Colombia. But if Colombia was unable at any time to meet this obligation, the United States could act with Colombia's consent or, in an emergency, without that consent. The response to the agreement in Bogotá was another matter, however, and the Colombian Congress had yet to grant its sanction. The Colombian government insisted still that it had the right to negotiate its own settlement with the Compagnie Nouvelle. The annual payment of $250,000 was regarded as too little, since it was no more than what was being received yearly from the Panama Railroad as things already stood. Being vastly larger, more important, more valuable, the canal ought to pay more than the little railroad, it was felt, and the payments for the canal, as the treaty presently read, were not to start until 9 years after ratification. $10 million was not enough for the cession of any territory in Panama, wrote a noted Colombian intellectual and political activist, Raúl Pérez, in the pages of the North American Review. "Panama is bone of the bone and blood of the blood of Colombia, and has always been her cherished hope." Nor did the expressed guarantee of Colombian sovereignty within the canal zone appear quite so conclusive in Bogotá as it did in Washington. Repeated warnings of Colombian anger over the treaty were cabled to the State Department by the American minister at Bogotá, Arthur Beaupré. "Without question, public opinion is strongly against its ratification," Beaupré wrote as early as March 30th. What began as suspicion had quickly become outspoken hostility, he reported 2 weeks later. The Colombians, he reported next on May 4th, believed the guarantee of sovereignty meant nothing, that the lease is perpetual, the whole document is favorable to the United States and detrimental to Colombia. Beaupré was to be the target of much criticism later. He would be blamed for his roughshod, amateurish handling of the situation, his disregard of Latin sensitivities. But the charges are at odds with the facts of his career. He had had 6 years' experience in Guatemala, Honduras, and Colombia. His reputed urbane, dignified manners and courtly demeanor, and the perception apparent in his striking dispatches. That he was frequently blunt, even dictatorial in his pronouncements to Colombian officials, is also a matter of record. But in view of his orders from Washington, he was left with little choice. As of April 28th, for example, Beaupré was instructed to inform the Colombian government that the United States would consider any modification whatever of the terms of the treaty as practically a breach of faith on the part of the Colombian government. By June, as the Colombian Congress was about to convene in special session, John Hay had abandoned any pretense of regard for the wishes or feelings of the Colombian people. The message of June 9th to Beaupré was strikingly ominous. If Colombia should now reject the treaty or unduly delay its ratification, the friendly understanding between the two countries would be so seriously compromised that action might be taken by the Congress next winter which every friend of Colombia would regret. Beaupré was ordered to communicate the substance of this verbally to the Colombian Minister of Foreign Affairs. It was, as one noted diplomatic historian would observe, an aggressiveness rarely found in friendly diplomatic intercourse. The contrast in tone to that of the correspondence relating to the Hay-Ponsfoot Treaty, for example, could not have been much more pointed. The nature of the threatened action was never specified officially. But just 4 days later, William Nelson Cromwell emerged from the White House after a long conference with the President and immediately dispatched his press agent, Roger Farnham, to the Washington bureau of the New York World. The following morning, June 14th, the World carried this remarkable item. Washington, June 13, 1903. President Roosevelt is determined to have the Panama Canal route. He has no intention of beginning negotiations for the Nicaragua route. The view of the President is known to be that, as the United States has spent millions of dollars in ascertaining which route is most feasible, as 3 different ministers from Colombia have declared their government willing to grant every concession for the construction of a canal, and as 2 treaties have been signed granting rights of way across the Isthmus of Panama, it would be unfair to the United States if the best route be not obtained. Advices received here daily indicate great opposition to the canal treaty at Bogota. Its defeat seems probable for 2 reasons. 1. The greed of the Colombian government, which insists on a largely increased payment for the property and concession. 2. The fact that certain factions have worked themselves into a frenzy over the alleged relinquishment of sovereignty to lands necessary for building the canal. Information also has reached this city that the state of Panama, which embraces all the proposed canal zone, stands ready to secede from Colombia and enter into a canal treaty with the United States. The state of Panama will secede if the Colombian Congress fails to ratify the canal treaty. A Republican form of government will be organized. This plan is said to be easy of execution, as not more than 100 Colombian soldiers are stationed in the state of Panama. The citizens of Panama propose, after seceding, to make a treaty with the United States giving this government the equivalent of absolute sovereignty over the canal zone. The city of Panama alone will be excepted from this zone, and the United States will be given police and sanitary control there. The jurisdiction of this government over the zone will be regarded as supreme. There will be no increase in price or yearly rental. In return, the President of the United States would promptly recognize the new government when established, and would at once appoint a minister to negotiate and sign a canal treaty. This can be done expeditiously, as all the data is already supplied. President Roosevelt is said to strongly favor this plan, if the treaty is rejected. It is known that the Cabinet favors the President's idea of recognizing the Republic of Panama, if necessary, to secure the Canal territory. The President has been in consultation both personally and by wire with leading senators, and has received unanimous encouragement. It is intended to wait a reasonable time for action by the Colombian Congress, which convenes June 20th, and then, if nothing else is done, to make the above plan operative. The article was unsigned. The White House issued no denials. A large part of the problem in Washington was a pervading ignorance of, indeed a chronic disinterest in, Colombia in general, Colombian politics, or the individuals with whom Beaupre was dealing. Bogotá itself was still as removed from the rest of the world as it had been when Lieutenant Wise made his trek over the mountains in 1878. It was one of the most isolated, inaccessible cities in the world. In all Colombia in 1903, in a country as large as the combined areas of California, Oregon, Washington, and Arizona, there were less than 400 miles of railroad. To reach Bogotá from either Buenaventura or Barranquilla still required anywhere from 2 weeks to a month of arduous travel. By North American standards, Colombia was pathetically poor and backward, and its government was both unstable and financially destitute as a result of a disastrous 3-year civil war that had only ended in November 1902. The present head of state was a conservative, a direct descendant, politically speaking, of Rafael Núñez, whose triumphs following the uprisings of 1885 had centralized political power in Bogotá under a new constitution. He was José Manuel Marroquín, an elderly, bearded scholar and man of letters whose shyness had kept him in the background most of his career. In 1897, he had been elected first designado, or vice president, on a ticket with an 85-year-old presidential candidate named Manuel San Clemente, also a scholar, who was in extremely feeble health. In 1900, Marroquín had taken power by coup d'etat. At the State Department and at the White House, Marroquín was understood to be an iron-handed despot. His power was thought to be absolute, and thus the whole process of treaty ratification by a specially convened Colombian Congress was regarded in Washington as a charade. Marroquín supposedly had only to say the word, and the treaty would be accepted. At both the State Department and the White House, the consensus was that Marroquín and a few cohorts would one day retire to some private place and divide up the $10 million payment from the United States. But, in fact, Marroquín's power was limited. His personal prestige was in the decline, and in his every move concerning the canal issue he was subject to savage attacks from his political opponents, the Liberals, who accused him of selling out to the North Americans. Personally, he was a rather abstract and inefficient idealist, and generally speaking, those about him were politically high-minded men of character, whatever their limitations, and exceedingly sensitive about their national honor, none of which, again, was ever quite understood in Washington. Colombian regard for the political ideals of the United States was enormous. The country's federal and state system had been modeled after that of the United States. Bolívar, the liberator, was known as the George Washington of South America. Wealthy and educated Colombians sent their sons to be educated in the United States. By no means did the leading political figures fit the portrayal Theodore Roosevelt was to provide. An American minister to Colombia, James T. Dubois, was to write some years later in this connection, "An impartial investigation at Bogotá convinced me that instead of blackmailers and bandits, The public men of Colombia compare well with the public men of other countries in intelligence and respectability. Until 1903, Dubois said, Colombia was the best friend the United States had south of the Rio Grande. Another large and important part of the problem in Washington was William Nelson Cromwell. Since Roosevelt's and Hay's appraisal of the situation in Bogota, the picture they had of Marroquin and his regime, the tactics devised, even the wording of instructions to Beaupre, were strongly influenced by Cromwell. Reportedly, it was Senator Hanna who put Roosevelt on to Cromwell. "You want to be very careful, Theodore," Hanna is supposed to have advised in fatherly fashion. "This is very ticklish business. You had better be guided by Cromwell. He knows all about the subject and all about those people down there." Roosevelt replied that the trouble with Cromwell is he overestimates his relation to Cosmos. "Cosmos?" said Hanna. "I don't know him. I don't know any of those South Americans, but Cromwell knows them all. You stick close to Cromwell." Especially was his influence felt at the State Department. He was consulted just about daily. He was relied on for information. Cromwell had his own paid operative in Bogota to keep him posted. His say, his expertise, were major factors at virtually every important juncture, as is plain in the record and as Cromwell himself would later boast. It was a highly unorthodox arrangement, to say the least. To have the attorney for the corporation most directly in line to benefit from the treaty, a man with no official title, no rightful business to be involved in any official capacity, operating at will at the highest diplomatic level, instrumental to a degree exceeded only by the Secretary and the President, and with full impunity. But such was this exceptional man's influence over Hay, and such it had been since the negotiations began. When Hay had at last put his large, legible signature to the treaty in January, it was to Cromwell that he turned and presented the pen. Most important, Cromwell had succeeded in persuading Hay, and thus Roosevelt, that the United States must not sanction or be party to any move by Colombia to deal independently with his client, the Compagnie Nouvelle. Roosevelt had earlier sent Attorney General Philander C. Knox to Paris to make a thorough examination of the French firm, which Knox reported to be vested with good and sufficient title to the property it intended to convey. On February 17th, Knox had formally notified the company that its offer of sale was hereby accepted by the United States. That is, that the United States would pay the full asking price of $40 million for the Panama holdings. So, as the company's attorney, Cromwell was determined that nothing should jeopardize this unprecedented transaction, this largest real estate sale on record. Specifically, he was determined that Colombia would be given no chance at any part of the $40 million. Hay not only agreed to this in principle, but instructed Beaupre to make it known in Bogota in the plainest terms. Thus, the State Department was being used to secure the interests of the French company, its stockholders, and its American attorney, who, if the sale went through, stood to profit more personally than any other individual involved. And it was when Beaupre reported back that ratification could probably be secured if the French company were to agree to pay Colombia $10 million, that Hay responded with his ominous telegram of June 9th, a telegram drafted by Cromwell. That the United States government had no rightful authority in a dispute between a foreign power and a private corporation was lost sight of. A settlement by Colombia and the Compagnie Nouvelle would have cost the United States nothing. And in retrospect, it would appear that even a comparatively modest settlement, plus a little tact, could have resolved the whole issue quite swiftly. But to Hay, to Roosevelt, Talk of a Colombian lien on the French company was patent extortion, a hold-up. As men of honor, they could never be party to the gouge, as Roosevelt expressed it. Their personal regard for Latin American politicians of any nationality had never been particularly high, it must be emphasized. But Cromwell had succeeded in convincing them that here they were dealing with the slipperiest, most corrupt variety of Latin American, and that the sovereignty issue was the purest political hypocrisy. So the report from Beaupré that $10 million from the French company would settle everything served only to substantiate all their worst suspicions of those bandits in Bogotá, as Roosevelt was to call them. When, in early August, the State Department released the information that the Colombians were holding out on the treaty in the hope of getting more money, the press mistakenly reported that the increased payment was to come from the United States, a misstatement the State Department did not bother to contradict. The widespread impression, therefore, was that Colombia was trying to hold up the United States, which was not at all the case. The generally arbitrary tone assumed by the State Department, the threatening cable of April 28th, were all designed to call Colombia's bluff. Cromwell would explain later. The story he planted in the world had also been contrived, he said, purely to frighten the Colombian Congress into ratifying the treaty. Quite possibly, that is so. But it is also possible that his underlying intention right along, perhaps even the underlying hope at the White House, was for the treaty to fail at Bogotá. In other words, if the language used by Beaupré or a story leaked by Cromwell following an ostentatious exit from the White House infuriated the Colombians, it was because they were meant to, because a crisis situation was wanted. A great deal would be written and said to refute accusations that the White House or the State Department was ever in any way party to the kind of scheme Cromwell had prophesied for the world in such amazing detail. And in fact, the full story of what was transpiring behind the scenes will probably never be known. Cromwell, for example, for all that he would have to say for public consumption, appears to have purposely created one of the larger gaps in the historical record. For in the otherwise complete file of his business dealings, still in the possession of the firm of Sullivan and Cromwell, there is not a paper relating to his Panama operations. All correspondence, cables, documents, expense vouchers, and the like are mysteriously missing. On August 14th, having finished a lunch with the President at Sagamore Hill, the President's home at Oyster Bay, Long Island, Senator Shelby Cullom, chairman of the Committee on Foreign Relations, held a press conference with reporters from the New York papers. The President, he said, was fully prepared for bad news from Bogotá, and the President still wanted a Panama Canal. What will be done is a matter of discussion and consideration after the Colombian Congress has finally acted. When a reporter asked how the canal could be built without the treaty, Cullom replied in a matter-of-fact way that we might make another treaty, not with Colombia, but with Panama. Was the United States prepared to foster a Panama Revolution, he was asked. No, I suppose not, but this country wants to build that canal and build it now. The interview appeared the morning of August 15th, the same day the long-awaited cable from Beaupré reached the State Department. 3 days before, on August 12th, the Colombian Senate had rejected the Hay-Iran Treaty by a unanimous vote. The President was notified immediately, as was the Secretary of State, who was also away from Washington at his summer place on Lake Sunapee in Newbury, New Hampshire. All matters of consequence at the State Department were being attended to by Acting Secretary Francis B. Loomis and Second Assistant Secretary Alvy A. Adie, both conversant with the Colombian situation. Adie, a man of vast experience with the department, a friend and colleague of John Hay's for 30 years, had installed a cot in his office and was on duty virtually around the clock. Roosevelt's mounting frustration with the entire situation had become a source of some concern to Hay. "Those contemptible little creatures in Bogota ought to understand how much they are jeopardizing things and imperiling their own future," Roosevelt had written earlier in the summer. Hay's instinctive response, then as now, was to urge restraint, patience. "I would come at once to Oyster Bay to get your orders," he now wrote, "but I am sure there is nothing to be done for the moment." He advised consultation with Hanna and Spooner. Then, pointedly, he referred to Nicaragua as the simple and easy course, adding, "If you finally conclude to close with Nicaragua, it will be quick work to get a treaty ready. But I presume you may think best to do nothing definite until our Congress meets." It was Hay at his best, and a very different letter than he would have written had Cromwell been with him in New Hampshire. It crossed in the mail with another angry missive from Roosevelt, saying, "We may have to give a lesson to those jackrabbits." These must have been exciting days for anyone sorting the mail in the little New Hampshire community. On August 18th, Alvy Adie cautioned the Secretary by letter against any thought of American involvement in a Panama revolution. "Such a scheme could, of course, have no countenance from us. Our policy before the world should stand, like Mrs. Caesar, without suspicion." A day later, Adie wrote again to suggest to Hay that maybe, after all, Nicaragua was the best way out. "We are very sorry, but really we can't help it if Colombia doesn't want the canal on our terms." But, writing to Hay that same day, Roosevelt left no doubt as to his position concerning Panama. "It seems that the great bulk of the best engineers are agreed that that route is the best, and I do not think that the Bogota lot of jackrabbits should be allowed permanently to bar one of the future highways of civilization. What we do now will be of consequence not merely decades, but centuries hence, and we must be sure that we are taking the right step before we act." Roosevelt's particular interest at the moment was a memorandum that had been sent on to him by Acting Secretary Loomis, a lengthy document prepared by a specialist in international law and diplomacy at Columbia University, Professor John Bassett Moore, which Roosevelt now forwarded to Hay. Professor Moore's thesis, in essence, was that by the tenets of the old Bidlack Treaty, the United States already had sufficient legal grounds to proceed with the canal. The right-of-way at Panama was already free and open to the United States, as stated in the Treaty of 1846. Hay went to Sagamore Hill on August 28th, and there, while numerous Roosevelt children in light summer clothes scampered over a great green sweep of lawn, the two men conferred at length. Afterward, a correspondent for the Herald sent a long dispatch to his office. The President and the Secretary had settled on 3 possible courses of action in view of the failure of the Canal Treaty. The first was to proceed to construct the canal under the Treaty of 1846 and fight Colombia if she objects. This, it was felt, would be a short and inexpensive war. The second was for the President to move in accordance with the Spooner Act and turn to the Nicaragua route. The third was to delay the great work until something transpires to make Colombia see the light, then negotiate another treaty. It will doubtless be a surprise to the public that a course which is sure to involve the country with war with the South American Republic is one of the methods of procedure being soberly contemplated by the United States. Persons interested in getting the $40 million for the Panama Canal Company are, of course, eager that this government shall go ahead and seize the property, even though it leads to war. Section 2. When Dr. Manuel Amador first landed in New York, he had still to meet William Nelson Cromwell. Dr. Amador, whose full name was Manuel Amador Guerrero, was a leading physician and a popular figure in the social life of Panama City. His wife was the brilliant Maria de la Osa, and he himself was known as a man of unblemished character, large property interests, and much political acumen. Born in Turbaco, near Cartagena, Colombia, in 1833, which made him just 70 in 1903, he was a graduate of the University of Cartagena who had come to Panama at the time of the gold rush. His political career as a conservative had flourished along with his medical practice until 1867, when he was designated president of the Department of Panama, but did not take office because of a revolution. Defeated, captured by the opposition, he was sent into exile, not to return again for a year, at which point he went back to medicine at the Santo Tomas Hospital, where he became superintendent. It was as chief physician of the Panama Railroad, however, that Dr. Amador had attained most of his influence and prestige, as well as his interest in the canal. He had been among those prominent Panamanians to appear at the various occasions arranged to honor Ferdinand de Lesseps. When Lieutenant Wise made his second journey to Bogotá in 1890 to secure an extension of the Wise concession for the court-appointed liquidator, the doctor was the head of a delegation of Panamanians who joined Wise there to lobby in his behalf. He was a neat, frail-looking man of medium height, with thin white hair, a shaggy white walrus mustache, large ears, and heavy black brows, and he wore small, steel-rimmed glasses. In his photographs, at least, he seems to have had a habit of looking at people with his head cocked slightly sideways. He was also a man of nerve and ambition, and he had come to New York to help arrange a revolutionary takeover at Panama. The first known organized meeting of the movement had been held at a country estate outside Panama City on a Sunday late in July, probably July 25, 1903, a meeting at which Dr. Amador had not been present. Those who were there included his old friend Senator José Agustín Arango, Carlos Constantino Arosemena, and an American named Herbert G. Prescott, all of whom, like the doctor, were employees of the Panama Railroad and had been in regular communication with William Nelson Cromwell. Arango, a senator from the Department of Panama, was the railroad's attorney on the Isthmus, its land agent and chief lobbyist. Arosemena was a staff civil engineer. Prescott was the assistant superintendent. Also present were the United States Consul General at Panama City, Hezekiah A. Gudger, and two officers from the U.S. Corps of Engineers, the only American Army officers on the Isthmus who had been sent by the Walker Commission, Major William Black and Lieutenant Mark Brooke. The complete guest list is said to have numbered 25 or 26 people, and the hosts were Ramon and Pedro Arias. Hezekiah Gudger, who was the main speaker, would be unable to recall later exactly what the meeting established, other than that plans for the revolution were freely discussed. All evidence is that Senator Arango, El Maestro, a most distinguished-looking gentleman with a white Van Dyke beard, was the inspirational force, that in May he had begun talking revolution with his sons-in-law, and the intelligent and devoted Arosemena, men in their late 20s or early 30s, all of whom had been educated in the United States. It was also El Maestro, whose office was side by side with Amador's, who personally recruited Amador early in August. At that point, the group was anxiously awaiting the return from New York of another railroad employee, James Beers, freight agent and port captain, who had left on a secret mission to see Cromwell. Whether he went on Cromwell's orders, whether he was actually summoned to New York as later charged, cannot be proved. But at least 6 men were to testify that Cromwell sent for Beers, and it is unlikely that Beers or any other railroad employee would leave his job to stir up a revolution, unless sent for by a superior. And as the railroad company's New York attorney, Cromwell ran the railroad. Beers, a shrewd and calculating former sea captain, had Cromwell's confidence in any event, and he returned to Panama with the word that Cromwell was ready to go the limit for them. Cromwell, in Arango's subsequent account, Data for the History of the Independence, would be referred to never by name, only as the responsible person. Arango, Amador, and Arosemena became the nucleus of the conspiracy, to be joined shortly by Federico Boyd, son of the founding editor of the Star and Herald. Amador insisted that Arango should become the first president of the projected new Republic of Panama. Arango, out of courtesy, said it should be Amador, and Amador agreed. Amador, it was further decided, should also be the one to go to New York to see the responsible person, in order to line up the necessary arms and money, and to secure some kind of assurance from the American Secretary of State that a revolution would be given military support by the United States. Amador, it was thought, would arouse the least suspicion, since he had a son in the United States, a doctor with the United States Army, who was then stationed in Massachusetts. As instructed, the son sent a cable to his father saying, "I am sick, come." So, on August 26th, Amador sailed for New York, taking with him a cable code that he and the others had devised to cover every possible contingency. The code had 30 numbered expressions for Amador to use in cables to Panama. He need only cable the appropriate number or combination of numbers, and 16 numbered expressions for those at home to use in reply. Amador's list is especially interesting, in that it shows how very uncertain things were at this stage. It shows, for example, that the conspirators had not excluded the possibility that Cromwell might be a liar. Amador's code went as follows. 1. Have not been satisfied with Hay in my first conference. 2. Have had my first conference with Hay, and I found him determined to support the movement effectively. 3. Have not been able to talk to Hay personally, only through a third person. I believe that everything will turn out in line with our desires. 4. Hay is determined to aid us in every way, and has asked me for exact details of what we need to ensure success. 5. My agent is going with me, fully authorized to settle everything there. 6. Cromwell has behaved very well and has facilitated my interviews with important men who are disposed to cooperate. 7. You can hurry up matters, as everything here goes well. 8. I am satisfied with the result and can assure success. 9. Minister Iran has suspected something and is watching. 10. Have not been able to obtain assurances of support in the form in which I demanded it. 11. Delay of Cromwell in introducing me to Hay makes me suspect that all he has said has been imagination and that he knows nothing. 12. It appears that Hay will not decide anything definitely until he has received advices from the commissioner who is there, in Panama. 13. I understand that Hay does not wish to pledge himself to anything until he sees the result of the operation there. 14. The people from whom I expected support have attached little importance to my mission. 15. Those who have decided can do nothing practical for lack of necessary means. 16. I have convinced myself that Hay is in favor of the rival route, and for that reason will do nothing in support of our plan. 17. News that has arrived from there on facilitating the construction of the canal has caused opinion here to shift in regard to our plan. 18. The pretensions manifested in the new draft of an agreement, treaty, render all negotiations between the two governments impossible, and for this reason I have again resumed conferences. 19. The new commissioner is expected here to negotiate. On this depends my future movements. 20. I consider that I can do nothing practical here now, and for this reason I have decided to take passage for home. 21. Await my letter, which I write today. 22. Here it is thought best to adopt a different plan in order to obtain a favorable result for the construction of the work. 23. Cromwell is determined to go the limit, but the means at his disposal are not sufficient to ensure success. 24. Hay, Cromwell, and myself are studying a general plan of procedure. 25. The commissioner there is an agent of Cromwell's, of which fact Hay is ignorant. 26. I wish to know if anything has been advanced there, and can I fix date here to proceed? 27. Delay in getting satisfactory reply obliges me to maintain silence. 28. B, Beaupre apparently, communicates here that the contract can be satisfactorily arranged. 29. I have considered it prudent to leave the capital, Washington, and continue negotiations from here, New York, by correspondence. 30. I await letters from there in reply to mine in order to bring matters to a close. Of additional interest is the fact that Amador departed from Cologne with insufficient cash to meet even the most modest travel expenses. It was only as a result of several good days at the poker table during the voyage that he was able to make ends meet. There was trouble almost immediately. Among Amador's fellow passengers, indeed the one he had won the most from at the poker table, was a man with large interests in Panama, J. Gabriel Duque, a Cuban by birth and a naturalized American who owned the Star and Herald, an ice planet Duque was up to. But Cromwell said that if Duque provided $100,000 to finance the revolution, then he, Cromwell, would see that Duque was made the first president of the new republic. He told Duque, furthermore, that the Secretary of State was eager to see him, and with Duque sitting before him, he picked up the phone, put through a call to Hay at the State Department, and set up the appointment. It was further suggested that Duque go to Washington by overnight train to avoid registering in a Washington hotel, a suggestion that Duque followed the next evening. He arrived in Washington at 7 in the morning, September 3rd, and after a breakfast at Harvey's restaurant, he went to the State Department. At 10 o'clock, Hay appeared. The conference lasted for the next 2.5 hours. Hay is said to have given Duque no promise of direct American assistance in the conspiracy. But in the same breath he emphasized that the United States was determined to build a Panama Canal and did not propose to let Colombia stand in the way. Then, allegedly, he went still further. Should revolutionists take possession of Colón and Panama City, he said, they could depend on the United States to stop Colombia from landing troops to put down the revolution. This, Hayes said, would be done to guarantee free and uninterrupted transit on the railroad, which the United States was treaty-bound to maintain. Duquesne understood perfectly. And no sooner had he descended the front steps of the State Department than he was on his way to the Colombian legation to see Tomas Herran and tell him everything. Perhaps this had been his intention all along, out of spite over some real or imagined insult on the part of the inner circle. Perhaps it was a sudden impulse resulting from something Hay had said, or the way he said it. Or possibly he thought such a warning, when relayed to Bogotá, would jolt the Colombian regime into apprising the seriousness of the situation. Whatever the explanation, Cromwell had been double-crossed. Herran immediately sounded the alarm. He cabled Bogotá that revolutionary agents were in Washington seeing Hay, and that if the treaty was not ratified, Panama, in all probability, would secede, and with American support. He notified the Colombian Consul General in New York of the Panama Railroad Company's involvement in the plot and of Amador's activities. The plot, he wrote, had been well received in Washington. He put detectives on Amador's track, then wrote to Cromwell and to the Paris office of the Compagnie Nouvelle to warn that they would be held directly responsible for any secessionist movement on the Isthmus. Implicit in the warning was the threat of full abrogation of all rights and privileges possessed by the Compagnie Nouvelle, all that it was about to sell for $40 million, if the company or its agents were party to an act of sedition. For Amador, meanwhile, the mission to New York had suddenly become a bewildering dead end. Unaware of what Duquesne had done, oblivious of the fact that he was being trailed by detectives, he saw only that Cromwell, the model of hospitality and enthusiasm on first meeting, had turned unexplainably rude and unreceptive. Amador appears to have made his first call on Cromwell on September 2nd, or the day after Cromwell saw Duquesne. Cromwell made 1,000 offers in the direction of assisting the revolution, even promised Amador that he would finance the undertaking. "I was to go to Washington to see Mr. Hay," Amador would recall. But by the time Amador returned for a second conference with the lawyer, Duquesne had been to see Herran. Herran had fired off his warning letters to New York and Paris, and Cromwell, determined to protect himself and safeguard the interests of his client, had decided to have no further ostensible dealings with conspirators from Panama. Amador was told that Mr. Cromwell was out. When Amador declined to leave, insisting that he be received by the attorney, Cromwell at last burst out of his office and ordered Amador to go at once and not come back. In the end, the elderly physician was shoved into the hall, and the door was slammed behind him. No explanation had been given, and there appeared to be nowhere else to turn. Furious, worried that his money was running out, at a loss to report what had happened by means of his code phrases, he sent off a one-word cable in English, "Disappointed," to his friends in Panama, and prepared to leave on the next ship. But then, through a Panamanian banker based in New York, Joshua Lindo of Pisa Nephews and Company at 18 Broadway, Amador received word that if he simply remained quiet in New York, there would be help from another quarter. We can never know too much about the personality of Theodore Roosevelt, a learned student of the president's career once remarked. And to the many who were trying to appraise what was happening in regard to Panama, or, more important, what the next turn might be, that personality seemed the crux of the matter. "The warning I gave in a previous telegram is founded on threatening statements which he has uttered in private conversations and which by indirect means have come to my knowledge," wrote Tomás Herrán to his home office on September 11th. "Your Excellency knows the vehement character of the President, and you are aware of the persistence and decision with which he pursues anything to which he may be committed. These considerations have led me to give credit and importance to the threatening expressions attributed to him." And Roosevelt's ultimate response to the Panama situation was to become the most disputed act of his career, largely because it appeared to be an act of such violent impulse, an expression of what even many of his strongest admirers saw as an arrogant, nearly infantile insistence on having things his way and plunging ahead, heedless of obstacles or consequences. To some observers, there seemed something unpleasantly appropriate about the fact that his recreational passion at Sagamore Hill that summer of 1903 was the so-called point-to-point obstacle walk. The one rule, the only rule, being that the participant must go up and over or through every obstacle, never around it. He was invariably the leader on such escapades, followed by a band of excited children, perhaps a stout-hearted guest or two. Once his sister, Corinne Robinson, saw him approach an especially unpleasant-looking little bathing house with a very steep roof, and she hoped this time a detour would be in order. "I can still see the sturdy body of the President of the United States hurling itself at the obstruction and with singular agility chinning himself to the top and sliding down the other side." But for all the vehement reputation, for all his unpleasant private remarks concerning contemptible little creatures in Bogota, for all the deliberate misstatements or threats by Cromwell and others that he let stand, Roosevelt was still taking no action as summer ended, and the record shows that he was still giving serious thought to several possible ways around at Panama. The expert on international law, Professor Moore, was invited to spend a night at Sagamore Hill to elaborate on his theory. Mark Hanna was queried for his views. Hanna recommended patience and moderation. He was sure a satisfactory settlement could be reached with Colombia. Hay remained a steady sounding board. Hay observed in early September that a revolution on the Isthmus was altogether likely, but advised caution and careful consideration. "It is for you to decide whether you will, 1. Await the result of that movement, or 2. Take a hand in rescuing the Isthmus from anarchy, or 3. Treat with Nicaragua." Roosevelt's reply of September 15th was to agree to do nothing until he returned to Washington at the end of the month. "Then we will go over the matter very carefully and decide what to do." Only to this extent had he reduced the field of choice. Henceforth, he told Hay, he wanted no further dealings with those Bogota people. "No one can tell what will come out in the Isthmian Canal business," he wrote that same day to his friend Will Taft in the Philippines. Once, in describing his method of executive leadership, Roosevelt remarked to a friend, "When I make up my mind to do a thing, I act. A good many call me jumpy and say I go off half-cocked, when, as a matter of fact, I have really given full consideration to whatever it is that is to be done." It was his quickness in following up on a decision that misled people, his cousin Nicholas would reflect years later. The decision itself, however, was rarely ever arrived at without enormous forethought. For the moment, Roosevelt was waiting also for response to a request made through Secretary of War Elihu Root as far back as mid-March, before the Senate approved the Hay-Herrán Treaty. He had ordered that 2 or 3 picked men from the army be sent to Panama in civilian dress to appraise the situation from a military point of view and to report back to him personally. On October 1st, or several days after Roosevelt's return to Washington, Tomás Herrán reported the official policy to be one of watchful waiting. Section 3. Manuel Amador's help from another quarter arrived September 22nd. I had gone to New York by pure chance, Philippe Bunau-Varilla maintained later. But so fortuitous a coincidence would strike many as highly improbable. It had been just 2 weeks since Amador had sent his disappointed cable, or exactly time enough for Cromwell to have wired Paris and have Bunau-Varilla catch the next steamer. At any rate, the audacious little engineer had been busy much of the summer, burning up the wires to Bogotá with vigorous, costly cables to Marroquin, warning of dire consequences should the Colombians reject the treaty. He had been corresponding with Loomis at the State Department and publishing lengthy paid announcements in Le Matin. He was sure the dark forces that had destroyed Ferdinand de Lesseps were loose again. Once in New York, according to his subsequent testimony, he never even saw the shadow of Cromwell. He had come, he said, to pick up his 13-year-old son, Etienne, a hay fever victim, who had been spending the summer at John Bigelow's country place on the upper Hudson. I naturally took advantage of my presence in America to visit and to question, as to the state of affairs at Panama, those who could give me any information, he wrote later. In fact, through Joshua Lindo, whom he had known in Panama years before, Bunau-Varilla was in touch with Amador by phone the day after his arrival. He had checked in at his favored Waldorf Astoria, and it was in his room there, room 1162, that he and Amador sat down to talk for the first time on the morning of September 24th, at precisely 10:30, according to Bunau-Varilla's recollection. They, too, had known each other in years past on the Isthmus, but Bunau-Varilla had by no means forgotten what the difference in rank had been between a mere local physician in the employ of the railroad and the Director General of the Compagnie Universelle. Amador, deeply moved by emotion and indignation, according to Bunau-Varilla, unburdened himself of all that had happened. If his friends in Panama should be found out and shot as a result of Cromwell's meddling, Amador declared, then he would kill Cromwell. Bunau-Varilla called it unpardonable folly ever to have listened to Cromwell in the first place. With your imprudence you have indeed brought yourself to a pretty pass, he lectured. The situation, however, was not hopeless. To extricate themselves from their plight, the doctor and his friends had only to appeal to reason, and to put the matter in the hands of Philippe Bunau-Varilla. Tell me what are your hopes, and on what are based your chances of success. Tell me all calmly, methodically, precisely. The particulars, as Amador presented them, were these. Only a small, weak garrison of federal troops was maintained on the Isthmus. The soldiers had not been paid for months, and their commanding officer, young General Huertas, was known to be sympathetic to the revolutionary movement. Colombia, however, had command of the sea, and so could land more troops at will. Except for the part about General Huertas, it was all information that could have been obtained from a careful reading of the newspapers over the past few months, or from Cromwell, were Bunau-Varilla and Cromwell secretly in contact with each other, a side of the story that will never be known. The immediate need was money, Amador said. Exactly what figure did he have in mind? Bunau-Varilla asked. $6 million, replied Amador, which would cover the cost of the necessary gunboats. Buenos Varia told Amador that he now understood the situation perfectly, and that he would need a few days to devise a solution. In the meantime, Amador was to keep out of sight and talk to no one. Amador had impressed him as a risky confederate, a childish dreamer. If Amador wished to make contact by phone, he was to use the name Smith. I shall take that of Jones. According to Buenos Varia, he was now confronted with a grave question of conscience. Had I the moral right to take part in a revolution and to encourage its development? The answer, he quickly decided, was yes. Yes, because Colombia was obviously prosecuting a policy of piracy, aiming at the destruction of the precious work of Frenchmen. Section 4. At noon on October 10, 1903, Assistant Secretary of State Loomis escorted Philippe Buenos Varia across from the State Department to the White House. Loomis was a handsome man in his early 40s, starched, eager, with a marvelous handlebar mustache and thin black hair plastered with brilliantine. A former press agent, Loomis planned to introduce Buenos Varia to Roosevelt informally as the publisher of Le Matin. Loomis, another of Buenos Varia's personal friends, had been spotted and cultivated by the Frenchmen in Paris a few years before, when Loomis was en route to a post in Portugal. According to the subsequent recollections of both Buenos Varia and Roosevelt, their conversation began with talk of the Dreyfus affair and of the part played by Le Matin, after which Buenos Varia asserted, "Mr. President, Captain Dreyfus has not been the only victim of detestable political passions. Panama is another." The exchange that followed was conducted by all parties with scrupulous care. Describing the scene later, Roosevelt would remark that there might just as well have been a dictaphone in the room. Buenos Varia predicted a revolution on the Isthmus, and, according to Buenos Varia, the features of the president manifested profound surprise. "A revolution?" murmured Roosevelt, according to Buenos Varia's account. "Would it be possible?" Buenos Varia said later that he never asked Roosevelt what the United States would do in the event of such an uprising. But in Roosevelt's version, given off the record 10 years later, Buenos Varia asked point-blank whether the United States would prevent the landing of Colombian troops, then added, "I don't suppose you can say," to which Roosevelt replied in substance that he could not. All he could say was that Colombia, by its action, had forfeited any claim on the United States, and that he had no use for the Colombian government. In a letter to Roosevelt, written only a few months later, a letter very possibly written on request, Loomis stated, "Nothing was said that could be in any way construed as advising, instigating, suggesting, or encouraging a revolutionary movement." Be that as it may, Buenos Varia left the president's office positive that he knew where Roosevelt stood. And Roosevelt allowed later that had Buenos Varia failed to grasp what he, Roosevelt, intended to do, then Buenos Varia would not have been very bright. "Of course I have no idea what Buenos Varia advised the revolutionists," Roosevelt would tell John Bigelow, "but I do know, of course, that he had no assurances in any way, either from Hay or myself or from anyone authorized to speak for us. He is a very able fellow, and it was his business to find out what he thought our government would do. I have no doubt that he was able to make a very accurate guess, and to advise his people accordingly. In fact, he would have been a very dull man had he been unable to make such a guess." Bigelow, however, was among those who would remain unconvinced. and his private observations cast a very different light on the situation. Buno Varia had come to Bigelow's country place at Highland Falls on the Hudson. His family was staying with the Bigelows immediately after seeing the president, and from the conversation that had passed between them there, Sunday, the 11th, Bigelow clearly understood that Roosevelt had been fully informed as to Buno Varia's revolutionary plan. Bigelow, it should also be noted, was a staunch admirer of Roosevelt's, and would later share none of the scruples over the role of the United States in the Panama business, as Roosevelt called it. The following is taken from Bigelow's private journal. It was written within a week of Buno Varia's White House conference. Buno Varia was up over Sunday, has seen the President and the Assistant Secretary of State, unfolded to them his scheme for proceeding with the Isthmian Canal without much more delay. It is, in brief, to have Isthmians revolt from the Colombian government, declare their independence, issue a proclamation to that effect, adopt the Constitution of Cuba at the same time, and give dictatorial powers to the President, Amador, who is an old and trusty friend of BV. Have the U.S. send vessels to protect the new state from any hostility that could do it any harm, etc., etc. But, according to Buno Varia, it was only when he was on the train back to New York from Washington that he conceived his plan. Fundamentally, it was no different from what Cromwell had outlined for the world months earlier, except that Buno Varia saw American gunboats playing the key role. He knew it would work, he said later, because he had watched it happen during the Revolution of 1885. In point of fact, however, he had seen no such thing, since no American force at Panama had prevented the landing of Colombian troops in 1885 or during any previous disturbance. He saw Amador at the Waldorf the night of the 13th, and told him there was no cause to buy gunboats, explaining why in only the most general terms. Amador insisted that there was still a great need for money to guarantee the support of the Colombian garrison at Panama City. Buno Varia thought $100,000 ought to be sufficient, and promised to provide that amount from his own pocket, if necessary. Amador remained highly agitated. He had had visions of much larger sums. He felt there ought to be a commitment from someone in Washington, something beyond the Frenchman's mere say-so. He was distressed over a notion of Buno Varia's that the new republic need only comprise the canal zone, not the whole of the isthmus. If he and his friends wanted the entire Department of Panama, they could take it later, Buno Varia said. With the Canal Treaty ratified, they would get the $10 million authorized by the Spooner Act and could wage all the war they wanted. They separated coldly, but Amador was back again first thing the next morning, pale and haggard after a sleepless night, and declared himself prepared to go along with whatever Buno Varia wished. "This is what I call a sensible speech," responded Buno Varia. He would be leaving again that morning for Washington. The doctor, meantime, was to prepare himself to sail for Panama. On Buno Varia's return from Washington, he would be given the precise program of action. At his Washington hotel over the next few days, prior to seeing John Hay, Buno Varia prepared everything he thought Amador would need. A ready-made revolution kit, including a proclamation of independence, a basic military plan, a scheme for the defense of Colón and Panama City, the draft of a constitution, a code by which he and the rebels could correspond. The one element lacking for the moment was a flag for the new republic. Things began to move rapidly. On October 15th, Cromwell, who had been staying under cover this whole time, sailed for France, removing himself thereby from any possible association with activities in Washington or New York. As a parting gesture, in a letter to Roosevelt dated the 14th, he advised that his associates in New York would be on call at the President's command. "Never before was this problem of the ages so near solution as at this moment," Cromwell wrote, "and if the opportunity be lost, it probably will be lost for centuries to come." It was also on the 15th that a dispatch went out from the Navy Department to Admiral Henry Glass, Commander-in-Chief of the Pacific Squadron. 1 week hence, on the 22nd, he was to proceed with his squadron on an exercise cruise to Acapulco. Further instructions would follow. The next day, October 16th, with Loomis again serving as his entree, Buno Varia saw John Hay at Hay's house on Lafayette Square, this at Hay's suggestion. The meeting occurred in the afternoon, and it was a most curious and ultimately critical confrontation. Buno Varia had pictured Hay as cold and severe, an American Bismarck, as he later wrote. But instead he found a man of delicate and refined mind, whose ideas coincided rigorously with my own. Together they deplored the blindness of Colombia. The entire state of affairs, declared the Frenchman, would end in a revolution, and Hay agreed that this unfortunately was the most probable hypothesis. "But we shall not be caught napping," Hay said. "Orders have been given to naval forces on the Pacific to sail towards the isthmus." To anyone with a personal interest in a revolution, this was, as both men appreciated, a momentous and invaluable piece of information. But as in Buno Varia's exchange with the President, the tone remained one of perfect propriety. Buno Varia appears neither to have registered any response to the news, nor to have given Hay any indication as to his own intentions. What followed instead was a long diversion by Hay. A lot of small talk, seemingly about a novel the secretary had just read, and that he happened to have at hand. Giving Buno Varia the book, he told him to take it and read it at the first opportunity. The title was Captain Macklin, and the author was Hay's friend Richard Harding Davis. Buno Varia was to write that it was the subtle symbol, the password exchanged between Mr. Hay and myself. The story, as Hay briefly recounted for Buno Varia, concerns an idealistic young West Point cadet, Royal Macklin, who sails to Central America on a ship called Panama to seek his fortune after being expelled from the academy for a minor infraction of the rules. He casts his lot with an older French officer, and together they bring off a revolution in Honduras. There is much of the author's customary zest for manly combat, and at one point the hero, a figure very much like the author, kisses the locket given to him by his sweetheart, and thereby recovers his confidence and determination. But it is also a book in which the local political leader is a figure of ridicule. The revolution is a comic opera, and Central America is seen as a frontier of untold opportunity if only the white man were to take charge. "I know all of Central America, and it is a wonderful country," observes one character, a North American. "There is not a fruit, nor a grain, nor a plant that you cannot dig out of it with your bare fingers. It has great forests, great pasture lands, and buried treasures of silver and iron and gold. But it is cursed with the laziest of God's creatures, and the men who rule them are the most corrupt and the most vicious. They are a menace and an insult to civilization, and it is time that they stepped down and out and made way for their betters, or that they were kicked out." The book's most memorable figure, however, is the French freebooter, a tragic, sad, honorable, chivalrous knight-errant who fights on at the head of Latin soldiers, but who is plainly too good for them. To John Hay, as he told Bunau-Varilla, the ambitious young Macklin and the French officer were brothers in spirit, searchers after the ideal. By his own account, Bunau-Varilla came away from the interview in something like a spiritual daze. He had met one of the most noble characters it has ever been given me to know. He would cherish the memory of Mr. Hay with an almost religious admiration. Was Hay saying that they, too, were searchers after the ideal? Did Hay see this Frenchman's own soldierly part in the Epic of Panama as akin to that of the Frenchman in the story? Plainly, the American Secretary of State was trying to tell him something. Did he not wish to tell me symbolically that he had understood that the revolution in preparation for the victory of the idea was taking shape under my direction? It only remained for me to act. The same evening, the evening of October 16th, 2 Army officers were ushered into the President's office at the White House to report on their confidential mission to Panama. Captain Chauncey B. Humphrey was an instructor of drawing at West Point. Lieutenant Grayson M.P. Murphy had graduated from the academy only the year before. Either might have been picked to portray Captain Macklin had anyone been casting a stage production. From all they had seen, the officers told the President, a revolution on the Isthmus could be expected at any moment. Rifles and ammunition were being smuggled into Colón in piano boxes. A fire brigade recently organized in Panama City was intended as a revolutionary military unit. A man named Arango was the ringleader. They had picked up the name of the wrong Arango, as it happens, and the people of Panama seemed unanimous in their low regard for the government at Bogotá. As Lieutenant Murphy would later confide, the prospects for a swift, neat, potentially lucrative revolution had struck them as so very certain that they were thinking of resigning their commissions forthwith and assisting in its consummation. Their plan was to approach J.P. Morgan for the necessary financing. For bringing the revolution off, their fee was to be $100,000 each, a fair cut, they believed, of the $10 million the United States was to turn over to Panama. That their reconnaissance had been no chance or casual assignment is borne out by a subsequent written report, which includes such vital details for a military campaign as the best positions for artillery to command Colón and Panama City, and the estimated number of mules that could be procured in remote interior villages. Nor is there much question that the word of such men would have carried great weight with Roosevelt. Probably theirs was the first account of the situation in Panama that he felt he could regard as trustworthy. However, the response they saw was such that they left the White House convinced the United States would play no part in any such revolution. They had been astonished at how much Roosevelt seemed already to know of the topography of the isthmus and other such details, but their immediate mutual reaction was to scrap any further thought of seeing J.P. Morgan. "There goes our revolution," Murphy said. "I sail for the Philippines." Philippe Bunau-Varilla was now in high gear. He had gone directly from Hay's house to the station, had taken the next train to New York, and during the stop at Baltimore had sent a telegram telling Smith that Jones expected to see him at the usual place at 9:30 in the morning. At the stated hour, Amador knocked at room 1162 at the Waldorf, which, according to Bunau-Varilla, deserved to be regarded as the cradle of the Panama Republic. He had Amador sit down. There was no time left to quibble over details. Amador was to question neither his assertions nor his sources. He could now assure Amador that he and his junta would be protected by American forces within 48 hours after they proclaimed their new republic. Only one prior commitment was required. They must agree to entrust him, Philippe Bunau Varilla, with the diplomatic representation of the new nation at Washington. He must be the one to draw up the Canal Treaty with the American Secretary of State. Amador objected. To have a foreigner serve as their first representative abroad would be a blow to Panamanian pride. "I can easily see that," Bunau Varilla answered. "But a supreme law must dictate our resolution. It commands us to assemble every element which may ensure final success. A battle royal will be fought at Washington. Let him wage it who is best equipped to win the victory." Amador promised to see what he could do. The following day, October 18th, was a Sunday, a sparkling autumn Sunday along the Hudson River, as Bunau Varilla went north by train again to John Bigelow's place at Highland Falls, adjacent to West Point. On Monday he returned, looking like any other man of affairs newly refreshed by country air and vistas, but bringing in his suitcase a strange silk flag of liberation that Madame Bunau Varilla and Bigelow's daughter Grace had spent nearly all Sundays stitching together in the greatest secrecy. Amador appeared again at room 1162 for a last briefing. Bunau Varilla displayed the flag, which, according to Bunau Varilla, Amador found perfect. The design was very like that of the flag of the United States, the differences being that the white stripes were yellow, and in place of white stars were two yellow suns, symbolizing the two continents, joined by a yellow band for the canal. As one Roosevelt biographer would note, there is a certain injustice to the fact that Roosevelt was unaware of these latest preparations. With his sense of humor and boyish love of adventure, he would have savored every detail. Amador said it would take him at least 15 days after reaching Panama to get everything ready. His ship was due at Colon on the 27th. Bunau Varilla said he could not wait that long. He wanted the revolution to occur on November 3rd, Election Day in the United States, which gave Amador exactly 7 days once he reached home. If he and his friends could not do what had to be done in that time, if the revolution did not occur on the 3rd, then they were on their own, and he would take no responsibility for the consequences. Amador received all the documents Bunau Varilla had prepared, the code, the flag, on the following morning just before his ship sailed. He was also given the text for a telegram that he was to send to Bunau Varilla the moment the new republic was proclaimed. "The government has just been formed by popular acclamation. Its authority extends from Colon, inclusive, to Panama, inclusive. I request you to accept the mission of Minister Plenipotentiary in order to obtain the recognition of the Republic and signature of Canal Treaty. You have full powers to appoint a banker for the Republic at New York and to open credit for immediate urgent expenses." Upon receipt of this message, and only upon its receipt, he would send Amador the promised $100,000, and the guaranteed military protection would arrive within 48 hours. According to Bunau Varilla, Amador then departed from the Waldorf, having solemnly affirmed his complete agreement with all conditions thus stipulated. Amador sailed on the steamer Yucatan, the same ship that had once carried Theodore Roosevelt and his Rough Riders to the war in Cuba. To the purser he entrusted a package telling him to put it in the ship's safe and to guard it carefully, as it was vital to the future of Panama. The purser, young George Beers, was the son of Captain James Beers. "The plan seems to me good," Amador had written to his son, the army doctor, in a letter mailed just before sailing. For Buno Varia, the week that followed was interminable. He busied himself with cables to Paris banks to arrange for a loan of $100,000 borrowed against personal securities, and saw to the transfer of the money by cable to a New York bank, Heidelbach Ickelheimer and Company. But mainly, he worried over the possible movement of Colombian troops from Cartagena to Panama, a turn of fate that, if it came too soon, could wreck everything. He watched the New York papers, and on October 26th read with indescribable joy a small dispatch saying that General Tobar, commander of the Colombian troops at Cartagena, though expected to leave for the Isthmus, would probably not do so until November. On the 27th, the day the Yucatan was due at Colon, there was no word from Amador, and there was nothing on the 28th. But on the morning of the 29th, Buno Varia received the following, signed Smith. "Fate. News bad. Powerful tiger. Urge vapor. Colon." The first part of the message was in Buno Varia's code and was perfectly clear. Fate. This cable is for Buno Varia. News. Colombian troops arriving. Bad. Atlantic. Powerful. 5 days. Tiger. More than 200. Though the rest, urge vapor Colon, did not conform to the prearranged code, he took it to mean send steamer Colon. These were puzzling and annoying words, and he was at a loss to understand what they implied. But then it dawned that Amador wanted him to send an American man-of-war to Colon at his, Amador's, request. He was asking Buno Varia to prove to the others at Panama, to the rest of the junta, that he could deliver on notice, and exactly what was needed. It was not information which was transmitted to me, it was a test to which I was being submitted. The little Frenchman was at once in a grand state of agitation. An American ship must be sent to Colon at once. Everything depended on it. But how? If I succeeded in this task, the canal was saved. If I failed, it was lost. He could think better on a train, he decided, and so out of the Waldorf he hurried on his way to Washington again. He saw Francis Loomis at his home that evening and told him to keep in mind the date November 3rd. There would be a repetition of what had happened at Colon in 1885, he said, and it would be a terrible shame if no American ship were on hand, or if her commander were to behave as had the commander of the Galena during the Preston uprising. Apparently Loomis said he could not and would not commit himself. But the following morning, as Buno Varia was walking about Lafayette Square wondering whether to call on Hay directly, he ran into Loomis, and this time Loomis declared in a notably formal manner that the situation at Colon was indeed fraught with peril, and that it would be deplorable if the catastrophe of 1885 were to be repeated. And this, according to Buno Varia's subsequent account, is all Loomis said. Still, the message was clear. The words I had heard could have but one interpretation. A cruiser has been sent to Colon. He was at that moment like the character in King Solomon's Mines who, recalling that a solar eclipse is imminent, tells his savage captors that he will show his powers by blotting out the sun. He now had only to inform Amador that the ship was on its way, and the first sight of it on the horizon at Colon would have exactly the desired effect. A very great many people, however, were to find this explanation extremely difficult to believe. The Frenchman had gone to Washington, it would be charged, not to clear his thoughts or to stroll idly about Lafayette Square, but to tell Loomis to send a ship at once, and that Loomis had assured him the next morning that the ship was on its way. The answer given to this charge is vintage Buono Varia. My only reply to such critics is that they have not the slightest idea of scientific methods. I built all this subtle diplomatic structure as a bridge is built. That is, by calculating its various elements, and not by trying to obtain direct information, which it would have been impossible to obtain. The abstract operations of trigonometry lead to results more certain than physical measurements, when both operations are possible, but in the majority of cases, trigonometry alone can be used. I have made diplomacy, as it were, by trigonometry. Such a method will without doubt seem incomprehensible to many minds. He had noticed in the New York papers the reported movements of certain American naval vessels. The Dixie had been reported on its way to Guantanamo a few days earlier in the New York Times. The Nashville was at Kingston, Jamaica. If a ship had been ordered to Colon, it would be the Nashville, the one stationed nearest Colon, which, as he knew, had been in Colon earlier in the month. Figuring the ship's speed to be 10 knots, he decided that she could cover the 500 miles from Kingston to Colon in 2 days. He then added 12 hours for preparations before sailing, which he reckoned would bring her over the horizon at Colon on the morning of November 2nd. Having talked to Loomis, he took the morning 11 o'clock train back to New York, and again at Baltimore got off to send a wire to Amador. The wire went off a little after noon on October 30th. Decoded, it read as follows: "All right. Will reach 2 days and half." In the New York Times, delivered to his room the morning of Sunday, November 1st, on page 4, in the bottom right-hand corner, Buono Varia found a small dispatch date-lined Kingston, Jamaica, October 31st. The United States gunboat Nashville sailed from here this morning under sealed orders. Her destination is believed to be Colombia. Chapter 13. Remarkable Revolution. Senator Shelby M. Cullom observed, "It was a remarkable revolution. I think the most remarkable I ever read of in history." Section 1. Manuel Amador's arrival at Colon had been without incident. By prior agreement, none of his fellow conspirators were waiting to greet him when his ship docked. He was met only by Herbert G. Prescott, assistant superintendent of the Panama Railroad, who came on board with the port captain, as appeared perfectly routine, to carry off any papers or documents Amador would not wish to have found in his possession. The doctor came ashore looking innocent enough, and there seemed nothing unusual about the fact that he and Prescott departed together on the next train to Panama City. Had the doctor been searched, however, he would have been found to have an odd-looking flag wrapped around his waist. The trouble started that evening when the flag and the rest of Philippe Buono Varia's revolutionary paraphernalia were presented to the others at a secret gathering in a house on Cathedral Plaza, the home of Federico Boyd. Amador's report evoked only disappointment or harsh disapproval. The mere promises of an unknown Frenchman impressed no one. The idea of an independence movement that did not include the whole of the isthmus was viewed as asinine, since several of those present owned extensive properties outside the Frenchman's proposed zone. The expectation had been that Amador would return with an actual agreement signed by John Hay, or possibly even Roosevelt himself. Nobody liked the flag, which was thought to look too much like the flag of the United States. It was nearly midnight when the meeting disbanded, and the only agreement reached was that emissaries should be sent to the interior to drum up revolutionary support. Amador went home thoroughly dejected. The following day it appeared that the whole game was up. Tomas Arias, one of the wealthiest, most influential members of the junta, came to tell Amador that he was backing out. "You are an old man," Arias said. "Arango is an old man, and you don't care if you are hung. I do not like to be hung." Within hours, Amador further learned from José de Obaldía, governor of the Department of Panama, that a force of picked Colombian troops, a detachment of tiradores, or sharpshooters, was on its way to Colón from Barranquilla. Obaldía, another wealthy landowner, had been appointed governor by José Marroquín only the summer before, and because Obaldía was known to favor separation from Colombia in the event the Canal Treaty fell through, the appointment had caused a great stir in Bogotá. He was not involved in the conspiracy, only sympathetic and a close personal friend of Amador's. In fact, he happened to be living temporarily in Amador's house. According to John Bigelow's private journal, Bruno Varilla had actually received a letter from Obaldía leaving no doubt as to his sympathy with the planned revolt. Amador decided first that he himself had gone too far to pull back, and second, that for the time being he would confide this latest piece of information to no one except Herbert Prescott, who would be described as a very energetic and typical railroad man, one who does not do things halfway. Together, they agreed to bluff it out. That was October 28th. Early the following day, Amador made his move. He would demonstrate to the others what could be achieved by merely saying the word. The crucial telegram, "Fate, news bad, powerful tiger, urge vapor, Colón," went off to New York. Conferences were hastily arranged with Porfirio Melendez, a stout, highly political police chief and part-time straw boss for the railroad at Colón, who agreed to manage the uprising on the Atlantic side, and with General Ruben Varón, commander of the Padilla, one of 2 Colombian gunboats presently in the Bay of Panama. For the promise of $35,000 in silver, Varón agreed to turn his ship over to the junta the moment their revolution commenced. The uprising was scheduled for November 4th. By Sunday, November 1st, Amador had his answer from New York, which had the effect of putting fresh life into the conspirators. Tomas Arias instantly regained his faith in the scheme. Dr. Carlos Mendoza, leader of the Liberals, and 2 of his prominent compatriots, Eusebio Morales and Juan Enriquez, agreed to prepare a proper manifesto and to improve upon Bruno Varilla's Declaration of Independence. A new flag was designed by Amador San Manuel and was sewn together by Señorita Maria Amelia de la Osa, the fiancée of Herbert Prescott's brother, who was the railroad's chief telegrapher. The flag was composed of 4 rectangles, the lower left of blue, the upper right of red, the upper left of white with a blue star in the center, the lower right of white with a red star in the center. And it was rapidly duplicated by other ladies, including Señora Amador and her daughter Elmira, who was married to the nephew of United States Vice Consul Felix Ehrman, and various members of the Arango and the Rosemena households. Even J. Gabriel Duque lent his unqualified support, promising that the city's fire brigade, of which he was the leader and major financial support, some 280 men, could be counted on when the time came. None of the so-called inner circle, not even Arango, was as yet aware that Colombian troops were en route. Only Amador knew, probably his wife, Herbert Prescott, and as of now Colonel James Shaler, superintendent of the railroad. Shaler had to be included. The railroad was not only the one means of moving men from Colón, where the troops would land, to Panama City, where the revolution was to begin. The railroad had the only telephone and telegraph system between Colón and Panama City. Prescott had gone over to Colón to confer with Shaler as soon as Amador apprised him of the situation, and with Shaler's blessing, Prescott had shifted all idle rolling stock, every car that might be used to transport troops, out of the yards and back to the Panama City end of the line. The railroad, these two men saw immediately, was the key. Shaler remained where he was. Prescott returned to Panama City to wait until something turns up. Which is how things stood on Monday, November 2nd, when the Nashville came over the horizon. The urgent cable to Commander Hubbard of the Nashville, a cable classified as secret and confidential, had been sent on October 30th, the day of Philippe Bunau-Varilla's chance encounter with Assistant Secretary Loomis in Lafayette Square. The Nashville was to proceed at once for Colón. Hubbard was to telegraph in cipher the situation there once he had consulted with the United States consul, and he was to keep his destination secret. Nothing was said of an expected revolution on the isthmus or of any action to be taken in such event. So to Hubbard and his crew, as they steamed out of Kingston, it had seemed a relatively routine matter. The long, white, two-stacked gunboat had called at Colón on other occasions, and as recently as 2 weeks before. Nor was the ship's arrival at Colón taken as any particular cause for alarm by those Colombian or local officials who knew nothing of the schemes afoot. It only surprised them that the ship had returned so soon. To Amador's fellow conspirators, however, it was the long-awaited decisive moment, the irrefutable sign that the United States stood prepared to guarantee their success, that Amador's Frenchman was truly their deliverer. "Have just wired you that the Nashville has been sighted," James Shaler wrote in a quick letter to Prescott at about 4 the afternoon of November 2nd. "This, I presume, settles the question." The ship dropped anchor in the harbor at 5:30, or only about 8 hours later than Bunau-Varilla had specified. Hubbard went ashore and found that everything on the isthmus was quiet. But he also talked to Shaler, and there is no reason to believe that Shaler kept anything from him. So Hubbard undoubtedly appreciated exactly what the situation was when the Colombian gunboat next arrived in the harbor. According to Hubbard's log, it was nearly midnight when the Cartagena steamed in, her lights all aglow. Whether anyone was on duty at the railroad office at that hour, or could determine what ship she was, what message Shaler may have put on the wire to Panama City that night, if any, are not known. But at daybreak November 3rd, Hubbard took a launch to the Colombian ship, went aboard, and was informed by General Juan Tobar that she was carrying nearly 500 troops and that he, General Tobar, intended to put them ashore at once. Hubbard made no protest, despite what he knew. He had no orders to prevent such a landing, and as yet there was not a sign of disturbance of any kind by which he might have justified his own intervention. News of the landing was immediately telephoned to Panama City, and to those conspirators who had been kept in the dark this whole time, it was a crushing revelation. Word of a Colombian warship standing off Colon would in itself have had a devastating effect. But far worse was the realization that the American ship had made no move to prevent the Colombian troops, and assuredly a Colombian firing squad, from coming ashore. All the bravado engendered by the arrival of the Nashville the evening before was undone in an instant. The conspirators saw themselves as the victim of a diabolic Yankee betrayal. Even Amador, by all accounts, was having his own bleak second thoughts and might have called the whole thing off right then, early on the morning of the 3rd, had it not been for the stately Arango, who declared himself ready to stand by his old friend, and for Senora Amador, a woman of courage and snap, as William Howard Taft would later describe her, who was considerably younger than her husband, and who declared that it was time to get on with the fight, soldiers or no soldiers. A plan was hurriedly improvised, an extremely neat stratagem that appears also to have been the inspiration of Senora Amador, and the details were quickly communicated by telephone to Colonel Shaler, he being the one chosen to bell the cat. Colonel James Shaler was 77 years old, older even than Amador, and he was widely regarded as the most important and popular North American on the Isthmus. A New York reporter who met Shaler a few months later perceived that the impress of his personality could be felt everywhere. In a land where most of mankind was short or medium-sized, brown-skinned, and black-haired, Shaler was tall and lean, and was made especially conspicuous by a huge white mustache and a great bushy crown of pure white hair. In a society where prolific families counted above all else, he was also a bachelor, a quiet man of quiet, contemplative pleasures, books, billiards. But he openly adored Panama, and both his physical and mental vitality belied all traditional accounts of the torpor engendered by permanent residence in such a climate. To the junta, he was suddenly indispensable. As several of them were to acknowledge later, without him, there would never have been an independent Republic of Panama. General Tobar and the Tiradores Battalion, plus perhaps a dozen wives, landed at the old Panama Railroad wharf, Tobar and his aides glittering in elaborate uniforms and bristling with all the arms it was permissible for officers to bear. They were being received with customary deference by various local officials when Shaler approached from the railroad office. Shaler introduced himself, bid the officers welcome, and calmly recommended that they depart at once for Panama City on a special train, a single car and a locomotive, which had been arranged for their convenience, he said, at the personal request of Governor Obaldía. The troops could not be transported immediately because of a temporary shortage of equipment, he explained, but they would follow shortly. Tobar hesitated. Shaler was insistent, saying that the time fixed for departure had already passed, and that there was no reason in the world why the officers should have to stand about in the killing heat a moment longer. I pointed out to him, Tobar explained afterward in his own defense, that it was necessary for me to take the proper measures for the disembarkation of the troops, but as he insisted in his efforts, and as I was able to satisfy myself, even by the assurance of the prefect himself, that the troops could and would go over in a special train, I found no justifiable reason to persist in my refusal. A young officer was picked to remain in charge of the battalion, a Colonel Eliseo Torres. But just as Tobar and his aides, 15 men in all, were being comfortably settled in their special car, Tobar's second-in-command, General Ramon Amaya, grew suddenly uneasy about the arrangement, saying he must get off at once. Tobar objected, claiming it would be unseemly if the two of them were not to arrive in Panama City together. The issue was resolved only when Shaler stepped quietly to the rear of the car, pulled the signal cord, and hopped off the train. He was smiling broadly and waving as the train steamed away. The railroad office now became a kind of command post. Shaler telephoned Prescott and told him to expect the generals at about 11. He would do all he could to hold the troops in Colon, Shaler said, but he did not know how long it would be before they became suspicious and decided to take things into their own hands. Sometime between 10:30 and 11, Commander Hubbard appeared at the office, eager to know the situation as he had just received a most important cable from Washington. His specific secret orders now, orders issued the day before, November 2nd, were to prevent the landing of Colombian troops. The cable, a document of particular interest in time to come, read as follows. Nashville, care American Consul, Colon. Secret and confidential. Maintain free and uninterrupted transit. If interruption threatened by armed force, occupy the line of the railroad. Prevent landing of any armed force with hostile intent, either government or insurgent, either at Colon, Portobello, or other point. Send copy of instructions to the senior officer present at Panama upon arrival of Boston. Have sent copy of instructions and have telegraphed Dixie to proceed with all possible dispatch from Kingston to Colon. Government force reported approaching Colon in vessels. Prevent their landing if, in your judgment, this would precipitate a conflict. Acknowledgement is required. Darling, acting. Shaler told Hubbard what he had done with the generals, and Hubbard left to send a return cable to Washington. Colombian troops were already ashore, he reported. However, no revolution had been declared. Washington had said nothing of a revolution, and there had been no disturbances. Still, situation is most critical if revolutionary leaders act. Hubbard was being scrupulously careful. Nothing would be done out of line, nothing, that is, without specific instructions from Washington. That Shaler had decided to act, that things were also moving swiftly on the other side of the isthmus, were perfectly obvious. Hubbard, in fact, was probably present when Porfirio Melendez came into the office and Shaler and Melendez began concocting a plan in the event that the soldiers demanded a train at gunpoint. The plan, as Shaler later explained, was to put all their rifles and ammunition in the rear car. When the train reached Lion Hill, one of Melendez's men would pull the rear coupling pin and leave the arms stalled in the jungle. The engineer would then run the train full steam to Culebra, where he would abandon his engine and let the stranded, unarmed soldiers walk out whichever direction they chose. To inform the others in Panama City of this scheme, and of a plan to hijack the Cartagena, it was decided to make up an unscheduled train and send Melendez's daughter across. Aminta Melendez, a tiny, cheerful 18-year-old who appeared considerably younger than her age, made the journey as asked, an act of considerable courage, which she would modestly discount afterward. She was neither stopped nor questioned by anyone. She simply found Arango, whom her father regarded as the real leader of the movement, and delivered the message. And as things turned out, the information had no effect one way or the other, since neither scheme was to be necessary. But Aminta Melendez and her ride would become an essential element in the story of the revolution. In a favorite version, she would be pictured as riding in the cab with the engineer, when in fact she sat quite comfortably in a coach. The trap for Tobar and Amaya was being neatly set meantime. As soon as Herbert Prescott received Shaler's message that the generals were on their way, he went to Amador's house and told him it would have to be now or never. Some very fast thinking was called for, as they had about 2 hours to get things ready. Amador was also convinced, from what he had learned during his trip to New York, that excessive bloodshed would seriously jeopardize American sympathy for their cause. The revolution, it was decided, would take place that afternoon. Amador at once ordered his carriage and drove to the Cuartel de Chiriquí, the barracks of the Colombian garrison, a large pale building by the seawall facing onto the Plaza Chiriquí. In command of the garrison was General Esteban Huertas, small, smooth-faced, impeccable, young, and very ambitious, as Amador well knew. According to the recollection of one of Huertas' own men, who was standing nearby when Huertas received the white-haired doctor, Amador said that he himself was old and tired, but that Panama and the general had a great future ahead. "If you will aid us, we shall reach immortality in the history of the new republic." An American ship had arrived. More were coming, Amador added. "You and your battalion can accomplish nothing against the superior force of the cruisers, which have their orders. Choose here, glory and riches. In Bogotá, misery and ingratitude." Huertas is said to have remained impassive for a moment, then put out his hand. "I accept." But since this appears to have been the only time the two met more or less privately that morning, an agreement must also have been reached regarding the sums Huertas and his men were to receive for their part, unless, of course, the bargain had already been worked out in secret in the days preceding, which is perfectly possible. In any event, payment to the soldiers was to be $50 per man, while Huertas was to be compensated for his revolutionary fervor with $65,000, an absolute fortune in Panama in the year 1903. At 10:30, in full uniform, Huertas marched at the head of his regiment down the Avenida Central to receive the generals at the railroad station. At 11:30 the train pulled in, and Tobar, Amaya, and their aides stepped down to an amazing welcome. Governor Obaldía was there, accompanied by all his official family. General Francisco Castro, military commander of Panama, with his aides, United States Vice Consul Herman, who was also head of the important Herman Bank in Panama City, and Huertas with his troops drawn up on the dusty little plaza across from the station. There was much saluting, much cheering. Obaldía was full of mellifluous words of welcome, and a line of sleek carriages stood waiting. "There was," Tobar said later, "nothing that did not show the greatest cordiality and give me the most complete assurance that peace reigned throughout the department." An elaborate luncheon followed at the government house. But as the afternoon wore on, with still no sign of his troops, Tobar grew increasingly suspicious and finally demanded to be taken to military headquarters at the Cuartel, where he promptly assumed command. An officer confided that rumors of an uprising were sweeping the city. A cryptic note from a prominent citizen warned Tobar to trust no one. Sometime near 2 o'clock, the anxious general sent several of his aides to Obaldía to inform him of these rumors and to request that Obaldía order the immediate dispatch of the troops from Colón. The aides returned, saying the governor had assured them that everything would be taken care of. Apparently satisfied by this, Tobar and a number of his officers crossed to the barracks, where, joined by Huertas and Huertas' own retinue of officers, they inspected the local troops. The sea-wall was next, Tobar showing Huertas where he wanted the best marksman placed to command the streets running from the harbor to Cathedral Plaza. All this time Amador had been extremely busy completing his arrangements. He had met with Arango, who was to tell Carlos Mendoza to have the Declaration of Independence ready. He had met with J. Gabriel Duque to tell him the uprising would begin promptly at 5, that the fire brigade must be at Cathedral Plaza ready to march on the barracks. He had met Huertas on a street corner near the plaza, just before Tobar went to the barracks, and had listened rather impatiently as Huertas argued for a different plan. Huertas wanted to strike later in the evening when there was to be a band concert, and it would be easier to take the generals separately. Tobar and Huertas were still on the seawall when a secretary to Governor Obaldía appeared to tell Tobar that unfortunately the railroad superintendent, Colonel Shaler, was placing difficulties in the way. The troops could not be moved, Shaler had insisted, until their fares had been paid in full and in cash. It was a company regulation. Tobar told the man to go straight back and inform Obaldía that he was prepared to pay and that the troops were to be dispatched at once. Tobar, as it happens, was well equipped with cash. Knowing that the national treasury at Panama was virtually empty, he had had the foresight to bring some $65,000 in American money to meet his own payroll and that of the local garrison. Reports reached the barracks that things were getting out of hand elsewhere in the city. The head of the Panama Treasury, Eduardo de la Guardia, arrived to inform the generals that an uprising was certain, and that Obaldía would do nothing to suppress it. By now, it was nearly 4:30. At about 5 o'clock, as Tobar, his officers, and Huertas sat conferring on a bench outside the barracks near the gate to the seawall, Tobar was informed that a crowd had begun gathering at the front of the building. General Amaya went out and returned to confirm the report. Huertas asked if it was not time to order out the first patrol. Tobar assented, and Huertas, excusing himself to change out of his dress coat, went inside, followed by General Castro. When a company of soldiers marched out with fixed bayonets, the generals were still sitting in the same place. The soldiers wheeled to the right of the seawall gate as if to pass in front of the generals, but then suddenly opened into 2 files, one going in front of the seated men, the other behind. At a command, the soldiers stopped and swung about with bayonets lowered at the astonished generals. "Generals, you are my prisoners," said the officer in command, a young captain named Salazar. "I am the commander-in-chief," Tobar declared. "You and your aides," answered Salazar. "By whose orders?" "General Huertas." Tobar lunged at the nearest soldier in an effort to escape, but was instantly hemmed in by bayonets. He appealed to Salazar, begging him not to be a traitor. He called on sentinels along the wall, the other soldiers, to come to the defense of their country, all to no avail. But neither he nor any of his companions had attempted to draw a sword or reach for a sidearm. Disarmed, they were marched out the seawall gate, through a crowd of several thousand people, and on to Cathedral Plaza, across the plaza, and up Avenida Central to the jail, the crowd shouting, "Viva Huertas! Viva Amador! Viva el Istmo Libre!" Those in the crowd who were armed began firing shots in the air. Minutes after the generals were locked up, at 5:49 by the wall clock in the railroad office, Herbert Prescott was on the phone to tell Shaler and Melendez. It was the hour of freedom. Amador ordered that Obaldía be taken into custody as a matter of form, then went himself to see the American vice-consul, Felix Herman, who dictated a cable to Washington. Uprising occurred tonight, 6. No bloodshed. Army and Navy officials taken prisoners. Government will be organized tonight, consisting 3 consuls, also cabinet. Soldiers changed. Supposed same movement will be effected in Colón. Order prevails so far. Situation serious. 400 soldiers landed today. Barranquilla. Then, immediately, Amador, Herman, Arango, Federico Boyd, and Tomas Arias repaired to Cathedral Plaza to be acclaimed by the crowd. At dusk, as the municipal council met to give the junta its formal recognition, the Colombian gunboat Bogotá opened fire, throwing 5 or 6 shells into the city, killing 1 man, a Chinese shopkeeper who had been asleep in bed, and a donkey. These were the day's only casualties. When a shore battery responded, the ship withdrew behind an island in the bay and was heard from no more. The Padilla, meantime, had kept perfectly silent. So by nightfall, there remained only the problem of the troops at Colón. Section 2. It was very early on the morning of November 4th that Commander Hubbard of the Nashville issued the order addressed to Superintendent Shaler forbidding the movement of troops of either party, Colombian or insurgent, or in either direction by your railroad. So when the young Colombian colonel, Eliseo Torres, who had been left in charge, appeared again at Shaler's office that same morning to resume his effort to get transportation for his men, Shaler had only to tell him that his hands were tied. The troops and the number of women who accompanied them were camped in the streets and were the cause of much curiosity. There had been no friction with the local populace, not the slightest sign of trouble, and Torres, having no means of communication with Panama City, knew nothing of what had transpired there the day before, and had yet to grasp the extreme gravity of his own situation. Not until noon was he told, by Porfirio Melendez, who, after conferring with Shaler, escorted Torres across Front Street to the saloon at the Astor Hotel. Over a drink, Melendez explained what had happened to the generals, warned the young officer that more American help was on the way, and offered him a handsome honorarium in cash if he would be so sensible as to order his men back onto the Cartagena and quietly sail away. The response of the young officer was explosive. He flew into a violent passion, and, like Pedro Preston, announced that he would burn the town and kill every American in it unless the generals were released by 2 that afternoon. So there followed 2 extremely critical hours. Hubbard had all American women and children put on board a German steamer then in port and on another ship belonging to the railroad. He gathered the men inside the railroad stone warehouse and landed a detachment of 40 sailors with an extra supply of arms. Cleared for action, the Nashville weighed anchor and moved in closer to shore, her guns trained on the railroad wharf and on the Cartagena, which, to the surprise of everyone, got up steam and departed at full speed. The Colombians had the railroad building surrounded almost immediately, their purpose being, in Hubbard's view at least, to provoke an attack. It was a situation ripe for catastrophe. Yet, for all the tension on both sides, no shots were fired, and at about 3:13 Torres walked up to the barricaded building and told Hubbard that, in fact, he was well disposed toward the Americans and wished only to make contact with General Tobar to find out what he was supposed to do. He proposed that he withdraw his own troops to Monkey Hill, that Hubbard and his force return to the Nashville, and that he be permitted to dispatch an emissary to Tobar to explain the gravity of the situation and to bring back Tobar's answer. After a hurried conference with Shaler, Melendez, and the American consul at Colón, a man named Oscar Mamros, all of whom were impressed by Torres and convinced of his good faith, Hubbard agreed to the proposition. 2 emissaries were chosen, one of Torres's men and a local policeman. Shaler at once produced a special train, then put through a call to apprise Panama City of what had happened. A murderous showdown had thus been averted for the moment. A number of people had kept their heads. However, with the Cartagena no longer standing by to evacuate Torres and his troops, the problem of their departure had also been compounded, and their quickest possible dispatch from Colón, from the isthmus entirely, was of paramount importance to the success of the revolution. For as long as loyal troops remained where they were, Bogotà's claim to de facto sovereignty over Panama was quite as valid as that of the junta. Colonel Torres was in a comparatively strong position, furthermore. No insurgent force had as yet made itself known in Colón, and if the American commander stood by his own order that neither loyal nor insurgent forces could be transported on the railroad, then no insurgent force could be brought over from Panama City to challenge him. With nearly 500 well-armed veteran troops at his command, he was unquestionably a force to reckon with, and he certainly had it within his power to lay waste to Colón as threatened, and to much of the railroad and its property. Most important, as he wrote in a note for Tobar, he and his men were fully prepared to resist any attack rather than be traitors. Torres was, in fact, the trump card, and everything depended on how Tobar chose to respond. At Panama City, it was decided that a personal appeal by Amador, El Presidente, as the crowds were now calling him, might do the trick. The day at Panama City had been a very different one from that at Colón. The junta was riding high. The whole city was celebrating. The new flag had been raised at the Government House and at Cathedral Plaza. "The world is astounded at our heroism," Amador had told the troops at the barracks that morning. "Yesterday we were but the slaves of Colombia. Today we are free. President Roosevelt has made good. Long live President Roosevelt. Long live the American government." He and Huertas had stood beside 8 large wooden boxes filled with Colombian silver delivered for the troops from the Herman Bank. Huertas and his officers, as they were informed privately, would receive their share in another 5 days, with checks drawn on another local bank, Isaac Brandon and Brothers. "We have the money! We are free!" exclaimed Huertas, who was picked up in a chair and borne in triumph through the streets at the head of an enormous crowd. When a sudden downpour struck just as the parade reached the plaza, all who could crowded into the Central Hotel, where, for another jubilant hour, bottles of champagne were poured over Huertas' head. Amador got to the police station about 5 o'clock, or roughly half an hour before the arrival of the emissaries from Colón. He talked to Amaya first, then to Tobar, and his point was the same with both, that further resistance on their part was useless, since the United States was involved. "You must understand that we who started this movement are not insane," he told Amaya, whom he had known for years, but had yet to face in quite this way. They were seated in the guardroom alone. "We fully appreciated the fact that in no case could we withstand all the rest of the nation, and in consequence we had to resort to means that, although painful, were indispensable. The United States has fully entered into this movement, and our independence is guaranteed by that colossus." With Tobar, he had been more explicit, saying that the plan had been sanctioned in Washington, that the United States had already supplied him with $250,000 to meet the expenses of establishing the new republic, which was quite untrue. The generals refused to be swayed. "I answered Senor Amador," Tobar later related, "that I would take no account of what he had just told me, as my duty and the duty of the army I commanded was sufficiently clear, and that in consequence no human force could drag from me the order he desired." Apparently Amador was no more out the door when the 2 messengers from Colón were brought in. Tobar read the note from Torres and said he positively refused to order the evacuation. Yet neither would he order Torres not to depart. Colonel Torres knew his duty, the general insisted. Nor had he anything different to say the following morning, November 5th, when it was reported from Colon that Torres and his men had marched back into town from Monkey Hill, claiming the mosquitoes had driven them out, that Hubbard had landed his force once again, and that therefore the situation was fully as serious as before. Urgent meetings were called on both sides of the isthmus. Shaler was on the phone to Prescott perhaps 5 or 6 times. Then, at about 5 o'clock, Tobar, Amaya, and the other Colombian officers were told to get ready to leave for the railroad depot. It had been decided to take them back to Colon. They left the jail, surrounded by a large, well-armed escort. But at the station, Herbert Prescott refused to put Tobar aboard until Tobar gave his word that he would make no attempt to escape. An extended altercation took place, Prescott insisting that Tobar must go as a voluntary prisoner because orders from the American government prohibited the transportation of soldiers to guard him. Tobar, unfortunately for his cause, stood on his dignity. As an officer, he could give no such guarantee. They could either transport him as a prisoner, in fact, he said, or they could return him to prison. The argument dragged on. More time passed. Prescott called Shaler on the phone to ask what to do. Commander Hubbard, who was in the Cologne office at the moment, told Shaler to tell Prescott to put the generals under an armed civilian escort and send them across. And this was what was about to be done. The generals were actually seated on the train when Shaler called again, great excitement in his voice. He and Porfirio Melendez had just succeeded in getting Colonel Torres to agree to embark on the Orinoco, a Royal Mail steamer that had come in the day before. The price, Shaler told Prescott, would be $8,000. Prescott had only to get the money from the junta, and he, Shaler, would pay Torres out of the railroad safe, and the troops could start their evacuation immediately. Ordering one of the others to hold the generals until he got back, Prescott rushed out of the depot and took a carriage back to Cathedral Plaza, where he found Amador, Boyd, and Arango. The only available cash, the three said, had been given out already to Huerta's troops, but the Brandon Bank would vouch for whatever was necessary. Not wanting to lose a minute more than necessary, Prescott raced back to the phone, called Shaler, and told him he had the money. 15 minutes later, Shaler called back and said the Colombian troops were just beginning to go on board the Orinoco. Commander Hubbard, as he later testified in Washington, had had no part in the bargain struck with Torres. Shaler and Porfirio Melendez had done all the talking, and Torres, as Shaler acknowledged, had agreed to their offer only after Shaler assured him that 5,000 American troops were about to arrive. Then, at 6:20, as if on cue, the Dixie had been sighted on the horizon. The $8,000 for Torres was carefully counted out in the railroad office by the company's cashier, a Mr. Wardlaw, and by Joseph Lefebvre, a local resident who was later to become Minister of Public Works for the new Republic of Panama. The money, all in American $20 gold pieces, was put in 2 sacks and was carried out the door. The only snag had occurred just as the troops were crowding onto the wharf beside the Orinoco. The local agent for the Royal Mail Steam Packet Company had suddenly specified cash in advance for their passage to Cartagena. Shaler told him there was not money enough left in the railroad safe, but not to worry, that whatever the cost, it would be covered soon enough. Citing various regulations the agent at first refused, then said he would clear the ship if Shaler and Hubbard put their signatures on a voucher for the passage money, which came to something over £1,000. Both men signed their names, and as a final gesture, Shaler sent Torres 2 cases of champagne. At 7:05, while the troops were still going aboard, the Dixie anchored in the harbor. It was pitch dark by this time, and raining very hard. At 7:35, the Orinoco cast off and steamed away, and in less than an hour, 400 Marines under Captain John A. Lejeune had landed. The formal proclamations were read the following morning in front of the Colón prefecture. "We separate ourselves from our Colombian brothers without hatred and without joy," Porfirio Melendez read from the Declaration of Independence, but the joy of the crowd was unmistakable. As a gesture of gratitude, Melendez then asked Major William Black, the Walker Commission officer, to raise the new flag. In Panama City that same morning, Señor Don Eduardo Icaza, who had been appointed paymaster by the junta, began writing checks drawn on the Brandon Bank. $30,000 to Huertas, who was to get another $50,000 later on. Why he wound up with $80,000 all told rather than the $65,000 originally promised has never been explained. $35,000 for General Varón of the Padilla, $10,000 each for Captain Salazar, who had handled the actual arrest of the generals, and several others of Huerta's officers whose loyalty was deemed important. Tobar and his generals, who had been returned to police headquarters, were again released and transported by train to Colón to await passage on the next ship to Cartagena. Cables to Secretary of State Hay were composed and sent in the meantime, one from Arango, Arias, and Boyd, the other from Vice-Consul Herman. The authority of the new republic, the cables said, had been established and enthusiastically received throughout the entire isthmus. In fact, no news of the uprising had as yet reached several important parts of the interior, and Philippe Bunau Varilla had been appointed confidential agent in Washington. The reply came that afternoon. It was dated November 6, 12:51 p.m. The United States government had formally recognized the new Republic of Panama. Section 3. It had been 57 years since Benjamin Bidlack had signed the treaty at Bogotá, 55 years since the United States Senate had confirmed the treaty, 51 years since the first trains had begun rolling on the Panama Railroad. And in all that time, throughout the entire second half of the 19th century, there had been no serious misunderstandings as to the critical agreements of the treaty contained in Article 35. In no way was the arrangement to impair Colombian sovereignty over the isthmus. Colombia was to remain the sole protector of the isthmus and of the isthmian transit against domestic obstruction. The clear, specific intent was to safeguard for Colombia its sovereignty in perpetuity, a guarantee for which Colombia had been willing to grant to the United States the right to create an isthmian transit, rail or canal. The United States was obligated to maintain order only when requested by Colombia, and, as President Cleveland once stated, always in maintenance of the sovereignty of Colombia. The purpose of the stipulation, Article 35, Abraham Lincoln's Secretary of State William Seward had declared in 1865, was to guarantee the isthmus against seizure or invasion by a foreign power only. It could not have been contemplated that we were to become a party to any civil war in that country by defending the isthmus against another party. Concerning Colombia, the United States desired nothing more, Seward wrote, than the enjoyment of complete and absolute sovereignty. And if that were assailed by any power at home or abroad, the United States would be ready to cooperate with Colombia to maintain and defend its sovereignty. The same or similar policy had held under subsequent administrations in Washington, including 3 illustrious Republican Secretaries of State, Hamilton Fish, William Evarts, and James G. Blaine. Secretary Fish, for example, had on one occasion notified the American minister at Bogotá that the Treaty of 1846 has never been acknowledged to embrace the duty of protecting the road, the Panama Railroad, from the violence of local factions. It is the undoubted duty of the Colombian government to protect it, the railroad, against attacks from local insurgents. Thus, the secret orders, cabled to Commander Hubbard from the Navy Department November 2nd, to prevent the landing of any armed force, either government or insurgent, had been contrary not only to the spirit and intent of the treaty, but to long-established policy and precedent. Colombia, the sovereign, was to be denied the right to land its own troops on the pretext that the United States was obligated to maintain free and uninterrupted transit on the railroad. In addition, the orders had been issued when there was not a sign of disturbance as yet anywhere on the isthmus, when no revolution had even been declared, let alone physically set in motion. Since General Tobar and his troops had already landed by the time Hubbard actually received the November 2nd order, the United States, of course, had still done nothing out of line up to the moment when Hubbard took charge of the railroad. It was at that point, early on the morning of November 4th, that American armed power had become an actual rather than symbolic factor in the plot. And at that point there was still no sign of trouble in Colon. No mobs gathered, no guns brandished, and nothing whatever had put the railroad or its operations in jeopardy. Neither had there been the least sign of an uprising in Colon, even as Hubbard and his small force faced Colonel Torres from within their barricaded warehouse. No local patriots had rushed to help Hubbard, it should be further noted. The only violence threatening at Colon was between the Colombian troops and the American sailors. Hubbard had taken command of the railroad because those were his orders. Indeed, as would be revealed afterward, Washington had been so anxious that he understand this, that on November 3rd, 2 cables ordering Hubbard to take the railroad and keep the Colombian troops bottled in at Colon were sent to Consul Momros from Washington, and another to Vice Consul Herman at Panama City. The first of these cables, signed by Acting Secretary of State Francis B. Loomis, had been sent at 8:45 in the morning, or 9 hours before the uprising took place at Panama City. In fact, Acting Secretary Loomis was so overly anxious about things in general that a little later that same morning he cabled Herman, "Uprising on Isthmus reported. Keep department promptly and fully informed." Herman replied, "No uprising yet. Reported will be in the night. Situation critical." What settled the fate of the infant republic, however, was the arrival of the Dixie, followed all within a week or so by the Atlanta, Maine, Mayflower, and Prairie at Colon, and the Boston, Marblehead, Concord, and Wyoming at Panama City. The ships had come from Acapulco and Kingston. The Maine, among the last to arrive, had been on maneuvers at Martha's Vineyard. In several public appearances, Theodore Roosevelt by now had mentioned an old adage which runs, "Speak softly and carry a big stick, you will go far." By the big stick he meant a strong navy, and he was wielding it for the first time. The latest orders from Washington were to prevent the landing of Colombian troops anywhere within the Department of Panama, not merely in the vicinity of the railroad. On the Pacific side, the Boston and the Concord patrolled as far east as the Gulf of San Miguel. More American troops were landed, some were sent into the interior. Rarely had there ever been so neat and effective a practice of all that Captain Mahan had preached. Without the military presence of the United States, had there been no American gunboats standing offshore at Colon and Panama City, the Republic of Panama probably would not have lasted a week. Rear Admiral Henry Glass, for example, would conclude after a careful appraisal of the Republic's capacity to defend itself that at the very most 600 men might have been furnished with adequate arms. Taft, on his first visit to Panama a year later, would describe its army as not much larger than the army on an opera stage. Colombia, had it had free access from the sea, could have landed several thousand veteran troops on both sides of the isthmus, just as the conspirators themselves had appreciated from the beginning. As it was, a Colombian force of some 2,000 men did attempt an overland march through the Darien wilderness, but ravaged by fever, they gave up and turned back. The orders that sent Hubbard ashore at Colon, that secured the railroad, that started 10 warships converging on Panama from points several thousands of miles off, had all emanated from the State War and Navy Building, and were accredited to the Secretary of the Navy William H. Moody, or to Acting Secretary Charles Darling, and to Secretary of State Hay, or to Acting Secretary Loomis. But the responsibility for the dynamic solution of the Panama question, in the words of John Hay's biographer, rested entirely with Theodore Roosevelt, as Roosevelt himself would proudly acknowledge. I did not consult Hay or Root, Secretary of War Elihu Root, or anyone else as to what I did, because a council of war does not fight, and I intended to do the job once for all. The American flag would bring civilization into the waste places of the earth, he had declared in one of his speeches earlier in the year. The burden of empire was to advance liberty and order and material progress. We have no choice as to whether or not we shall play a great part in the world, he had told another cheering crowd at San Francisco. That has been determined for us by fate. They were popular words, and very like those in a novel that was to appear less than a year after Panama became a republic, Nostromo, Joseph Conrad's tale of a Latin American revolution and of the self-deceptions men work with the words they summon to deceive others. We shall run the world's business whether the world likes it or not, a San Francisco financier remarks early in the story. The world can't help it, and neither can we, I guess. On the morning of November 3rd, the morning General Tobar and his tiradores came ashore at Colon, Roosevelt, as expected, had been at Oyster Bay, having taken the night train from Washington in order to vote in his hometown. On the second floor of Fisher's Hall on Main Street, over a Chinese laundry with reporters and well-wishers crowding about, he had cast his ballot for 2 New York State judges and an assemblyman. He was back at the White House shortly after 8 that night, and from then on was caught up in the Panama business. Yet, even as the crisis was still unfolding, he had begun to plead his case, searching for exactly the right phrase or expression. In a letter to his 14-year-old son, written the following night, he explained that the United States had been policing the isthmus for too long, that he had no intention any longer to do for her work which is not merely profitless, but brings no gratitude. 2 days later, the afternoon of the 6th, he was happily talking of a covenant running with the land on the isthmus, an expression his friend Oscar Straus, author, lawyer, diplomat, had used over lunch to suggest a basis for an American claim on the canal zone. Vice Consul Ehrman's cable from Panama, declaring the apparent success of the Isthmian movement, had been delivered to the White House at 11:31 that morning. At 12:51, just 80 minutes later, Panama had been recognized by John Hay, and at virtually the same moment Strauss had produced what seemed the perfect legal ground. "Why, that is splendid! Just the idea!" Roosevelt exclaimed, and he sent Strauss straight away from the table to explain that to Hay. On Roosevelt's orders the following day, Hay assured reporters that the action of the President is not only in the strictest accordance with the principles of justice, but it was the only course he could have taken in compliance with our treaty rights and obligations. "It is reported we have made a revolution. It is not so," Roosevelt confided to the French ambassador, Jules Jusserand. "And it is idle folly to speak of there having been a conspiracy with us," he assured Dr. Albert Shaw, one of his kitchen cabinet. The faculty of Yale University was up in arms meantime. The head of the American Bar Association spoke angrily of the crime committed. A torrent of outrage was unleashed in editorial columns. The first news of the revolt had been given very little play in the papers because of the election news. The front pages of the New York papers, for example, the morning the story broke, were taken up almost entirely by the triumph of George B. McClellan, Jr., the Democratic candidate for mayor. But Panama was the lead story everywhere in the days that followed, and many powerful papers immediately commenced a blistering attack on the administration, holding Roosevelt strictly responsible for what had happened. The New York Times scarcely let a day pass without some new assault on the president and his act of sordid conquest. Cartoons in the World by the brilliant Charles Green Bush showed a brutish Rough Rider, armed to the teeth, pouncing on Panama or glowering down the barrel of an enormous cannon at a helpless little Colombia. But to the editor of the Northwestern Christian Advocate, Roosevelt wrote of the oppression habitual suffered by the people of Panama, and insisted that our government was bound by every consideration of honor and humanity to take exactly the steps that it took. The explaining, the affirmations of high purpose, would continue for weeks, months, indeed for years. In a special message to Congress, in private conversation and correspondence, in magazine articles, speeches, his memoirs. The United States had a mandate from civilization to build the canal, he told Congress on January 4, 1904, in a message devoted entirely to the subject. The time for permitting any government of antisocial and of imperfect development to bar the work was past. The fundamental purpose, the great design of the Treaty of 1846, he claimed, had been to secure the construction of an Isthmian canal. So therefore Colombia was violating the treaty, the full benefits of which she had enjoyed for over 50 years. No American warships had been present, no American troops or sailors, when the revolution took place at Panama City. At Colon, Commander Hubbard had acted with entire impartiality toward both sides, preventing any movement, whether by the Colombians or the Panamanians, which would tend to produce bloodshed. Our action was for the peace both of Colombia and of Panama. The people of the Isthmus, he said, rose literally as one man. Yes, and the one man was Roosevelt, remarked Senator Edward Carmack of Tennessee. I think proper to say, therefore, that no one connected with this government had any part in preparing, inciting, or encouraging the late revolution on the Isthmus of Panama, and that, save from the reports of our military officers, no one connected with this government had any previous knowledge of the revolution, except such as was acceptable to any person of ordinary intelligence who reads the newspapers. We did our duty. We did our duty by the people of Panama. We did our duty by ourselves, he wrote in one of his several magazine pieces. We did harm to no one save as harm is done to a bandit by a policeman who deprives him of his chance of blackmail. To talk of Colombia as a responsible power, to be dealt with as we would deal with Holland or Belgium or Switzerland or Denmark, was a mere absurdity, he informed a correspondent. If they, the people of Panama, had not revolted, I should have recommended Congress to take possession of the isthmus by force of arms. His action had been the farthest thing from impulsive, he would stress in a long chapter in his autobiography. 9/10 of wisdom was to be wise at the right time. His whole foreign policy, he wrote, had been based on the exercise of intelligent forethought and of decisive action sufficiently far in advance of any likely crisis. And Panama was by far the most important action I took in foreign affairs. Colombia had proved itself utterly incapable of keeping order on the isthmus. Colombia had no right to block a passageway so vital to the interests of civilization. For reasons of national defense, no further delays could be tolerated. He had been prepared to act. No bloodshed had resulted. From the beginning to the end, our course was straightforward and in absolute accord with the highest standards of international morality. Criticism of it can come only from misinformation or else from a sentimentality which represents both mental weakness and a moral twist. John Hay lent his support, sounding more and more like Theodore Roosevelt. Some of our greatest scholars, in their criticisms of public life, suffer from the defect of arguing from pure reason and taking no account of circumstances, he wrote to a member of the Yale faculty. It was a time to act and not to theorize. An attempt would be made by Hay's admirers to establish that he had been disgusted with all that went on, and that on the pretense of poor health he had taken no active part. But the claim was without support, and Hay himself, publicly and in private, remained as emphatic and free from doubt about our government's course as the President. Others in the cabinet fell into line, without apparent qualm, nor with anything approaching Roosevelt's solemn air of righteousness. Attorney General Knox, having been asked by Roosevelt to construct a defense, is said to have remarked, "Oh, Mr. President, do not let so great an achievement suffer from any taint of legality." At another point during a cabinet meeting, Roosevelt talked of the bitter denunciations in the press, then entered into a long formal statement of his position. When he had finished, the story goes, he looked about the table, finally fixing his eye on Elihu Root. "Well," he demanded, "have I answered the charges? Have I defended myself?" "You certainly have, Mr. President," replied Root, who was known for his wit. "You have shown that you were accused of seduction, and you have conclusively proved that you were guilty of rape." But years later, on March 23, 1911, at Berkeley, California, at the climax of a speech before 8,000 people in the Greek Theater at the University of California, Roosevelt, in academic gown, was to make the remark that would undo virtually all of his other utterances concerning his most important action, and that would be remembered afterward by critic and admirer alike as the simplest and best explanation of what the Panama Revolution came down to. The speech, until that point, had been a heartfelt call to the youth of the Pacific Slope to carry on with the high courage and purpose of the vanishing pioneers, and the audience had been profoundly stirred. Then his mood had shifted. "The Panama Canal I naturally take special interest in because I started it." Laughter and applause. "There are plenty of other things I started merely because the time had come that whoever was in power would have started them." But the Panama Canal would not have been started if I had not taken hold of it, because if I had followed the traditional or conservative method, I should have submitted an admirable state paper occupying a couple of 100 pages, detailing all of the facts to Congress and asking Congress's consideration of it. In that case, there would have been a number of excellent speeches made on the subject in Congress. The debate would be proceeding at this moment with great spirit, and the beginning of work on the canal would be 50 years in the future. Laughter and applause. Fortunately, the crisis came at a period when I could act unhampered. Accordingly, I took the isthmus, started the canal, and then left Congress not to debate the canal, but to debate me. Laughter and applause. I took the isthmus was an expression of the kind that came naturally to him, the kind of exaggeration that he liked to make, as Root observed. It was what Hay called a concise impropriety, like, "We want either Perdicaris alive or Raisuli dead," the famous declaration made during the Moroccan kidnapping incident in 1904, a statement Hay himself had actually written. It was also in its fashion as misleading and as self-congratulatory as some of the other things he said in his defense, since it seemed to dismiss out of hand the contributions of Amador and his fellow revolutionaries, not to mention the railroad personnel, or Cromwell, or General Esteban Huertas and his garrison, or Philippe Buneau Varilla. "I took Panama because Buneau Varilla brought it to me on a silver platter," Roosevelt is supposed to have remarked privately, which would be a more accurate summation. But primarily, questions of morality aside, it was a mistake to have implied a deliberate master strategy conceived and directed from the Oval Office. Tremendous effort would be made by newspaper reporters and latter-day historians to prove that Roosevelt had told Buneau Varilla what to do, that Amador, too, had actually gone to Washington in secret and had been briefed by both Roosevelt and John Hay, that the money for the junta had been supplied, as Amador believed to be the case, from Washington. But no solid evidence, no evidence of any kind, was ever found to support these charges. And in fact, one need only review the steps by which the plot unfolded to see how very tenuous it all had been, and how many critical turns were determined by the individual responses of people about whom Theodore Roosevelt knew nothing. Had James Shaler not pulled the signal cord when he did, had Senora Amador failed to fire her husband's flagging resolve, had the Colombian General Tobar been less concerned over his injured dignity, had he gone peacefully to Colón and merely remained there quietly with Torres and the troops, had any of a dozen small but critical developments gone differently, Theodore Roosevelt's ships would have arrived to find a wholly different situation, and in all probability there would have been no new Republic of Panama either to proclaim or to protect. If American sea power had settled the issue on the instant, made Panama an immediate fait accompli, it is equally obvious that belief in an American involvement far in excess of reality was for the actual conspirators the vital sustaining force. What Amador and his compatriots believed the situation to be, their mistaken impressions as a result of the arrival of the Nashville, was far more important than were the facts of the situation. An enormous gamble, with far-reaching, immensely vital consequences, was made by a variety of participants. And by all ordinary rules of chance, the story should never have come out as it did. But, as Conrad also observed in Nostromo, men of affairs venture sometimes on acts that the common judgment of the world would pronounce absurd. They take their decisions on apparently impulsive and human grounds. Roosevelt's haste, his refusal, his inability to see the Colombian position on the treaty as anything other than a holdup, were tragically mistaken and inexcusable. It seems certain that with a modest amount of goodwill and patience, the issue with Bogotá could have been resolved to the satisfaction of both sides. Another 6 months' delay would have mattered little. In truth, he was doing no more than to guarantee that the Compagnie Nouvelle received its full $40 million, which would lead to the charge that he was protecting the French investment because certain of his friends and relatives were secret stockholders, a charge that would later precipitate a sensational lawsuit. In 1908, Roosevelt had the government prosecute Joseph Pulitzer, owner of the World, for libel. But the court found that though there were many very peculiar circumstances about this Panama Canal business, Roosevelt had no case against the World. And since there was not a shred of evidence to support the charge against Roosevelt, the whole furor came to nothing. For Colombia, already crippled by a costly civil war, Roosevelt's most important action meant the loss of what since the days of Bolivar had appeared to be its most valuable natural treasure, the Isthmus, with its unique geographic position between two oceans. It meant also the loss of the $10 million lump sum that was to be paid by the United States, the $250,000 annual payment by the Panama Railroad, for decades a crucial part of the national income, and the $250,000 annual payment that was to be forthcoming from the United States as part of the Canal Agreement. There were riots in Bogotá. Desperate offers were to be made by special Colombian emissaries dispatched to Washington, including an offer to accept the treaty as it stood, which served only to satisfy the administration conclusively that the earlier rejection of the treaty had been an outrageous act of extortion. The damage done to American relations with Colombia, indeed with all of Latin America, was enormous, just as John Tyler Morgan had prophesied. As an American minister at Bogotá, James T. Du Bois would write in 1912, the breach worsened as time passed. By refusing to allow Colombia to uphold her sovereign rights over a territory where she had held dominion for 80 years, the friendship of nearly a century disappeared. The indignation of every Colombian and millions of other Latin Americans was aroused and is still most intensely active. The confidence and trust in the justice and fairness of the United States, so long manifested, has completely vanished, and the maleficent influence of this condition is permeating public opinion in all Latin American countries, a condition which, if remedial measures are not invoked, will work inestimable harm throughout the Western Hemisphere. "I fear," declared a much embittered John Tyler Morgan on the floor of the Senate, "that we have got too large to be just, and the people of the country fear it." But in fact, the people of the country were generally well satisfied with what had happened, with the results, and with Theodore Roosevelt. Chapter 14. Envoy Extraordinary. Philippe Bunau Varilla said, "I had fulfilled my mission. I had safeguarded the work of the French genius. I had avenged its honor. I had served France." Section 1. The newly designated confidential agent of the Republic of Panama, a citizen of France who had not laid eyes on Panama for 18 years, had waited out the birth of the nation in the privacy of his room at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel. On first word of success from Dr. Amador, he had cabled an emotional reply hailing the infant republic, small in extent but great in the part she will play, and like proud fathers he and the banker Lindo had celebrated with a bottle of champagne in the Waldorf dining room. Some anxious days followed, during which Amador made the expected request for $100,000, but made no mention of diplomatic powers for Buenos Varia, who grew very suspicious and refused to honor his side of their bargain. Cables went back and forth. For a time, something went wrong with the code. Then, at last, came official word from Arango, Boyd, and Tomas Arias, designating him Envoy Extraordinary and Minister Plenipotentiary near the government of the United States of America. So by Sunday, November 8th, he was installed in the new Willard Hotel in Washington, ready to embark on another chapter of the great adventure. And the next day, at a private lunch at Lafayette Square, he was received by the Secretary of State, whose only concern was a dispatch in the morning papers saying that a special commission was about to leave Panama for Washington to make the Canal Treaty. The situation was indeed perilous, declared Buenos Varia. Mr. Secretary of State, the situation harbors the same fatal germs, perhaps even more virulent ones, as those which caused at Bogota the rejection of the Hay-Iran Treaty. Before, there had been only the intrigues of the Colombians to contend with. Now, he said, to the intrigues of the Colombians would be added the intrigues of the Panamanians. Against my work formidable interests were up in arms, he would confide in a memorable melodramatic aside in his Panama, the Creation, Destruction, and Resurrection. Fortunately, the firm basis of clearness and straightforwardness, which I had throughout my life taken for my acts, defied the most desperate assault. The departure of a special commission from the Isthmus could only conceal a maneuver, and Amador was a party to it. I knew his childish desire to sign the treaty. It was the start of a plot against me. "So long as I am here, Mr. Secretary," he said, "you will have to deal exclusively with me." It was all John Hay wished to know. The special commission sailed on the mail steamer City of Washington the following day, November 10th. On the 11th, Vice Consul Felix Ehrman cabled the news of their departure to the State Department, explaining that they were coming only to assist Envoy Buenos Varia. "I am officially informed," the cable said, "that Buenos Varia is the authorized party to make treaties." Who had thus informed the American vice consul remains obscure. But in actuality, the written instructions for Buenos Varia being carried north from Colon were quite to the contrary. It was quite clearly specified that the envoy extraordinary was to adjust a canal treaty, that all clauses in the treaty were to be discussed in advance with Amador and Boyd, that he was to proceed in everything strictly in accord with them. Just 7 days later, on November 18th, 1903, came the signing of the Hay-Buenos Varia Treaty. What had transpired within those 7 days, the document that resulted, would evoke a whirlwind of controversy. The treaty would be the subject of one of the angriest debates in the history of the United States Senate, and would remain a bone of contention between Panama and the United States for generations to come. This is what happened. Between his Monday luncheon with John Hay and a ceremonial first call at the White House on Friday the 13th, the call that marked the formal diplomatic recognition of Panama by the United States, Envoy Buenos Varia made a flying visit to 23 Wall Street, the 6-story white marble headquarters of J.P. Morgan and Company. He saw the regal head of the firm in a glass-enclosed ground-floor office, and in less than an hour an arrangement was agreed to. Morgan would serve as financial agent for the new republic. Morgan would supply an immediate loan of $100,000, which for the moment Buenos Varia would cover through the Lindo Bank. Morgan and Company was also to have the exclusive faculty, granted by Envoy Buenos Varia, of cashing the $10 million indemnity to be paid by the United States. If Morgan's friend and legal adviser Cromwell or Senator Hanna had played any part in this affair, as is quite possible, Buenos Varia never said so. He stressed only the wonder of a fledgling republic coming into its own, not merely under the guardianship of the United States of America, but of the House of Morgan. Returning to Washington with all speed, and accompanied now by his 13-year-old son, who he hoped might witness some of the history about to transpire, he had himself photographed in full diplomatic regalia, morning coat, striped trousers, and at 9:30 sharp the morning of Friday the 13th was at the State Department, ready to be escorted to the White House. Hay, however, insisted that first they posed together for an official portrait in his office. Chairs were drawn up to the end of a heavy polished table. Thin patches of sunlight fell on a Brussels carpet. Hay, impeccable, stiff as a tailor's dummy, his small white hands in his lap, sat in profile, gazing vacantly toward the windows. But Buenos Varia faced directly at the camera, his expression deadly serious, and cocked an elbow on the table. He was a man in perfect accord with his surroundings, it would appear, and in perfect command of the situation. They went down to the street, to Buenos Varia's waiting carriage, where young Etienne Buenos Varia sat idly absorbed in the passing scene. Hay, as Buenos Varia would recall, instantly had the charming idea of taking him to the White House. So, moments later, the boy, too, was ushered into the Blue Room and was provided a chair as his father and the President read their formal declarations and then shook hands. "What do you think, Mr. Minister," Roosevelt asked, "of those people who print that we have made the Revolution of Panama together?" "I think, Mr. President, that calumny never loses its opportunity even in the New World. It is necessary patiently to wait until the spring of the imagination of the wicked is dried up, and until truth dissipates the mist of mendacity." He then introduced his son to the President, who was plainly pleased by the boy's presence. The ceremony was over. Panama, in the formal sense, had attained legal status in the family of nations. Not a Panamanian had been present, not a word had been spoken in Spanish. And, as was understood by all who had participated, there remained only 4 days until the special commission from Panama was due in New York. To much of the press, it had been a bit of barefaced comic opera. Doubtless Monsieur Buenos Varia, whirled along on the torrent of his own tropical eloquence, came almost to believe in it, and was too impassioned to wink, wrote the New York Times. Neither, we may be sure, did the President yield to his human impulse to drop the eyelid. A cartoon in the Sunday Times, titled "The Man Behind the Egg," portrayed the envoy extraordinary in top hat and spats, clutching French canal stalk in one hand, and with the other applying a candle marked "Intrigue" to hatch the Panama chick for Theodore Roosevelt. Having seen Roosevelt, Buenos Varia concentrated next on Jusserand, the French ambassador, writing formally that same Friday of Panama's abiding love for France and requesting that he be received officially by the ambassador, that is, that France recognize Panama, at the soonest possible moment. Then, in a purely private character, he went to see Jusserand to assure him that all former contracts and concessions between Colombia and the French canal companies would be honored by the new government of Panama, that there would be no intrigue against French interests. 2 days later, on Sunday, a large manila envelope was hand-delivered to the Willard Hotel for Monsieur Philippe Bunau Varilla, Envoy Extraordinary for the Republic of Panama. It contained a copy of the Hay-Iran Treaty with minor penciled modifications and a covering note marked Most Confidential from John Hay, requesting that the document be returned with the envoy's own suggestions at his earliest convenience. Bunau Varilla recalled later that he devoted the full day to appraising the treaty and the entire night as well, except for 2 hours' sleep between midnight and 2 in the morning. By dawn, he had decided it would not do. The indispensable condition of success was to write a new treaty so well adapted to American exigencies that it would be certain to pass in the Senate by the required 2/3 majority. A failure to obtain that 2/3 majority, he was convinced, could still mean a Nicaragua canal after all. The major difference in the new treaty must be in the share of sovereignty attributed to the United States within the canal zone. Frank Pavey, his lawyer and longtime colleague in the Panama Crusade, had already been summoned from New York and appeared at the Willard suite shortly after breakfast. A stenographer was installed in a room down the hall, and the two men got to work. Bunau Varilla drafted all the articles of the new treaty in longhand and in English. Pavey corrected the literary imperfections, polished the formulas, and gave them an irreproachable academic form. Once during the day, Bunau Varilla hurried across town to tell Hay what was going on, and presumably Hay had no objections. By 10 that night, 2 finished copies of the treaty were ready. Despite the hour, Bunau Varilla left directly to see Hay, but on reaching Lafayette Square found the big house in darkness. So it was not until the following morning, November 17th, the same day the steamer from Colon was due at New York, that the treaty was delivered. "It was with anxiety that I awaited a summons from the Department of State during the day," Bunau Varilla would remember. "It did not come. Mr. Hay made me no sign." To the Panamanian delegates, meantime, he sent a telegram of welcome through Joshua Lindo, instructing them to remain in New York, to observe the greatest secrecy with regard to their mission, and to say nothing to the newspapers. By nightfall, he and Pavey were still at the Willard, waiting for word from Hay, not daring to leave their room. At 10, unable to stand the suspense any longer, Bunau Varilla sent his own message. "I cannot refrain from respectfully submitting to you that I would like very much to terminate the negotiations," he told Hay. "I feel the presence of a good deal of intrigues round the coming commission, and people hustling towards them who will find great profit in delaying and palavering, and none in going straight to the end. I beg, therefore, dear Mr. Secretary, that we should fulfill our plan as originally laid to end the negotiations now." The answer, by return messenger, was immediate. He could come over that night if he preferred. Bunau Varilla left directly for Lafayette Square, where a long conference ensued, at the conclusion of which Hay congratulated Bunau Varilla on his work. But whether Hay was actually ready to accept the treaty remained unclear to Bunau Varilla, who ended the evening with what he intended as the plainest possible inducement to action. "So long as the delegation has not arrived in Washington," he declared, "I shall be free to deal with you alone, provided with complete and absolute powers. When they arrive, I shall no longer be alone. In fact, I may perhaps soon no longer be here at all. As for your poor old dad, they are working him nights and Sundays, John Hay was to tell his daughter in a letter. I have never, I think, been so constantly and actively employed as during the last fortnight. Nor, in truth, had he ever enjoyed himself quite so much. The breathless sense of motion, the hurried messages after dark, the extraordinary Frenchman with the waxed mustache, were all the stuff of an adventure tale. And so to Hay, a devotee of the form, a novelist himself, all wonderfully therapeutic. In the Morning Mail that Tuesday, the 17th, was a light-hearted note from Richard Harding Davis, saying he had been about to write a novel telling how a foreign adventurer robbed Colombia of Panama. The day I started to write the story, said Davis, Panama became a republic, and somebody owes me the money I lost on the story. Hay was also thoroughly satisfied, overjoyed, one must imagine, at the treaty he had been presented. Though much of the wording was identical to that of his own Hay-Iran treaty, the privileges now granted to the United States were far more sweeping and advantageous to the United States than in the earlier pact. As Hay himself was to confide in a letter to Senator Spooner, the new treaty was very satisfactory, very advantageous to the United States, and we must confess, with what face we can muster, not so advantageous to Panama. You and I know too well how many points there are in this treaty to which a Panamanian patriot could object. The basic tenets were these. The United States was empowered to construct a canal through a zone 10 miles in width, in contrast to a zone of 6 miles in the Hay-Iran Pact. Colón and Panama City were not to be part of the zone, but the sanitation, sewerage, water supply, and maintenance of public order in these terminal cities were placed under United States control. Further, 4 little islands in the Bay of Panama, Perico, Naos, Culebra, and Flamenco, were granted to the United States, and the United States had the right to expropriate any additional land or water areas necessary and convenient for the construction, operation, sanitation, or defense of the canal. In return, the United States guaranteed the independence of Panama. The French Canal Company was granted the right to transfer its concessions and property, including the Panama Railroad, to the United States, and the compensation to Panama was to be the same as offered earlier to Colombia, $10 million on exchange of ratifications and an annual annuity of $250,000 that would commence 9 years later. The most significant difference, however, between this and the earlier treaty was contained in Article 3, which specified that Panama granted to the United States within the canal zone all the rights, power, and authority which the United States would possess and exercise if it were the sovereign of the territory, to the entire exclusion of the exercise by the Republic of Panama of any such sovereign rights, power, or authority. Though not the sovereign within the canal zone, the United States was to be able to act like the sovereign. And instead of a 100-year lease of the zone that would be indefinitely renewable, as in the Hay-Iran Pact, the zone was to be held by the United States in perpetuity. His one remaining obligation, Hay felt, was to have Root and Knox look the document over, and Leslie Shaw, the Secretary of the Treasury, all of whom he convened for lunch at Lafayette Square on Wednesday the 18th, that is, the very next day after Buenos Varia's night visit. Hay was putting on all steam. The lunch went smoothly, all were in agreement, and he hurried back to the State Department and set everybody at work drawing up final drafts. To Buenos Varia he sent a one-sentence note requesting that he call at his house at 6 that evening, and either Hay or his stenographer was sufficiently excited to put the wrong date on the note. Buenos Varia arrived at Hay's front door at the hour stated, and it was not a moment too soon, as he had just learned from Joshua Lindo that Amador, Boyd, and Arosemena had departed from New York and were due in Washington in a matter of hours. When reporters outside Hay's house asked the envoy if he was there to sign the treaty, the reply was that he did not know. He was received with inordinate solemnity, the secretary now addressing him as Excellency. It was his wish, Hay said, providing His Excellency was in agreement, to sign the treaty to permit the construction of the interocean canal. Buenos Varia, responding in similar tone, said he also was fully prepared to sign at the orders of Your Excellency. They then went over the document, the text of which, with the exception of only a few small alterations, was that submitted by Buenos Varia. In Article 2 he had used the expression leases in perpetuity to describe American control over the canal zone. Hay preferred to have it read, grants to the United States in perpetuity the use, occupation, and control. You see, said Hay, that from a practical standpoint it is absolutely synonymous. No other substantive change had been suggested. If Your Excellency agrees to it, the treaty will now be read, and we will then sign it. Buenos Varia without hesitation agreed, and suggested that the reading be abridged as far as possible. Time was very much on his mind. They had been together now for approximately 40 minutes. According to Hay's letter to his daughter, it was exactly 7 o'clock when they signed the momentous document. They were in a small drawing room with blue walls overlooking the square and the lights of the White House. It was 2 years to the day, Hay noted, since the signing of the second Hay-Pauncefoot Treaty. Buenos Varia had brought no seal with him, so Hay gave him a choice either of his own signet ring, a ring, as Hay explained, that Lord Byron had worn the day he died, or a ring with the Hay family arms. For Buenos Varia, it was the one difficult decision of the hour, and as he later stressed, I had not a long time to think it over. He chose the family seal. The pen was dipped in an inkwell that had once belonged to Abraham Lincoln. Buenos Varia signed first in a small, rapid, controlled hand, just beneath the final line of the pact, done at the city of Washington, the 18th day of November in the year of our Lord, 1903. Then Hay affixed his own large, clear signature, and with a few final words presented the pen to the envoy extraordinary. We separated not without emotion, Buenos Varia would recall, and I hastened back to my hotel. In another 2 hours he was at the railroad station to greet the travelers with the happy news. He was standing on the platform as the Panamanians stepped off the train, and his first words were these: The Republic of Panama is henceforth under the protection of the United States. I have just signed the Canal Treaty. According to Buenos Varia's own account, Amador looked as though he was about to faint. Federico Boyd, again according to Buenos Varia, was no less able to mask his consternation. But as the story would be told later in Panama, considerably more than consternation was expressed. The Panamanians had been by stages incredulous, indignant, then livid with rage. Federico Boyd is said to have hit Buenos Varia across the face. In the days that followed, Boyd kept insisting that Buenos Varia had acted without authority, illegally, specifically contrary to his written instructions. Buenos Varia, with marked impatience, assured him that any such protestations were quite pointless, as everything is finished. The treaty had only to be ratified by the United States Senate and by the government of Panama, and Buenos Varia was determined to obtain immediate ratification from Panama before the treaty went to the Senate, a move the three Panamanians absolutely refused to be party to. He warned that a special mission from Bogotá was expected in Washington at any time to treat with the Americans, and that the surest guarantee against any possible trouble was to confront that mission with a ratified treaty. He took Amador and Boyd to see Hay, trusting to the conciliatory effect of the old diplomat's grace and courtesy, and Hay even went so far as to promise a supplementary treaty to correct any possible defects. But it was all to no avail. They were without authority to act on the treaty, the Panamanians told the American Secretary of State. Nor would they retreat from that position when, after leaving the State Department, Buenos Varia accused them of bad manners and warned that they had made a decidedly bad impression upon the Secretary. So once again, the kinetic Frenchman decided he must remove matters from inexpert hands and place them in his own. And it was this next phase of his activities, more even than the hurried signing of the treaty, that would be regarded in Panama as his great act of treachery. Though he and the three Panamanians were barely speaking by this time, it was agreed among them that the actual treaty would be sent to Panama on the city of Washington when the ship sailed the following Tuesday, and that they would all convene in New York to officiate over the placing of the document safely on board. Buenos Varia, however, left Washington before the others, and on Saturday, November 21st, without consulting any of them, he sent the entire text of the treaty by cablegram to Panama's new Minister of Foreign Affairs, Dr. F.V. de la Espriella. He informed the minister that the commission had behaved very poorly before American officials, and that Panama's sudden caution and unwillingness to cooperate were proving an embarrassment to the government in Washington, which was being condemned by its political enemies for having acted with undignified haste in recognizing Panama. He wanted immediate ratification of the treaty by Panama, and the immediate expedition of telegraphic instructions so that he might inform Washington. The treaty, he warned, would not be sent to the Senate until Panama did its part. The reply from Minister de la Espriella did not reach Buenos Varia at the Waldorf until Monday night, and it was negative. Amador and Boyd, he was certain, had intervened, had cabled Panama to ignore his advice and to give no sanction to his treaty. Nonetheless, they all convened as agreed the following morning in Buenos Varia's usual room, number 1162, where he reminded them their liberation had been prepared. The treaty was placed in an envelope. The envelope was wrapped in the flag of Panama and was placed in a small safe filled with cotton. The safe was sealed. Then, in a body, they went out the door with it. When the city of Washington sailed that afternoon, the safe was on board, and Buenos Varia was on his way back to Washington. He had decided, he later explained, to shake off the web which I felt was being woven about me. The evening of the 25th, he sent a 370-word cable to Minister de la Espriella that struck an entirely new note of fear. If the government of Panama failed to ratify the treaty immediately upon the treaty's arrival at Colon, then the almost certain consequence would be an immediate suspension of American protection over the new republic and the signing of a canal treaty with Bogota. Possibly, as would be suggested, John Hay had had something to do with this astonishing message. Buenaventura never implied as much, but Hay was to remark later in a letter to Senator Cullom that we insisted on immediate ratification. In any event, it was the ultimate knife at the throat and wholly spurious. The notion that Roosevelt would abandon Panama at this point, that he would leave the junta to the vengeance of Colombia, that he would now suddenly turn around and treat with Bogota, was not simply without foundation, but ridiculous to anyone the least familiar with the man or the prevailing temper in Washington. Nothing of the kind was ever even remotely contemplated at the White House or the State Department. "This time I hit the mark," Buenaventura was to exclaim. The government of Panama was at last liberated from the morbid influence of its delegation. The following day, November 26th, he received cabled instructions from Panama from Arango, Tomas Arias, Manuel Espinosa, and Minister de la Espriella to notify Washington officially that the treaty would be ratified and signed as soon as it arrived at the Isthmus. The Provisional Government of Panama kept its pledge. The treaty was formally approved, unanimously and without modification, on December 2nd. Less than 1 month after the Revolution, and just 5 days before Congress was due to convene in Washington. The debate in the Senate began at once, with John Tyler Morgan and Hoar of Massachusetts, a dogged anti-imperialist, leading the assault not simply on the treaty, but on the means by which Panamanian independence had been obtained and on the President's conduct. As it was, however, for all the acrimony that filled the pages of the Congressional Record, comparatively little fault could be found in the treaty, even among those most inclined to oppose anything put forth by the administration. In one long speech, for example, Senator Hernando de Soto Moni of Mississippi, an old ally of Senator Morgan's and die-hard champion of the Nicaragua route, conceded that the treaty comes to us more liberal in its concessions to us and giving us more than anybody in this chamber ever dreamed of having. We have never had a concession so extraordinary in its character as this. In fact, it sounds very much as if we wrote it ourselves. Support for the measure, moreover, was massive, and led by Spooner, Cullom, and Lodge. The forthcoming presidential election helped solidify Republican ranks. So to all practiced observers, the outcome seemed foreordained. "The debates will be long and heated," wrote Dr. Herran, "but there is no doubt that the treaty will be finally approved." The one missing element this time was Mark Hanna. Ill, exhausted from a successful campaign to make his friend Myron Herrick governor of Ohio, Hanna remained in his rooms at the Arlington Hotel, slowly dying. In a letter written February 10th, Roosevelt told his son Theodore Jr. that Panamanian opposition seemed pretty well over. On the same day, Dr. Herran closed the Colombian legation and notified John Hay that he was departing for home with crushed spirits and broken health, as Herran wrote to a friend. He would die soon afterward. On February 15th, Mark Hanna died at age 66, and soon thereafter, on February 23, 1904, the Senate ratified the treaty by a vote of 66 to 14. Section 2. In Panama, A national constitutional convention had convened in the capital city on January 15th and completed its labors in less than a month. The new Constitution was generally in accord with that of the United States, but with some notable added provisions. Only the government could import or manufacture arms, for example. No president could succeed himself, nor could he be succeeded by any member of his family. Citizenship could be suspended for habitual intoxication. The government was divided into three parts: the legislative, executive, and judicial, the delegates in the legislature and the president being elected by popular vote. And with the work of framing the Constitution completed, the convention at once resolved itself into a national assembly and elected Manuel Amador the first president. His inauguration took place in Cathedral Plaza on February 20th, 1904, 3 days before Senate ratification of the Hay-Buno-Varia Treaty. The nation over which the new government presided extended from the Costa Rican border on the west to Colombia on the east, where the precise location of the borderline would remain undetermined and a rankling issue for years to come. Since no complete survey of the country had ever been attempted, its total area could only be approximated. It was thought to be from 30,000 to 35,000 square miles. In fact, with the Colombian border resolved, Panama was something less than 30,000 square miles, 29,208 not counting the canal zone. So it was about the size of South Carolina, smaller than Portugal or Scotland, larger than Ireland or Sierra Leone. Its population in 1904 was estimated at 350,000, which was roughly the population of the District of Columbia. From a strictly economic perspective, the future appeared grand beyond imagining. The long night at Panama, the years of economic stagnation since the demise of the Compagnie Universelle, was ended. The one significant hopeful development in the local economy during the 1890s had been in banana production, as a result of the systematic efforts of an American entrepreneur, Minor C. Keith. Though the origins of the entire banana trade dated back to the 1860s, when, as an experiment, small shipments were made from Colón to New York by a man named C. A. Frank, it was not until Keith began buying up land on Chiriqui Lagoon, west of Colón, and established enormous banana plantations there, that production of the fruit on the isthmus became a serious, large-scale enterprise. At Bocas del Toro, on Chiriqui Lagoon, once a tiny Negro village, thousands of acres were under cultivation, and the population by the early 1900s was perhaps 9,000. Keith talked of eventual rail connections from Panama all the way to New York. He saw into the banana future and builded for it, in the words of one account. In 1899 he had joined forces with the Boston Fruit Company, which had plantations on Jamaica and Cuba, to form the United Fruit Company, which at its inception was the world's largest agricultural enterprise. To many on the isthmus it had seemed that the banana was to be Panama's economic salvation. But now construction of the canal promised the return of boom times, prosperity that would surely surpass even the French era. There would be all the commensurate demands for local goods and services, and payment this time in dollars. With the United States committed to the task, no one appeared in the least doubtful that it would be completed, that not very far off in the future, Panama was to be what Simón Bolívar had once prophesied, the emporium of the universe. As a physician, Amador foresaw sweeping advances in sanitation and an end to centuries of plague. Panama could become a model for all the tropics. On the more immediate level, his country was also commencing operations from the unique position of being wholly debt-free. Instead of a national debt, Panama had what amounted to a national endowment in the form of the stipulated $10 million payment from the United States. Of this, some $750,000 was kept in hand as working capital. Roughly $2 million was applied at once to much-needed public works, while the major portion, approximately $6 million, was very profitably invested in first mortgages on New York City real estate. The arrangements for this being handled by Panama's designated fiscal representative in the United States, J.P. Morgan and Company, and by Panama's appointed New York consul, William Nelson Cromwell. First payment of the $10 million was made on May 2nd, when Morgan and Company received a Treasury draft for $1 million, of which $200,000 was promptly shipped to the Isthmus. On May 19th, 2 weeks after Panama formally transferred control of the Canal Zone to the United States, Secretary of the Treasury Leslie Shaw paid Morgan and Company the remaining $9 million, the greater part of which was to be retained in New York. It was, however, the far larger financial transaction between Washington, New York, and Paris that most concerned the Roosevelt administration, Attorney Cromwell, J.P. Morgan, Philippe Bunau-Varilla, and the scores of others involved on two sides of the North Atlantic. The purchase of the French holdings at Panama was the largest real estate transaction in history until then. The Treasury warrant for $40 million made out to J. Pierpont Morgan and Company, New York City Special Dispensing Agent, was the largest yet issued by the government of the United States, the largest previous warrant having been for the $7,200,000 paid to Russia for Alaska in 1867. Participation by the House of Morgan had been agreed to by both the buyer and the seller, and in late April, prior to receipt of the Treasury warrant, J.P. Morgan sailed for France to oversee the transaction personally. His bank shipped $18 million in gold bullion to Paris, bought exchange on Paris for the balance, and paid the full sum into the Banque de France for the account of the Compagnie Nouvelle and the liquidator of the Compagnie Universelle. On May 2nd, at the offices of the Compagnie Nouvelle on the narrow little Rue Louis-le-Grand, the deeds and bills of the sale were executed. On May 9th in New York, the United States repaid the $40 million to the House of Morgan. Morgan's fee for services charged to the Compagnie Nouvelle was $35,000. With the $10 million paid to Panama and the $40 million to the Compagnie Nouvelle, the United States had spent more for the rights, privileges, and properties that went with the Canal Zone, an area roughly a third the size of Long Island, than for any actual territorial acquisition in its history. More than for the Louisiana Territory, $15 million, Alaska, $7,200,000, and the Philippines, $20 million combined. At the then exchange rate, $40 million came to 206 million francs. By an earlier private contract, the directors of the Compagnie Nouvelle and the liquidator of the Compagnie Universelle had agreed that approximately 38% of any future canal profits would go to the Compagnie Nouvelle and 62% to the liquidator. Thus, the Compagnie Nouvelle now received 77,400,000 francs, the liquidator 128,600,000. So, as it worked out, shareholders in the new company, the largest of whom were the penalty shareholders such as Eiffel and the brothers Bunau-Varilla, received 130 francs per share, which was the equivalent roughly to a 3% return on their investment over the 10 uneasy years since the company had been organized. The Bunau-Varilla firm, for example, recovered all of its 2,200,000 francs stake, $440,000, in the Compagnie Nouvelle, plus a profit of about 66,000 francs, or $13,200. When the liquidator distributed his 128,600,000 francs among some 200,000 claimants, all bondholders in the old Compagnie Universelle, the return on their investment came to approximately 10 cents on the dollar. Stockholders in the old company received nothing. Cromwell, who placed the value of his services to the Compagnie Nouvelle at $800,000, was forced to wait another several years as the fee was arbitrated in Paris. In 1907, the firm of Sullivan and Cromwell was awarded the sum of $200,000. Philippe Bunau-Varilla, meantime, had returned to Paris and resumed his duties as publisher of Le Matin. 3 days after ratification of the treaty by the Senate, he had submitted his resignation as envoy extraordinary, asking that in lieu of salary for his services, the money be withheld by the new republic for the erection of a monument at Panama City to Ferdinand de Lesseps. His replacement, the new Panamanian ambassador to Washington, was former Governor Obaldía. The Frenchman's final official act had been performed on a bright February morning in Washington, when he and John Hay formally exchanged the ratified treaties and bid each other farewell. It was, he wrote later, a deeply moving moment for both of them. And in his vaulting literary fashion, he recalled a rush of private thoughts. Of all those heroes, my comrades in the deadly battle, worthy grandsons of those Gauls who conquered the ancient world, worthy sons of those Frenchmen who conquered the modern world, who fell in the struggle against nature, of the shameful league, of all the passions, of all the hatreds, of all the jealousies, of all the cowardices, of all the ignorances, to crucify this great idea, of my solitary work, when I went preaching the truth on the highways, of the untold number of stupidities I had had to destroy, of prejudices I had had to disarm, of insults I had had to submit to, of interests I had had to frustrate, of conspiracies I had had to thwart, in order to celebrate the victory of truth over error and mark at last the hour of the resurrection of the Panama Canal. At the moment, however, looking at Hay, he had said only, "It seems to me as if we had together made something great." The actual delivery of the canal works at Panama occurred early on the morning of May 4th, 1904, and to the Panamanians, who adored ceremony and celebration, who remembered Cathedral Plaza festooned with palm branches and French flags, who remembered parades and banquets and Ferdinand de Lesseps prancing on horseback, it was a terrible disappointment, and most unbecoming to the occasion. At 7:30 a.m., Lieutenant Mark Brooke met with half a dozen American officials and a duly authorized representative of the Compagnie Nouvelle at the company headquarters on the plaza, the old Grand Hotel. On being handed the keys to the storehouses and to the Ancon Hospital, Lieutenant Brooke swiftly signed the receipt of the property and read aloud a brief proclamation. The transaction occupied no more than a few minutes. Scarcely anyone other than those present was aware of the event. Lieutenant Brooke had not even thought to invite President Amador. Having shaken hands with the Panamanians and the French officials, the young officer raised the stars and stripes to the top of the hotel flagpole. Book 3, The Builders, 1904 through 1914. Chapter 15, The Imperturbable Dr. Gorgas. Sir Ronald Ross opined, "The world requires at least 10 years to understand a new idea, however important or simple it may be." Section 1. "It is all unspeakably loathsome," concluded a New York reporter who was among the earliest to arrive at Cologne. That his countrymen could and would build the mighty ship canal, he, like his countrymen, took as a matter of course. Any contrary view would have placed him among an all but indistinguishable minority. Having tamed a continent, having achieved industrial supremacy, having embarked upon the great adventure of world leadership, the American people, some 80 million strong, would now triumph where the French had failed so ignobly. "There is nothing in the nature of the work to daunt an American," the reporter insisted. "I have made 3 excursions over the canal route, and while I do not pretend to speak expertly of the engineering aspects of the problem, I should say that the building of the canal will be a comparatively easy task for knowing, enterprising, and energetic Americans." Still, Cologne was troubling. The Negroes lived in the most appalling fashion in rotting shanties propped on stilts in a swamp. A morass, a vast expanse of black water covered with green scum. There was no plumbing, not one sewer. The stench was like nothing in his experience. The nights were made hideous by the interminable din of thousands of frogs. He described the poisonous mists rising over the Chagres River, mists quite visible from Cologne in the early morning. And not wishing to appear ignorant of advanced medical theory, he wrote also of the mosquitoes. What conceivable chance, he asked, was there to make so vile a place safe for white men? The article appeared in the New York Tribune the first week in February 1904, 3 months before Lieutenant Brooke raised the flag over the old French administration building, and 3 weeks before the President emphasized comparable concern to the chairman of his new Isthmian Canal Commission. "As you know, I feel that the sanitary and hygienic problems on the isthmus are those which are literally of the first importance, coming even before the engineering," Roosevelt declared. The tragic experience of the French was never far from mind. But more immediate and vivid was the memory of Cuba in 1898, when 13 times the number of American troops killed by the enemy had died of yellow fever, malaria, and typhoid fever. For Roosevelt personally, Cuba had been an unforgettable lesson in the havoc disease could bring down on an expeditionary force. Cuba had been primarily the fault of bad or indifferent leadership in the field, and not too many gleams of good sense in Washington. It was Roosevelt, following the capture of Santiago, who, with Leonard Wood, wrote the famous round-robin letter to General Shafter, saying that the army must be moved at once or else perish of malaria. His own brigade, he said in a second letter, was ripe for dying like rotten sheep. To head the new commission, he had turned again to old John G. Walker, who, as time would tell, was an unfortunate choice. He was as ill-suited for his responsibilities as had been the Secretary of War in 1898, Russell Alger, the cause of much of the anguish in Cuba. But the difficulties of mounting the task at Panama were compounded still more by the unwieldy composition of the commission itself, a matter over which Roosevelt had no say. The Spooner Act required that there be 7 members, at least 4 of whom must be learned and skilled in the science of engineering. And of those 4, 2 must be military officers, 1 Army, 1 Navy. All 7 were to have equal authority. Walker was the Navy man. For the Army there was General George W. Davis, a fine old Plains warrior, who had been a vice president of the defunct Nicaragua Canal Construction Company. The civilian engineers were Professor William H. Burr from the prior Walker Commission, Benjamin M. Harrod, Carl E. Grunsky, and William Barclay Parsons. The 7th member, Frank J. Hecker, was a businessman. On the surface, it was a distinguished body. But none of them had ever organized a gigantic construction project. None was accustomed to handling problems of supply, labor, or overall planning on a scale even approaching what was now called for. Nor had any of them had the least medical training. Congress had looked upon the canal as a problem of engineering construction exclusively. The presence on the commission went to the White House with a delegation of prominent physicians, plus significantly the chief of the Bureau of Entomology at the Department of Agriculture, Leland O. Howard. "We passed through a room crowded with persons waiting to see the president," Welch recalled, "and I felt that he must begrudge every minute we occupied." But Roosevelt afterward told Walker to find the very best medical man in the country to take charge of the hospitals and sanitary work at Panama. And although he did not tell Walker who that man should be, Walker was instructed not to make the appointment before consulting with Welch. The result was the naming of an Army doctor, a former student of Welch's, Colonel William Crawford Gorgas, who, since the death of Walter Reed of appendicitis in 1902, was known in professional circles as the outstanding authority on tropical disease. Gorgas was 49 years old, a courtly, white-haired man whose humorous eyes and sunny Alabama manner concealed a marvelous tenacity. Everyone had a good word for him. He was the son of the Confederate General Josiah Gorgas, the career soldier from Pennsylvania who became Jefferson Davis's chief of ordnance. And so, for political purposes, the appointment helped offset a preponderance of Yankees on the commission. The 7 had been chosen rather hastily, too hastily, Roosevelt later conceded, during the last week of February. On March 4th, he sent 7 telegrams announcing the appointments and giving each recipient 4 days to drop what he was doing and convene at the White House. Walker and General Davis were already in Washington, Burr and Parsons in New York, Hecker in Detroit, Harrod in New Orleans, Grunsky in San Francisco. He was not interested in their politics, Roosevelt said at their first meeting. They had been picked solely on their reputations for integrity and ability. He had nothing to offer concerning the details of the work. What this nation will insist upon is that the results be achieved. The commission set up headquarters in the Star Building on 14th Street, and the position of chief engineer was offered to a Chicago railroad official named John Findlay Wallace, an offer he accepted with the understanding that the job required residence on the Isthmus. His salary was to be $25,000 a year, which was more than that of any other government employee in 1904, with the exception of the president, and $10,000 more than he, Wallace, was receiving as general manager of the Illinois Central. William Gorgas's annual income as an Army colonel was $4,000. On May 9th came the executive order placing the commission under the direct supervision of the new Secretary of War, William Howard Taft. This was done Inasmuch as the War Department is the department which has always supervised the construction of the great civil works for improving the rivers and harbors of the country and the extended military works of public defense. The Commission thus had full authority to proceed with the canal. So, 6 months following the Panama Revolution, everything seemed set to go. To the Yale professors who still challenged the legality of his part in the revolution, the Harvard man in the White House responded with another of those spontaneous, eminently quotable retorts for which he had such a gift, wholly avoiding the issue, but greatly pleasing the country. "Tell them that I am going to make the dirt fly." To William Gorgas there was no real problem about what had to be done at Panama. Nor does he appear to have had any doubt that he could succeed, his assumption being that full support would be forthcoming from the office in the Star Building. He would concentrate on yellow fever first. Malaria was the larger, more serious threat in his judgment, but an outbreak of yellow fever could result in panic, and yellow fever was his specialty. Though the means by which both diseases are transmitted had become known, only yellow fever had been eradicated in any one plague spot as a result of such knowledge, in Havana in 1901, and he had been the man chiefly responsible. The carrier of yellow fever, it had been determined, was the small, quiet, silvery household mosquito known as Stegomyia fasciata, exactly as the Cuban physician Carlos Finley had announced years earlier. As is presently known, there are no fewer than 2,500 different species of mosquito, rather than 800-odd as Finley believed, and these belong to 3 important genera: Culex, Anopheles, and Aedes. The Culex group includes the ordinary gray household mosquito found in northern latitudes, Culex pipiens pipiens. The Anopheles are the only known carriers of malaria and also transmit encephalitis, or sleeping sickness. The Aedes aegypti is Stegomyia fasciata, as it was then called, the yellow fever mosquito. Credit for finding the cause of malaria, one of the greatest medical discoveries of all time, belonged to the English physician Ronald Ross, who had addressed himself to the problem alone in a remote field hospital in Secunderabad, India. Though malaria was a worldwide killer, flourishing in a broad zone on both sides of the equator, its greatest toll in human life was in Asia, and in India it was the arch-destroyer, taking possibly 1 million lives a year. Ross, once the indifferent student, amateur poet, and musician, had figured out the pattern by which the disease is spread, a pattern that seemed simple enough only after he had explained it. In the summer of 1897, he dissected, under a microscope, an Anopheles mosquito after it had fed on a malaria patient. In the insect's stomach, he saw the same circular cells that the French physician Laveran had discovered in Algeria in 1880, the malaria parasite Plasmodium falciparum. Besides, he determined that the cells were growing. In his notebook that night, he wrote a poem describing the moment. It was to be his only published verse, the last stanza of which became famous. "I know this little thing a myriad men will save. O death, where is thy sting? Thy victory, O grave?" Not until the following year, however, was he able at last to prove the mosquito theory by locating the mosquito's salivary gland and determining that the expanding parasite within the mosquito's stomach eventually penetrates all parts of the mosquito's body, including that gland. "The door is unlocked," he wrote in an exultant letter to England, "and I am walking in and collecting the treasures." The solution was this. Anopheles, comparatively large brown mosquitoes with little black dots on their wings, transmitted malaria only after having bitten someone already infected with the disease. The mosquito drew the blood containing the parasite multiplied in the stomach of the mosquito, then moved to the salivary gland, whence the parasite was delivered to the bloodstream of whomever the mosquito bit next. The insect was not the source, in other words, only the agent of conveyance. But this particular insect was the only means of conveyance. Furthermore, it could cause damage only when there was infected blood to feed on, when there were people about who were sick with malaria. So the way to stamp out malaria was not simply to get rid of the Anopheles mosquito, but to make it as difficult as possible for the Anopheles mosquito to get at anyone who had the disease. The idea of preventing malarial epidemics by exterminating the Anopheles was first put forth in a letter addressed by Ross to the government of India on February 18, 1901. The following year, Ross published a small book, Mosquito Brigades, explaining how such a campaign should be organized. By then, however, Gorgas and his army doctors had demonstrated at Havana what almost no one had believed possible. In 1901, in one of the worst fever cities on earth, they had eliminated yellow fever in less than 8 months and very nearly got rid of malaria. There had been nothing comparable in medical or military history to their war on mosquitoes. Gorgas had played no part in determining the cause of yellow fever. As it happens, he had been one of the last of the army doctors in Cuba to accept the mosquito theory. Like Ross, he had even come to the practice of medicine itself without noticeable interest or enthusiasm, and most of his professional life had been spent at hitching post forts, as far removed as Secunderabad, from the salient discoveries and innovations that had so dramatically transformed medical science during the last part of the 19th century. In 1880, the year Gorgas finished his training at Bellevue, the germ theory of disease was still a subject of debate. From 1880 to 1900, the years that marked the emergence of Pasteur, Koch, Lister, the founding of Johns Hopkins, Gorgas was at such places as Fort Brown, Texas, or Fort Randall, South Dakota, attending to routine duty. Fort Randall, set in a boundless prairie, was 75 miles from the nearest railroad. Gorgas became a doctor because of a boyhood determination to have a military career. As a child in Richmond, he had seen Lee and Jackson confer with his father in the front parlor, and in the final winter of the war, as ragged Confederate troops filled the streets, he insisted at age 10 on going barefoot. He received a Bachelor of Arts degree from the struggling little University of the South at Sewanee, Tennessee, where his father had been made president. But still determined to be a soldier, much against his father's wishes, he tried for an appointment to West Point. When West Point turned him down, he chose medicine because it was the only way left to get into the Army. Classmates at the Bellevue Medical College in New York would remember Billy Gorgas as a devout Christian, a careless speller, too poor to go home for vacations, the most likable man in the class, and imperturbable. It was at Bellevue that he encountered Dr. Welch, then in his late 20s, and after receiving his degree in June 1879, Gorgas spent another year as an intern at Bellevue Hospital. His father, meantime, learning that his ambition remained unchanged, protested that the life of an army doctor would not be a life to look forward to as a permanent thing. It is not in the army that the sphere of a doctor is ennobling. To Gorgas, later, it would seem that the pattern of his life had a large, definable purpose, perhaps God-willed. It was as if every important turn had been designed to prepare him for one historic task. He was not a person to dwell overly on questions of cosmic destiny. Rather, genuine modesty was an important part of his considerable charm. "I am not much of a doctor," he once remarked to a gathering of prominent physicians. "That is, I am not experienced in the care of the sick, and I am not very much of a military man, although I have been in the army service practically all my professional life." But while he seemed incapable of taking himself seriously, he was intensely serious about his work and what it could mean to his fellow mortals. To him, the years at frontier outposts had been supremely invigorating. He had grown physically rugged, accustomed to riding out hardships and boredom of a kind to defeat other men. He learned discipline, acquired an unequivocating devotion to duty. His wife would recall nights when, wrapped in buffalo robes, he would set off in a sleigh in the midst of a North Dakota blizzard to deliver an Indian baby in a cabin, sometimes 30 miles away. Life like this was more than an education in medicine, she would write. The degree to which yellow fever had affected his career, his personal life, even his very existence, was quite uncanny. It was because of a yellow fever epidemic at Mobile in 1853 that his mother and father first met. She was Amelia Gale, daughter of a former governor of Alabama, who, for her safety, had been sent to stay with an older brother at Mount Vernon, a small town on high, dry ground to the north of Mobile, and the site of a federal arsenal. Her brother, the company's surgeon at the arsenal, lived next door to the young ordnance officer who was in command, Josiah Gorgas. The wedding was in December that same year, and William, the first of 6 children, was born the following year, October 3, 1854. The attending physician, as noted earlier, was Alabama's pioneer yellow fever specialist, Josiah Nott. Gorgas's own first test as a young officer in the Army Medical Corps was a yellow fever outbreak in Texas. In 1882, he was assigned to Fort Brown on the Rio Grande, close to the border settlement of Brownsville where the epidemic raged. "I am sending you the most progressive young surgeon under my command," the Surgeon General informed the post commander, and, having set himself to work, Gorgas proved so very persistent, ignoring strict orders to keep away from the infected wards, that he was put temporarily under arrest. Of particular concern as the epidemic worsened was Miss Marie Doty, sister-in-law of the post commander, for whom little hope was given. A grave had been dug for her in the yellow fever burial ground on an island in the Rio Grande, and Gorgas had volunteered to go with the body and read the last rites. But then he too fell ill. Nearly died, but recovered, as did Miss Doty, with the result that they were convalescent at the same time and fell in love. She became the doctor's wife following a visit to Tuscaloosa to meet his widowed mother, and since they were now permanently immune to yellow fever,